In this video, we'll be going over some tips and tricks for the stages in the new version's themed mode, Ocean Odyssey, to help you better grasp the new gameplay and have a better experience. First, situated underwater beneath a huge statue is the Ocean Palace. At the beginning of a match, there are two Ocean Palaces that you can go to. They are located in the waters under the ruins and Milta. Each Ocean Palace has loads of supplies and treasures. It's an ideal landing spot. Now, what's the quickest way to enter the Ocean Palace? Parachute directly to the ocean surface at the start of a match, and after plunging underwater, you will get a speed boost, so you can quickly reach the palace. You swim faster in the water near the Ocean Palace, and you can hold your breath for longer, allowing you to move around quickly underwater. After passing through the sea suppressor barrier, you can enter the Ocean Palace. The sea suppressor barrier forms a large air pocket in the Ocean Palace, and you can battle in this space. The first time you enter the Ocean Palace, you will receive a special respawn. Do keep in mind that you will lose it if you leave the vicinity of the Ocean Palace. Inside the palace, you can activate the Water Nymph performance. When it ends, you'll be rewarded with supplies. A powerful item lies at the center of the palace, the Trident, which unlocks once the countdown ends. Upon retrieving the Trident, not only will you get lots of supplies, but a special respawn card as well. It's used to respawn in the battleground, and still works even when eliminated outside the Ocean Palace. However, the respawn card has a time limit, so pay attention to when it expires. Lost crates are hidden in the waters all around the palace. Dive in and explore for surprise loot. Once a certain amount of time passes in the match, a Kraken will appear and destroy the sea suppressor, flooding the Ocean Palace. Use the portals in the Ocean Palace to leave quickly. Finally, there are several Forsaken Ruins. Besides having tons of supplies, the Forsaken Ruins conceal two sea treasuries. Find the switches to remove the water veil and enter the waterway from the Ocean Temple. Then you can find the sea treasury located underground. Light up all the pillars at the treasury entrance to open the treasury door and obtain the treasure. On the ground of the Forsaken Ruins, there is a blasting current and a mirage tower. Use them to get higher up or to move around. When you encounter an enemy, use them creatively to take the enemy by surprise. Furthermore, some Forsaken Ruins will have a spirit whale that appears in the sky after some time, and will leave a water orb on the ground after landing. Enter the water orb to board the whale escape pod. When the blue zone approaches, you can use the spirit whale to quickly get to the play zone. That's all for this video. Discover more ways to have fun. Hurry and try out Ocean Odyssey in PUBG Mobile. In this video, we'll be introducing 5 new items: the Trident, Gleaming Stingray, Water Orb Grenade, Water Orb Blaster, and the Whale Escape Pod. The Trident is sealed within the Ocean Palace. It can be retrieved after some time passes in the match. Follow the directions on the map to find it. Wielding the Trident grants the following: a special underwater swimming animation, faster swimming speed for moving about quickly or entering the play zone, and an exclusive water spout ability. Use it to turn into a water spout that moves around and can knock players and vehicles up into the air. You can use this ability to pull nearby enemies into the air, where teammates can focus fire on them, or give teammates cover to evacuate. Please be aware that water spouts cannot lift up enemies hiding in buildings. The Gleaming Stingray vehicle can be found in the waters of the Ocean Palace. Get close to it to ride it, or pick up a Stingray core in the Ocean Palace to summon it. Gleaming Stingrays can glide through the new underwater areas in the air, and can seat 2 players. After dismounting, it can be stored as a Stingray core. The Gleaming Stingray can then be summoned again from the quick item menu. In water areas, it can be quickly deployed with one tap without needing to be placed. Gleaming Stingrays have a special ability that launches bubbles and can be targeted at enemies to restrain them. When enemies are restrained, the passenger and other teammates are free to eliminate them. Bear in mind that the player in the back seat must be in the air to fire. Enemies restrained by bubbles cannot fire. Furthermore, hiding behind cover or moving quickly can reduce your chances of being hit by a bubble. The water orb grenade is a new throwable item that can be picked up around the map and thrown to generate a huge water orb where it lands, engulfing players caught in the explosion. Enemies must swim to the edge of the water orb to escape, while you and your teammates get a dash ability inside the water orb. While in combat, hit enemies with this throwable to let you and your teammates get closer to eliminate them. The Water Orb Blaster occupies the pistol slot and can shoot a water orb that lasts a while and grants you and your teammates a dash ability that you can use to quickly enter the water orb. From here, you can quickly move to another water orb or dash from it. When fighting in buildings, you can use this item for quick movement and counterattacks. The Whale Escape Pod can generate a water orb where it lands. Enter the water orb and wait a while for a whale to appear and take away everyone inside. It can carry your whole team, and you can also change its route or get off midway. It's a great option for getting to the play zone. That's it for this video. I'm sure you're already coming up with a bunch of other ways to use these items. Try them out in the new version now. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. In this video, we will go over the new version's game mechanics to help you have a better understanding and improve your experience. Let's get started. First is the Kraken underneath the Ocean Palace. Although the Ocean Palace is abundant in resources, the rewards are not without risks. After players enter the Ocean Palace, a countdown begins, and at the end of it, the Kraken will awaken and break the sea suppressor, causing the Ocean Palace to flood. This jeopardizes the play area, so when the countdown ends, make sure to evacuate quickly to avoid getting trapped underwater. Next is the Special Respawn. Upon entering the Ocean Palace, you will receive the Heart of the Sea's protection and get an additional special respawn chance. This special respawn only works once per match. When eliminated in the Ocean Palace area, the special respawn chance will be used up. When you leave the Ocean Palace waters, you also lose the Heart of the Sea's protection, and your respawn chance will be removed. Furthermore, when the sea suppressor is destroyed, the Ocean Palace will flood. If you enter the Ocean Palace area at this point, you won't get a respawn chance. Next is the Sea Treasury underneath the Forsaken Ruins. If you wish to enter the Sea Treasury, you will need to find it within the Forsaken Ruins and activate the switches at the Treasury entrance. Pass through an underwater cave to reach the entrance of the Treasury. To open the Treasury door, you need to light up all the pillars. Once you get the treasure, a portal will appear. Go through the portal to be teleported high in the air within the play zone and parachute back in. There's also another feature to explore, the Water Prism. Water prisms are scattered throughout the map. Barriers surround them, and they can be unlocked by approaching them. Enter to reach the crates inside and get precious supplies and items. Last is the Celestial Sea Treasure. In the new themed mode, you can pick up a new airdrop, the Celestial Sea Treasure airdrop crate. The Celestial Sea Treasure is delivered by water column. Loads of supplies lie within. We hope you all discover more fun and surprises. That's it for the game mechanics tutorial. We hope you have a better grasp of Ocean Odyssey now. Rewarding game mechanics and challenges await you. Be sure not to miss out. In this video, we'll be going over some tips and tricks for the stages in the new version's themed mode, Ocean Odyssey, to help you better grasp the new gameplay and have a better experience. First, situated underwater beneath a huge statue is the Ocean Palace. At the beginning of a match, there are 2 ocean palaces that you can go to. They are located in the waters under the ruins and Milta. Each ocean palace has loads of supplies and treasures. It's an ideal landing spot. Now, what's the quickest way to enter the ocean palace? Parachute directly to the ocean surface at the start of a match, and after plunging underwater, you get a speed boost so you can quickly reach the palace. You swim faster in the water near the ocean palace, and you can hold your breath for longer, allowing you to move around quickly underwater. After passing through the sea suppressor barrier, you can enter the ocean palace. The sea suppressor barrier forms a large air pocket in the ocean palace, and you can battle in this space. The first time you enter the ocean palace, you will receive a special respawn. Do keep in mind that you will lose it if you leave the vicinity of the ocean palace. Inside the palace, you can activate the water nymph performance. When it ends, you'll be rewarded with supplies. A powerful item lies at the center of the palace, the trident, which unlocks once the countdown ends. Upon retrieving the trident, not only will you get lots of supplies, but a special respawn card as well. It's used to respawn in the battleground, and still works even when eliminated outside the ocean palace. However, the respawn card has a time limit, so pay attention to when it expires. Lost crates are hidden in the waters all around the palace. Dive in and explore for surprise loot. Once a certain amount of time passes in the match, a kraken will appear and destroy the sea suppressor, flooding the ocean palace. Use the portals in the ocean palace to leave quickly. Finally, there are several Forsaken ruins. Besides having tons of supplies, the Forsaken ruins conceal 2 sea treasuries. Find the switches to remove the water veil and enter the waterway from the ocean temple. Then you can find the sea treasury located underground. Light up all the pillars at the treasury entrance to open the treasury door and obtain the treasure. On the ground of the Forsaken ruins, there is a blasting current and a mirage tower. Use them to get higher up or to move around. When you encounter an enemy, use them creatively to take the enemy by surprise. Furthermore, some Forsaken ruins will have a spirit whale that appears in the sky after some time, and will leave a water orb on the ground after landing. Enter the water orb to board the whale escape pod. When the blue zone approaches, you can use the spirit whale to quickly get to the play zone. That's all for this video. Discover more ways to have fun. Hurry and try out Ocean Odyssey in PUBG Mobile. In this video, we'll be introducing 5 new items: the Trident, Gleaming Stingray, Water Orb Grenade, Water Orb Blaster, and the Whale Escape Pod. The Trident is sealed within the Ocean Palace. It can be retrieved after some time passes in the match. Follow the directions on the map to find it. Wielding the Trident grants the following: a special underwater swimming animation, faster swimming speed for moving about quickly or entering the play zone, and an exclusive water spout ability. Use it to turn into a water spout that moves around and can knock players and vehicles up into the air. You can use this ability to pull nearby enemies into the air, where teammates can focus fire on them, or give teammates cover to evacuate. Please be aware that water spouts cannot lift up enemies hiding in buildings. The Gleaming Stingray vehicle can be found in the waters of the Ocean Palace. Get close to it to ride it, or pick up a Stingray core in the Ocean Palace to summon it. Gleaming Stingrays can glide through the new underwater areas in the air, and can seat 2 players. After dismounting, it can be stored as a Stingray core. The Gleaming Stingray can then be summoned again from the quick item menu. In water areas, it can be quickly deployed with one tap without needing to be placed. Gleaming Stingrays have a special ability that launches bubbles and can be targeted at enemies to restrain them. When enemies are restrained, the passenger and other teammates are free to eliminate them. Bear in mind that the player in the back seat must be in the air to fire. Enemies restrained by bubbles cannot fire. Furthermore, hiding behind cover or moving quickly can reduce your chances of being hit by a bubble. The water orb grenade is a new throwable item that can be picked up around the map and thrown to generate a huge water orb where it lands, engulfing players caught in the explosion. Enemies must swim to the edge of the water orb to escape, while you and your teammates get a dash ability inside the water orb. While in combat, hit enemies with this throwable to let you and your teammates get closer to eliminate them. The Water Orb Blaster occupies the pistol slot and can shoot a water orb that lasts a while and grants you and your teammates a dash ability that you can use to quickly enter the water orb. From here, you can quickly move to another water orb or dash from it. When fighting in buildings, you can use this item for quick movement and counterattacks. The Whale Escape Pod can generate a water orb where it lands. Enter the water orb and wait a while for a whale to appear and take away everyone inside. It can carry your whole team, and you can also change its route or get off midway. It's a great option for getting to the play zone. That's it for this video. I'm sure you're already coming up with a bunch of other ways to use these items. Try them out in the new version now. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. In this video, we will go over the new version's game mechanics to help you have a better understanding and improve your experience. Let's get started. First is the Kraken underneath the Ocean Palace. Although the Ocean Palace is abundant in resources, the rewards are not without risks. After players enter the Ocean Palace, a countdown begins, and at the end of it, the Kraken will awaken and break the sea suppressor, causing the Ocean Palace to flood. This jeopardizes the play area, so when the countdown ends, make sure to evacuate quickly to avoid getting trapped underwater. Next is the special respawn. Upon entering the Ocean Palace, you will receive
a brand new day for everyone. Good evening, everyone. This is Kuku TV together with Contra, and we're back for more PUBG Mobile action here in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Fall of 2024. And we're going to have a brand new group playing for today, Contra. So we're going to expect a lot more of action since we're going to see more of the Elevate Esports from the Philippines, who surprised us during week number 1.
That's right. That also means that one of the teams will be sitting by watching every single move that these teams are making heading into week 2. So it's time already where we are already seeing huge improvements coming from all the teams that may have not did the best back in week 1. Even names like Flash Vision Esports have been having some pop-off moments from yesterday. So we do expect a lot of surprises heading throughout the course of this week. And of course, if you guys just tune in, welcome to the show, and of course, we're just gonna have a whole lot of good time as we will break it down to you on what's the current standings and all the rules that you guys will need to know about the PMCL Southeast Asia.
Definitely. And again, guys, we're gonna play 6 matches again for tonight, because I know there's some questions out there during our live stream yesterday. How many matches do we play? How many Erangel maps? Again, later on we're gonna show you that one. But again, going back to what you said, Group B is not going to be playing for today. It's going to be Yangon Galacticos, Fearless Esports, Playbook Esports, and Flash Vision Esports. So if you look at that group is actually a really strong group, in my opinion, Contra. And they're going to be replaced, though, by the group that actually didn't play yesterday, which is going to be Group E. But anyways, I did mention about the maps earlier, and also we're going to show you the point system as well on your screens. Again, we're going to do 6 matches, 1 Sanhok, 3 Erangel maps, and 2 Miramar maps. First place, for every chicken dinner, you'll get 10 points. 6 points for second. Third will be 5 points. 4 for the 4th placer, 3 for the 5th. 6th will get 2 and 1 for 7 to 8. And 9th to 16th will not get anything. 1 elimination point will get 1 point.
That's right, and this is the format that has been run through the course of these couple of years in the PUBG Mobile Esports realm. So if you guys have been sticking around, you will definitely be very familiar on how things go. But we are running on a league format as well throughout the course of the PMCL, introduced earlier throughout the course of the year. You know, it's definitely so much better for this region in particular, where we finally do get to see all these teams thrive under pressure of playing weeks of action. And of course, why do they play weeks after weeks is because they need to collect all these league points by the end of each respective week, and all these points will be brought forward into the grand finals if they do make it through. The bottom teams coming from 17th to 20th by the end of all these points collected will not make it to the grand final. So this is where teams will really have to put the pedal to the metal in order to survive those grueling runs heading into the final week. Overall, we're just somewhere towards the middle portion of the league at the moment, so there's still plenty of opportunities for these teams to collect as many points as they can throughout this course of the league stage.
Yeah, there's a lot of days left for week number 2. It's just the second day of week number 2. And speaking of week 2, day number 2, we have the groups who will be playing for today. It's going to be Group A, C, D, and E. And I did mention earlier the Group B, which is, again, teams like Yangon Galacticos, Fearless Esports, Playbook Esports, and Flash Vision Esports won't be playing. So this is the debut of Group E for this week, which is, I mentioned, Elevate Esports. They also have Growth Esports, Risk Guys Esports, and Exquisite Esports. What I want to step up for Group E is Exquisite Esports. Exquisite Esports last week didn't really had a good outing. So if ever they would have a much better adjustment coming in here on day number 2 and week number 2, then we'll probably see them at the top of the food chain. But I am expecting that Elevate will still be there, because I do know that they really do want to focus on getting and grabbing all those winner chicken dinners, especially in Miramar. Now, the overall standings here, Contra, still at top number 1 is Austria Esports with 71 points. Just right below them is Arame Bro, the defending champions of the PMCL Summer, with 47. But right at close to them, these two are kind of like the underdog teams right now. Dread Esports, God7, STE, though YG, who finished second in week number 1, is now down to top number 6.
And it's not too shabby of a showing, considering it's a day's worth of work coming in from the side of YG. But Harame Bros, despite them not really getting too many wins off of those runs yesterday, they have still managed to put up a very strong record heading into this second week of the tournament. And as we take a look, the current team that's currently struggling throughout the course of yesterday's run was actually GE with only 29. A lot further from what all these fans have actually expected in terms of what their expected performance is. But you know, it's another day's worth of action for them to get back on track. And what exactly are they fighting for? It's the lion's share of $18,000 throughout the course of the league, and there's still a lot more in the grand finals. Of course, the biggest pot would be on number 1 with $4,500 for the taking if they do succeed on collecting the most points throughout the course of these 3 weeks. And of course, the number does dwindle down all the way down to $150. So everybody walks away with a little something. Meanwhile, the best performing team will also receive $150 per week. So this is what will be the rewards for the hard work throughout each respective week, alongside with the Terminator that will also receive $150 per week. But currently, it really seems like Red Bull might just actually back another $150 to make it a $300 bonus. We'll see by the end of the league whether if that's going to be the case.
And second to him, I think, is Martin from Austria Esports as well. So Austria has those 2 Terminators from Thailand. And if you combine them together, they're like an unstoppable duo for Austria Esports. But for Harame Bro, I think they're trying to work the chemistry first between Federalis and Rig. And looks like we're seeing that yesterday because the first time that they got the chicken dinner during week number 1, they didn't got any. So first time they got a chicken dinner was yesterday. And let's see if they can add more to their bag with more chicken dinners here in week number 2. Now, let's talk about Sin. Sin got the most chicken dinners from last week. And if I'm not mistaken, they haven't really had a chicken dinner yesterday. So that's the first time that we're seeing Sin Esports not getting any of those chicken dinners for now. But let's see if they can improve their gameplay for this time around, and let's see if they can grab one.
Yeah, hopefully so, because they have already shown a lot of signs of improvements heading into the course of the past week, even up till yesterday. So, of course, now with the introduction of another group joining into the scene, of course, we welcome back teams like Elevate Esports and everybody who missed out in action coming in from the side of Group E. So maybe they will need a couple of games to get warm up to the current tempo of play, because, you know, yesterday it really felt like a lot of these games were going so much faster compared to week 1, and of course there's a lot of chaos in the mix as well. So with that being said, we can definitely see the dynamics shifting, as well as teams are already looking for some really tough pushes to really climb the chart overall. So right now, of course, we see a lot of all these names that may not have done all too well during the first week, and now having some really good score to at least keep up with the rest of the competition. So it's definitely very exciting as we are getting ourselves ready for our very first game. Before we hop on board, of course, there's a whole lot of offerings in the game of PUBG Mobile.
Yep, it is the Galadra X-Suit, available right now until September 30th, with an exclusive lobby post available. Wreak Havoc also with the Sky Huntress MG3, the first ever advanced upgradable MG3. And every time you log in every day, first draw of the day is 10 UC. And let me correct myself earlier, Contra, I did check the stats. Sin actually got a chicken dinner yesterday. And if I'm not mistaken, that was the last game, or probably the 5th game in Miramar. Now, I did mention that they didn't really had any good games until they got that chicken dinner. So I just hope that Sin will have that momentum coming in here in the first map of Sanhok. And speaking of Sanhok, we always call Sanhok the land of the Myanmar teams. But yesterday, Contra, Austria did win that map in Sanhok. And speaking of Austria, and speaking of any of the teams, let's talk about now our caster's prediction here in the English broadcast. Mine is TTQ, or Time to Quick Esports. They're coming from a rest day, and I think they're going to be one of those teams that will find, you know, their ways going into this map. Again, they're coming from Myanmar as well. So again, the Myanmar region is really good in this map.
I absolutely do agree, and I was also thinking about TTQ when they moved back into this particular map, as well as they've really shown such strong records in the past. And, you know, I was hyped up from yesterday's craziest win, where we saw a solo player taking down 2 squads in order to secure the chicken dinner. I want to see Strangers Esports to secure another one. Of course, it always gets a lot more rowdy when it comes down to how the battles go inside of Sanhok, but I can only hope that the rest of the casters, majority of them going for Austria Esports, in hopes that they will pull another win like yesterday in Sanhok.
Right, and you can see a lot of Austria, like 4. One for Queen Toya. Zan got his own Austria. And then look at the KH commentary team. Ria Mancor and Big Daddy got their Austria pulled up there. Sammy actually picked Sin in this map. Highly unlikely, in my opinion, because it only benefits Sin if the circle would go at the Comp Alpha area. Remember, they drop at Hatin, so if ever the circle will not be there, most of the time the team of Ranked would be gate kept by the teams who are right nearby the bridge, either the right side bridge or just the down below Camp Alpha. There's also a bridge out there, So if ever Genesis Esports would be, staying there right at the bridge area, and then we'll try to gatekeep Sin, and sometimes Austria Esports also would do some type of bridge camp right over there. So highly unlikely for Sin to win, unless the circle would go right straight at him.
Yeah, I certainly do agree that, in so many of all these Sanhok games that have been played out, this season itself, we haven't really seen too many of that Alpha Island type of ending where, Sydney Esports, most often than not, were needing to relocate themselves into different areas of play for most of the time, which sees them getting caught either in certain battles before moving into the late game. But, we do have a lot of all these fun stuff for you guys, as you have the QR code popping on your screen where you can vote for your favorite team to get the chicken dinner. And not only that, you can also vote for who you think is the rising star of the tournament. Of course, the rising star is looking to be Red Bull, coming out of Austria Esports with his form. He's been winning multiple MVPs. If you want a safe pick, I guess that's one for you guys. There's Federales, there's Martin, there's so many great names out there. And based on yesterday, I might even vote for 762 because he's looking so good when he played out that chicken dinner.
Yeah, actually, the PH region did celebrated his 4-kill in 30-second clutch yesterday. I was like checking the PH broadcast, and there were so many fans out there for 762 cheering for him. Now the question is, can he continue on doing those clutch moments here in day number 2? Just one thing as well. We just got word, Contra, that RTC Esports is not playing. I'm not sure if it's just only for one match. I just hope that it's only for one match though, because definitely they would need all of the matches for today in order for them to bounce back from week number 1, where they only got the 20th spot in the league points. So they only got like 1 point in the league points. So that's not really going to be helpful if they really wanted to qualify in the grand finals.
Yeah, I really do hope that it's only for one game, because when we move into all these maps, right, like having 15 teams, it does also alter the amount of points certain teams could actually get, because like that's 4 points worth of eliminations, and also at the very same time we also want the impact of having RTC around. I think like week 1 we've seen a lot of brilliance coming in from the side of RTC, and yesterday might have actually been a little harsh for them, because they are definitely in a dire need to get as many points as possible. But you know what? The show must go on, ladies and gentlemen, as we do have the timer right onto the top right end of your screen. So with that being said, Cuckoo, I'm ready for what's about to come here in the PMCL Southeast Asia as we begin our run, moving into our very first map, and it's going to be in Sanhok. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Yeah, sit back, relax. We're trying to engage just keep safe. I know that there's a lot of rain happening right now in the Metro Manila area, so I hope you are safe, and I hope that you get back home safely from work. But for now, let's start with the flight path here in Sanhok, coming from the northern side of Kampong, or just on the Lakawi area, going to the ruins area in Tambang. And again, this is not really gonna affect a lot because this is a very small map. They can definitely glide over to wherever they want to drop off, and expect that Austria will be going to Cow. Paradise Resort will be taken by Genesis Esports. Right now, the question is, in bootcamp, will we see another 1v1 with a great one between STE and Kill Enemy?
Yeah, that's going to be pretty interesting, as we already see 2 different colors light up inside of bootcamp. So they will be in a brawl in moments time. But what's interesting to me is also to see now with Group E's involvement, Goat Esports, they have the entire southeastern corner of the map with areas like Lakawi, Kampong. If they want to extend to Cave or even Docks, they can get plenty of loots to begin with. But we kicked off with our battle here, immediately getting a drop as STE looks for a takedown, but it will be traded right back. 2 members down from the side of KE. Only another 2 members alive for their side to hold up against the rest of Strangers Esports. A flying start, and really, it's all down to Perillo right now. I'm not too sure if he's going to be able to do much, but he at least have those weapons in hand. Shots being fired, he's only down to take of health left as STE is looking for the full cleanup as they give chase. And eventually, it's all down to Master D2K, and that will be pretty much sufficient with STE having such a strong start to day 2.
Another strong start for day number 2 for Strangers Esports. Looks like they're getting their energy in Sanhok. Remember from yesterday as well that they were able to kill enemy from boot camp as well. So that's actually a 2-0 for week number 2 for Strangers Esports. It's also good to see that they were not eliminated, at least like one of them. So all 4 members are still strong. But there's another hot drop here, Contra, as you could see, Jisoo, GG, Good Game Esports dropped together with RSG. Now for Good Game, one of their players is already out. They're just surrounding the areas of Camp Bravo. So what they can do, or Camp Charlie, so what they can do right now is to just wait it out until RSG would get out from that vicinity. For Jisoo, though, if he gets spotted, it'll be hard for him to defend himself because it might be a 4v1.
Yeah, it's a really tough ordeal for the likes of RSG. This being the very first game of the week as well. Barely even getting a proper warm-up, and they're pretty much having to deal with a wraparound coming in from the rest of GG. As they're being very opportunistic from the side of GG. But I'm not too sure if they will be able to actually get many of all these picks, as they're just going to be keeping themselves indoors. But they're stepping on the outskirts. I believe they know that there's going to be somebody around. Millie popping over onto the corner. They find Jisoo. Master Vape makes quick work with the shotgun in hand. So he's going to be able to heal up while GG botched away from the scene. I mean, they absolutely botched that form of setup, so they will have to just pull all the way back, losing 1 member, or shall I say 2, because we missed the early part of the action where Noir was also taken down.
And I love to see the aggressiveness from Good Game Esports. It's just that they didn't really see RSG coming here at Camp Charlie. Well, for right now, they will survive with 2 players remaining. They can, still stand until the latter stages. Best thing that they can do now is to grab vehicles so that if ever the circle would be far away from them, then they will have much better transportation, and they can definitely just get a compound like what they always did during week number 1, and that's where they're actually successful in the map of Sanhok. And if they're able to get a compound, they can go ahead and just gatekeep everyone from coming in to the circle. However, we see now Jibna gonna be thrown out is TTQ. Those frag grenades. Ooh, but Liquid takes down Jibna. Now Jibna really far away from his teammate. Look at the minimap. No dread around the area.
Oh boy, and TTQ really made it look so clean. Barely any damage to be done upon them as well. And that's straight up 3 points with Dread Esports being so scattered off. Now it's only Damon left, and thankfully he's not anywhere close to the rest of TTQ as well, as he'll be on the lookout. But TTQ most likely than not won't be traversing into this corner just within the next couple of minutes. They're already on wheels to relocate perhaps a little bit more towards the central area of play. Now, I haven't really got to see where exactly the first stage of the circle is currently at. So, more often than not, teams are just making sure that they take a couple of checkpoints before getting into a certain space at the moment. As it's just going to be a chill time for the side of Damon and a long game to be played out here. But TTQ, great start for them. They will be able to at least garner a lot more control now moving towards the central area of play, where eventually they might even lock horns with other squads that's also looking to book a prime spot up in the hills, where we're taking a look at Go Esports.
And while you were saying that, Claire able to get 1 from Strangers Esports, and that was NC2. So it looks like Elevate Esports is already now looking towards bootcamp or wherever STE had rotated already. Most likely they rotated right around the western side part, because I know Elevate drops at that area. But for Goat, you mentioned earlier they dropped right around the southeastern side part.
Hmm.
So they got Lakawi, they got Docks as well. So they do have a lot of loots for their squad. But for now, you can see STE now going for vehicles. Elevate is actually looking at them from right above. Claire is right there with his vehicle as well. So again, the meta here now in Sanhok again can be connected now to whatever meta we have in Erangel, wherein vehicles are very much important now. But the only difference is here in Sanhok, once you hear gunshots, then you can just easily go to wherever gunshot it is, and you can go for a third party or even maybe a fourth party.
Yeah, true enough. And it also increases the tempo of play inside of Sanhok, where it's still rather dangerous, driving around some of all these areas, especially towards the hills. And as we take a look at all the teams currently situated into the southern portion of the map, it's still pretty much close to the center, so majority of them are already inbound. But not so much for GOT7 as well as Sin Esports. They are taking their sweet time, where Damon is still lurking around the corners of Ruin. So not too sure what to make out of it, but it's going to be a long journey for Damon because I don't see him getting any vehicles at the moment. And they also do have to cut through the bridge across Pinead to make pass into the very first two stages. So GE, they take a late approach. They move into the central area from not too far off. Well, usually playing around some areas of Paradise. And here comes a huge crash right down below as GE hoping to just join right in with his teammates to take this battle in the area of Bond. Meanwhile, there's Harame Bros taking out the rest of RSG. Nate's now being locked in from either side, maybe brought down to 50%. Will be healing up as the rest of Harame Bros opt to give a lot more spacing because they will be able to take better control further down the hillside.
And as you say that, UI gets one of the players of GE. The good thing about our RSG now, I mean, even though they're on the downslope area, they're not like as open as Harame Bro, and this is why Harame Bro had to bail out from that scene. They're very much open out there, and if the battle would happen like for like 5 minutes, eventually someone else would see them with all of those gunshots, all of those bombs that they make. So that's why they're going for compounds right now. But they're gonna probably split up. Look at the Jappy. Jappy is just scouting the area right above the hillside.
Yeah.
So you are gonna be expecting Arambro right now to just stay in there until the next circle comes. We still do have though a minute and a half left until we go on to stage number 3. So it's just a battle of positioning is what we're going to see right now, Contra.
True enough. And then on top of that as well, when we take a look into yesterday's round for Harame Bros, they did actually lose that battle on that very same position. They're not looking to commit the same mistakes twice because what you just mentioned, it's a very open area through that hill. You don't want to spend too much time right there. So it is for safety measures at the very same time. Speaking of safety measures, though, Damon now was forced to play all alone after losing 3 members early on to some of these players, which I do believe to be from TTQ earlier. Now, it's going to be Osio that will drive through as Martin gets picked off easily by 21 of Go Esports. Well, that definitely will be relayed to the rest of Asia that certain areas of these hills are out of their reach for the moment. So today what's interesting to note is that Nang X will be starting in the lineup as well with a little bit of switch. I wonder how does this actually favor them throughout the course of the run.
Yeah, you're right with that. But for now, this is so bad for Ostia. They really needed Martin's presence. I mean, if you remember from yesterday, he was very much there together with Red Bull. Red Bull, though, had more impact in that game. But if you lose Martin, then it'll be a lot more of work coming from Skynet, and now with Nangx coming in this lineup. Another thing that I noticed, Contra, is Dread Esports. Jashi got subbed into Barney, so Barney isn't playing for this game. And after when they have done that, 3 of their players got eliminated early. So it's now going to be just Damon who will try his best to survive. And good thing the circle actually shifted over to him right around Painan, so he can just like hide inside one of these houses in Painan and just wait it out until the next circle. Looking at the rest of the teams, we have Sin still in the blue zone together with God7 and GG. So they're on a late rotation, and this is what I said and I mentioned earlier about Sin. They're coming from Hatin, so if they try to go over to the right bridge from Hatin, they will be gatekept by Austria or maybe even Genesis Esports. So they have opted in to go for a hard rotation going to the western side part of the circle.
Yeah, it's definitely going to take a while for them to make that decision. Meanwhile, Go Esports has been taking firm control of this ban area as they've been battling with the likes of Austria as well as Genesis Esports. Austria seemingly still looking to relocate themselves into somewhere safer. They've already lost 2 in the process. Other than Martin, another player has been taken down throughout the course, and Ferdinand is also getting knocked right now, as all these teams are really hoping to take space while at it. They are getting in the mix of all these small little pickoff. Now, today we also get a lot of votes coming in for Elevate Esports to be our number 3 team. Meanwhile, more shots fired throughout the course of Bound as they are fighting through the warehouses. DD now getting some suppressive shots over onto the other members of Exquisite, but shots are coming from the back as well. DD's got to be absolutely careful with this one. UI cooking up that nade, hoping to drop a big one, and he does connect. Beautiful, beautiful stuff, as they will open a little bit more of that space for inside of Exquisite to hold out against Team Max. Really down towards DD to make the difference here, but the stack of Exquisite is making it a little bit more difficult for him to even get across this tractor, and these footsteps are not really giving him too much of all these commotions just yet. DD just having the discipline to actually hold out, while Boy Sean will be able to find Super Pickles as well. This three-way battle is getting a little bit out of hand, I would say.
Oh, and Lufa just pushed in. He realizes that Team Max is getting pinched, all because of that third party coming from afar. I'm not so sure which yellow team it is. Right at the mini-map. Oh, it actually is GE. So GE was the one going for the third party onto Team Max. And Team Max almost pushed onto Exquisite Esports. And Exquisite has men knocked down, so they were able to reset during that time, and they were now able to take out the players of Team Max V9. So now it's going to be just only Boyshan will be the only man left standing. Now the circle, by the way, has shifted away from Painan, so this means that Damon will have to get out of those houses and will probably stay out in the open, and this is just so bad for him. I really would love him to survive, but just so unfortunate that the circle went away.
Yeah, and also there's a flock of kraut around the corners of Painan, so I'm not too sure what are these chances of survival. But at least for now, we get this three-way battle still on course. Boy Sean almost getting taken down. Here comes another one. Ooh. Oh, this one's absolutely going to hit him pretty hard, as Team Max Victoria 9 is already out of the game. No more teams left on the table, though. Super Pickle immediately getting picked by 21. Today has been looking stellar for this individual, but he's going for another lob that opens up that opportunity for Lufa to go in for that pickoff. The player that has played in the Japanese league also looking very sharp as well.
Yeah, and Lufa is actually on point today. We normally see Lufa not really, the form that we know of from Lufa coming from the, the Japanese league. But right now, looks like they're able to get those knockdowns. They're able to get those eliminations. And again, they're coming from a day off. So that means they have a ton of energy and a ton of, gameplays or strategies so that they can actually use it right now. But look at 21, formerly known as Exit. Let's see if he can get some knockdowns with that frag grenade. And by the way, some people are asking, where is RTC? RTC is not playing for match number 1. So we'll hopefully see them in the next few matches to come, but we're not so sure yet for now, as GO21 will try to hide and will most likely go for the loot on towards the player of Team Max.
Speaking of which, Elevate Esports also got themselves into some slight trouble with the advancement of Sin Esports pushing up the hillside. A little scattered moving into this side of the forest, but they are taking position right behind these trees that will be a slight pickoff as two of their members are also getting knocked, or should I say just one of it at the moment of it, trying to hold down the line, making it difficult for them to go in for a firm entry. XYR though, what's going to be the move here, as he does know for a fact that there's one pushing through the smoke. Some of them are spending time in the blue zone. They have to also step in. Beautiful spray, but not really connecting throughout. And here comes the DPS to pull one more down to the ground. He tries to sift past. It will be able to eliminate the entirety of Sin Esports with such finesse. And here comes another team joining in from the back. It's TTQ taking this opportunity to run them over. And there's only so little space left for the side of XYR.
And what sustain coming from XYR, but so unfortunate. 4v1 with TTQ. They got sandwich out there with Sin and TTQ. Just so unfortunate for Elevate Esports. I thought that they have the better angle, but then again, this is Sanhok. Everyone is very nearby each other. Right now, let's go back to where GOAT versus XQS is currently at. Super Pickles is already out. UI is currently down. Now, spots GOAT. GOAT is now going to try to push in. Now, using this Murado, they crashed at the rock. And Yaiko got spotted on the side. Nice shot there from Now going to be cooking up a nade. This might be it for GOAT Esports, as GOAT right now, throws out a nade. There you go. Nice shot. Nice throw, and they are now out.
Beautiful work from and he will be able to at least retrieve UA from this current position. And Exquisite, massive defense. They've been here for the longest of time, winning at least 2 duels already. They can make it into the top 5 if they would be able to hold for a little bit longer. Asha now getting involved, taking down members of the side of TTQ as GE also swarms towards the passage where Exquisite is holding out. Now it's only going to be UA left alone. GE hoping for a chance at redemption as the shots are being fired from RSG to help them out as well. So unfortunate for Exquisite. There's just no safe area to play that one out. But now with Ryder shooting his shot, I'm pretty sure that the rest of GE will have their attentions being drawn towards this corner, and they don't really have that plenty of space to work with at the moment.
Oh yeah. RSG right now out in the open. They must go out of the blue zone in order for them to go onto the other side of the hill so that they can have a little bit of that cover. Now the circle even went out of their way. It shifted away from them. GE also will have to think about also the circle first before trying to push into RSG. This is kind of a hard task as well for Genesis Esports because they're on the downslope. On the higher ground is RSG. Right now you can see Bunny throwing in a frag grenade. Didn't really affect anyone out there, but look at Marnet. Marnet is very nearby on the left-hand side. We don't see him yet, but he's actually throwing out nades already. And then they have also the vehicle, so they can probably push now RSG with all their tools and items that they have.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that they managed to push out also safely because they were from the downslope. If they committed with the entire team of RSG, they would have actually spotted them moving towards their direction as well. But they're giving a little too much space. And on towards their left, they're also being squeezed by the side of GOT7. So this is not going to be the best position to be at. But he tries to hold the line, but he does not connect the shot towards size. But it will be a 1-for-1 trade-off as they did manage to down one for the moment. GE can quickly go in for reset as Martin Boy is going to be revived at the moment. The Blue Zones also chipping in within the span of 30 seconds from now. TTQ on the lookout. This is going to be a tough fight for a top 3 finish. And look at them go. Even with a slight pixel, Liquid does some damage, but not enough to take out GE just yet.
Beautiful headshot from Liquid. I saw that. Just one quick scope and you're gone. And now only one player left for Genesis Esports. And who did I pick, Contra? It is time to quit Esports. It is time for them to grab a chicken dinner. And look at this. Damon, after all of the battles that happened, he survived still. And Red Bull not able to see him.
Wait a minute. How did he squeeze past everybody and then not being sniffed out by Aja? Ripple, he didn't even know that he's on this tight little corner, and he's still prowling through. How is he even surviving? I hope that he does make it to the top 5, though. Meanwhile, battle still taking place over the course of the hill. TTQ holding out against both Harame as well as GE. As shots are being fired, Massive Smile does find Jappy, but that's not going to be enough. Both Harami and GE are out.
Wow. Federales just denying himself there. He doesn't really have much place to go because TTQ is right over there just waiting for him. But Damon is crawling for his life. Nang X doesn't really know that there's Damon right beside him. But he's so much occupied here right now with God7. But look at TTQ. TTQ just killed. One player left now for Austria Esports. And Damon is still crawling. He's going to probably backstab Red Bull.
Yeah, it's just so tough. Meanwhile, Damon having nades being thrown towards his side as that's actually connecting towards Red Bull. This is a good opportunity for Damon to actually go for the pickoff, but it's not necessary. Somehow, Dread Esports make it into the top 3, surviving from the start of the game with only one member left in the squad all the way to the very end. But this battle taking place, most likely, it's either a win for God7
Damon!
or... He actually got one? Are you kidding me? Damon still got some nades offer. He's looking for 2. He's destroying the rest of God7. And TTQ is going to take this time to go ahead to trade right back. And now there's even the chance for Dread Esports to win out this battle.
Oh my goodness. Again, the third party, kind of like what 762 is doing yesterday. But now it's going to be TTQ versus God7. TTQ got 2 players down. Edward QT just confirmed one. Zuki is now crawling onto Liquid now. The nade will be coming onto Liquid. Wow, beautiful frag grenade there from Edward. But now it's going to be a 3v1. This is going to be hard for Damon. Now they know where the bombs is coming from. And Amora now going out, going on top of that rock. No, it's going to be Damon now. Tries to go for the DPS, but no. It's going to be God7 who will grab the winner chicken dinner for match 1 here in day number 2.
It's just crazy to see all these individual performances out there. For a moment, I really thought that Damon can actually clutch it, just like how So16 did from yesterday. But he definitely did so much damage towards the side of TTQ, denying them a potential victory. Where you saw TTQ, they've got more than 10 points out of eliminations by this course of the match. But for the likes of God7, I think like they've definitely have shown that this map, they have definitely been very well versed onto how to play out some of all these end games. So a little bit of worrying side as well, especially those nades flying through, because like either side of these parties could have actually got clipped, but by the end of it all, it looks a lot more convincing that they still have 3 members alive. So they will be claiming the very first win as we take a look at the highlights and some shenanigans that happened throughout the course of Sanhok.
It's all about hot drops, actually. It started with STE and KE, and then with GG and RSG. And then this was Rix, sustaining 3 players of Sin. How can you do this for this type of map? Just all of the angles being, thrown out by other squads. And then you can see the powerful Red Bull, again, the MVP. A lot of MVPs that he got from yesterday. And then it was GE who tried her best, pushing RSG, eventually got killed by Federales from Harami Bro. And then it was Austria Esports who tried her best also to try to get into the circle, but it's just way too open for them. They only had smokes and thin pieces of trees who can get them covered. And then it was the nades coming from Damon, and the only problem that he did was he didn't do any type of follow-up for his squad, whereas Edward and God7 were able to get that reset. But anyways, the MVP for this matchup is going to be Zuki of TTQ with 4 eliminations.
Yeah, and it was a little chaotic towards the very end, but TTQ, throughout the course of this game, they managed to eliminate those 3 members out of Dread Esports to really ramp up their numbers of elimination points throughout the course of the battle. And the way that they really positioned to also take a lot of third parties have really resulted in them almost wiping out at least 3 squads from the numbers of takedowns that they do have, and majority of that damage is actually coming from Zuki here with 719. So great start for TTQ to actually set the tempo for what they could actually do in these upcoming rounds of Erangel up next. So other than that, we go into the winner's stats to really check out ZOD7's 5-pointer elimination. So that's 15 points in this round itself, as they've been playing it a little bit safer throughout the early stages to really get into that tight space into this side of the hill. But it hasn't been all too easy for a majority of the teams to really get by, but they managed to at least bring almost a full squad with them throughout the course of the battle.
Yeah, the circle wasn't really too easy for a lot of the squads, actually for everyone, because you cannot really even go into the middle portion of the circle. It's way out in the open, so you gotta be at the edges of the circle, like what TTQ did, like what God7 did, and same goes to Austria and GE. The only thing about God7 was they almost got eliminated in this matchup, all because of that Damon frag grenade. And if not for TTQ's knockdowns, then I mean, if say for example they weren't get knocked down, then you know God7 will be taken out by TTQ instead. But good recovery coming from God7, as they were able to manage to get that winner chicken dinner with only like less than double digit of an elimination. But anyways, this is match number 1's overall stats, and if you try to look at it, I think this is the first time that we've seen the airdrop got looted twice. So a lot of airdrop looted on this map. They needed the care package probably to replenish the helmets and the vests, because there were just too many engagements happening all throughout the map.
Yeah, and also some numbers are decreased because RTC were unable to play this very first match as well. So other than that, it's pretty standard. But we saw some really beautiful shots in this round itself, where we saw the battle between Harame Bros, GE, and also what I do believe to be TTQ, where they managed to really take good control up towards the hillside. And right now, it's TTQ leading the pack with their hot win with 19 points. Meanwhile, God7, well, actually, God7's the one that actually wins out the round, but TTQ had more elimination points, just to correct myself right there. But Dread Esports, what an effort! That's 9 points, and it's all thanks to Damon that really pulled this one out of the bag.
Well, for TTQ, again, this is my prediction for match 1. Just so unfortunate that they weren't able to get the chicken dinner, but they were top number 1 in this match, so still a good pick for me. You did pick STE, which they got all their 4 eliminations right in the early stages against KE. So now knowing that STE didn't really survive right until the end of the game, most likely you are going to be expecting them to bounce back in the next match, which is going to be in Erangel. Again, 3 Erangel maps are coming in your way, so just stick around. To those viewers who are just coming in our live stream. And now let's look at the overall standings, the updated one, as Austria is still at number 1 with 78 points. God7 now at top number 2 with 58 points. Dread now with 55. Then Harame Bro with 51. SD is right still there with 45. TTQ up in their score line with 39 now. And GE is still there at 7 with 38. For the rest, YG is not playing today, Contra, so expect YG and the others who will not be playing today to go down in their overall rank.
Yeah, I would still say that they will be somewhere within the 11th place threshold or so, especially with the rest of the squads are also playing. So it really depends on the Group E teams to really push these numbers up in order to overtake Yangon Galacticos. Despite GG playing those number of games from the past day, they're not exactly in a safe number of points, as they're only getting about 20 over points right now, 23 to be specific. So, of course, there's still plenty of all these opportunities for Group E to play catch up, and it was a really good round 1 that we're seeing coming in from Sanhok, especially for the likes of TTQ as well as Dread Esports pulling some big points out of that round. But moving to Erangel, of course, the tempo of play is going to be absolutely different as compared to what we saw early on. But the teams definitely do prefer a little bit more of that coordinated play as well as rotation. So it's going to be pretty much another form of round where we'll see perhaps more improvements to be shown heading into some of these battles. Yesterday's matches in Erangel was some of the hardest to be played out. So I think that Group E was really thankful that they weren't exactly playing those matchups. So perhaps today it'll be a little bit kinder.
Yeah, a little bit kinder because yesterday Circle was way all over the place for Erangel. Goes down on south, then goes out at the western side where 762 got that clutch at the very end. So a lot of things happened in the three matches of Erangel yesterday. So again, we're hoping for the circle to be much more, much kinder to the players or teams who are playing right now. Now, for Erangel, now that we don't have YG, so Georgia Pool will be open for this time around. So if you're talking about dropping points, RTC they didn't play match number one, so we'll get an update if RTC will be playing in match number two. RTC is one of those teams, Contra, that doesn't really have like a permanent dropping point
Yeah.
in every each map, like Sanhok, Erangel, and Miramar. We do know that they have a dropping point yesterday in Milta, but it is still not effective as they aren't able to get a lot of scores. So maybe try to go at Georgia Pool. There's a much better loot and a much better position. If say for example Circle would go right around Gatka, or maybe even go to Georgia Pool like what you wished for yesterday, right?
Yeah, it really does depend, like whether the Lords of the Circle actually feels generous enough to give us what we want, but most often not, it's always randomized where I think like sometimes even not getting what we want is actually a good thing, because yesterday's hard shift that a lot of teams were expecting to be in Milta turns out to be moving back into the Sonaska Islands instead, which have set things up so perfectly for Harame Bros to really get their massive win heading into the opening of week 2. So with that being said, we are definitely going to be looking at how these teams will be able to really make good adjustments, especially for Group E. I want to see how they will actually play this one out, because TTQ is looking very mighty heading into today's battle. So I want to definitely see what else is being offered by this really strong squad that we are seeing right here today.
Well, again, it is expected for TTQ and the rest of the Myanmar squads to be a little bit better compared to the other squads in the map of Sanhok. Now, the question is for Erangel, how well will these teams will play out in the map of Erangel? I think for the past 5 days in week number 1, it was only like YG, and you can probably add a little bit of GE. The ones that are consistent in Erangel. You can actually add Goat, because if you remember, Goat got 2 consecutive chicken dinners in Erangel last week.
True enough. And
So
yeah.
So let's see if Goat can actually advance in this type of scenario wherein they don't have YG in the mix. One more thing that I want to talk about is the lineup of Dread. Barney didn't play for match number 1, so are we going to see Jashi now for the rest of the few games to come?
Probably might actually come in to play out some of these matches of Miramar, but of course that's for a little bit later to find out. Jashi definitely deserves to play a whole lot more, and while you guys also play a whole lot of PUBG Mobile, you can also check out the latest deal that's in the game, which is the X Suit, that does offer you not only this beautiful set, but also it comes with a potential advanced upgradable MG tree, the Sky Huntress. This is the first ever MG tree skin that you want to get your hands on. The first roll is at 10 UC, so grab it quick before time runs out, because it only lasts till the end of September.
Yep, and again, if you don't have it yet, please, you can just go for the 10 UC every day, and then once you get it, if you get it like with just only 10 UC, you can tag us, Contra and Kuku TV on Facebook, or maybe in TikTok. You can tag us on that one. But anyways, going back to the conversation, for me, Barney has been more effective compared to Jashi when it comes to playing in the bigger maps. So I would think that Jashi would be designated only for Sanhok, because we saw that in map number 1. Eventually, Barney would come in the much bigger maps. I've heard that they are trying to experiment the lineup who would be more effective, either Jashi or Barney. But again, Barney has been providing a lot more impact. Remember, they got a chicken dinner yesterday as well, right?
Yeah, it definitely does. And of course, who's to also say that Jashi couldn't do the same, right? Because, equal opportunities out there throughout the course of the league. This is still the phase of the league where teams are still able to do certain tests when it comes down to what will be the best dynamics that actually works out for a team. So I'm actually liking how they are approaching some of all these phases of the tournament, where till comes the grand finals, that's where maybe we'll see, a form of a fixed lineup for the course of the entirety of the grand finals, or maybe still switch out one of the days to actually see if things could still work the same. And if everybody's pretty much on the same page and they can work effectively, essentially you have a super solid squad, which is also a very good thing.
Oh yeah. And one more thing about squads, Contra, we just got word that RTC is going to be coming back onto match number 2. They had a little bit of issue when it comes to the players during match number 1. So right now, I think they're all back together. So for match number 2, like what I said, they're dropping around Milta area. So if the strategy that they have for Milta isn't working, a lot of open dropping points is available, knowing that some of the other teams are not playing for today. So might as well. I would highly recommend to go for Georgia Pole. If ever someone else would also take that, again, you have to have a plan B if ever that happens.
Yeah, I guess it really depends on what they're feeling like. As you did say, RTC may not have had certain things to be fixed out. But, KE might not have actually had a really good round from what we saw earlier in Sanhok. But yesterday, there was a top 3 or top 4 finish coming in from KE to open the very first round of Erangel. So perhaps this is also their chance to sort of regain whatever lost points that was coming in from that past matchup. Whereas, we got some good votes in for Team Max from the Cambodians, as we do expect. And I see that you're back into the votes for Asia Esports together with Sammy.
Oh yeah, I mean, Austria Esports, for as long as they're able to maintain Martin and Red Bull together, I think they're going to be so successful. I mean, remember, they got Martin eliminated early in Sanhok for match number 1. So if they can avoid that, if Martin can avoid those early engagements, those early eliminations, then Austria will have a lot of chance of winning again here in Erangel. And yesterday, there was only like one map that they didn't really play well, and that is in Miramar. So expect them to really be good in the map of Erangel. If you remember from yesterday as well, Contra, they had like 2 games or maybe even 3 games. So all those 3 games, they almost got a chicken dinner. It's just that it's a matter of making those split-second decision right at the end game. If they can manage to do that, again, they can get a chicken dinner in Erangel.
Yep, and speaking of which, of course, Austria, they're definitely looking to dominate the entire week if they could, just to get that extra moolah, that extra dough for Red Bull at the very same time. So we shall see if today's going to be, either a dip of performance or even not, because Austria, I think they've already got all the perfect ideas of how they really want to play out some of all these rounds. So we'll see if this is going to be according to what we have predicted so far. But, Elevate Esports, I see that there's also 2 votes for them as well, where, I think throughout the course of the mid-game, if they did successfully hold out against those 2 teams, TTQ as well as one that was pushing from below, they did win 1 battle, but they weren't ready to take on the rest of TTQ. Now playing in Erangel, maybe it does allow them a little bit more of that spacing to at least be a lot more focused. So we shall see if Elevate Esports can actually pull a better record heading into this match.
Right, and you know what? For Elevate, I heard from Rix, because we talked 2 days ago. Rix will be playing the whole week for Elevate Esports. So this is going to be a much different lineup compared to what we have saw from last week for Elevate Esports. So a different kind of dynamic, a different kind of chemistry or synergy is what we are expecting from Elevate Esports. And like what I said yesterday, Contra, this guy Rix, is just a 16-year-old kid, so there's a lot of potential for this kid to be able to improve his gameplay, and in order for him to be able to be successful. And they were a little bit successful in week number 1 because they were able to get top 5. Now, they said that the next goal for them is to be higher than top 5. So let's see if they can be higher than top 5 here in week number 2.
Yeah, I love the mindset coming into their squad because they're looking for gradual improvement than to be, sometimes every single team that plays in the league, they always feel maybe a little bit, you only go for that number 1 or nothing at all, that's not exactly how PUBG Mobile works. Like, when you're fighting against some of the best squads around Southeast Asia, chances are there are certain rounds where it is going to be absolutely tough. So with that in mind, I like that there is a certain form of a target that they're really looking to acquire in a gradual process than to, just trying to really push into uncomfortable ground where, say if a team is not really ready to always go on the full aggressive to take fights, don't force it. Like, maybe you just know that there's a better alternative for your team to get adjusted into a little bit more of a progress towards aggressive gameplay or improvements in terms of ranking. I think like that's the best way forward for such a squad.
Right. I mean, even in life, Contra, if you try to compare it in life, you have to have that little bit of progress every single day. If you didn't get it on this day, then get it tomorrow, maybe in the next few days to come. Kind of like what Elevate is doing right now. Just every week of progress is the best approach. As for the prediction for KH, for Ria Mancor and Big Daddy, I'm not yet so sure with Team Max X Victoria 9. They have to really prove themselves that they can be consistent. Because last week, they only had like 1 day, which is the last day of the week, day number 5. So they have to prove that they can be consistent, like what God7 is doing right now. They have proven us already. God7, even though they had like a couple maybe of games yesterday that they lost and didn't really got a lot of points, but the rest, like 3 out of the 5 of the games of God7 yesterday was on point. And just right now in day number 2 here on week 2, they got a chicken dinner already for match number 1. So Team Max has to do the same if they want to be someone like a much higher team right now. God7 will be someone that they would have to imitate. And if they were able to do that, if they're able to be consistent, then I'll be a believer with the prediction of the KH commentary team.
Yeah, I guess after all, I believe throughout these past couple of years, Rimancor has also developed his own team. I believe Team Max is actually co-owned by himself, so he says rooting for his own homeboys. Nothing too wrong with that. But overall, I do agree with you. Like after Stalker retires, it really feels like there's a huge void in the squad overall where, it does look very, very different in terms of the tempo of play, where Team Max don't seem like they are well adjusted yet towards how the rest of these squads from the rest of Southeast Asia is currently holding up against them. So I hope that they can eventually get back a certain form of a winning rhythm before, I get convinced just like you, because Team Max, they used to be a team that really holds all the glory, and it's really tough to actually see them not really having the best of week 1, but week 2, still plenty of opportunities out there, and this is an opportunity for you guys to once again vote for your favorite team. And thank you guys for voting early on. I believe that was a lot of votes coming in from Elevate Esports throughout the past round, so great work, guys. Keep it up.
Yeah, and this is the first time actually that we didn't see Erangel Bro in the top 3. So Elevate Esports getting 11%, and then the rest came from Austria and Genesis Esports, which is the usual. So it's very interesting in the PH region right now. They're kind of like divided with Harame Bro, Elevate Esports and Sin. So a lot of fights happening in a lot of civil war, I might say, in the PH community right now.
Probably friendly
for whoever.
banners, most likely.
Yeah,
than not.
exactly, exactly. Well, let's find out if who will be the next ones that'll be popped up on the left hand side of our screen. Make sure to scan the QR code before it actually goes away, so that you can have a chance to vote for your own favorite team. And like what you said, Contra, you can also vote for your own rising star, so that it'll not be always Federalis. Federalis has been there always. You know what I mean? Like you do have your own rising star. Maybe you can convince us as well that this guy is gonna be the rising star. Like what Red Bull is showing us right now. Red Bull has been the man for Austria Esports, and it has been the man for PMCL region. So let's see if he can continue on with his dominance in the next few games to come.
Yeah, and I just love that, he's really showing up so strong, especially now with the addition of Martin in the mix. And at the very same time, kudos to my dear friend Matoy as well. It's been quite a long time since I met him, back in the days where he was in Illuminate, till all the other squads that he's been joining, including Team Secret. I'm really glad to actually see him still being involved in the scene, and he is definitely one of the smartest IGL that I've actually seen hailing from Thailand. Now he's really imparting it back into Asia Esports, and it really seemed to be very, very effective on how this team works for what it's worth, right? In terms of aggression. It's not just Red Bull that we're looking at. We're seeing Martin also drawing a whole lot of elimination points for the squad. And so far, if anybody were to best Matoy, they really gotta do a lot of prep work. That's what I gotta say. Prep work makes the dream work. Including
can we just say, Contra, that Matoy is Mr. Southeast Asia, because he's already played for Thailand, he's already played for Malaysia, and now he's playing for Cambodia.
Oh yeah.
So we could probably say he's Mr. Southeast Asia now. Even though he's a coach, you know what I mean? I mean, he's providing a lot of impact, because a lot of these strategies of Austria Esports is coming from him, right?
True enough, and of course, you could give him that title. For now, there's still a long league ahead for him to claim his very first trophy for Cambodia. That's definitely going to be one of the targets. And as we will now begin our round into Erangel, I really wonder how this one's going to go, especially with the involvement of Group E. TTQ looking super strong when it comes down to taking fights. So what are the chances that TTQ could even best the likes of Austria that's always rampaging throughout this map? And with also Yangon Galacticos and the entirety of Group B taking a backseat for today, I think there's definitely a lot of interesting areas where teams can actually grab hold of moving into this map.
And for TTQ, you did mention if they can, manage to go for another one here, another good game for Erangel. The only problem with TTQ right now is all of their inconsistencies. Like, there will be one game that they'll be good, then the next couple of games they'll be bad, and then they will try to bounce back right after 2 or maybe even 3 games. So they must make those adjustments from the errors that they have made during week number 1, and if they can manage to do that, then we will definitely see the TTQ that we know of during the summer league. Because if you remember, during grand finals during PMCL summer, they were top number 3. Just right above them is Austria and Harame Bro. So if they can manage to go back to their grand finals form during the league, then maybe we can definitely say that this team is very scary. Oh, but look at this. TTQ right away. We were talking about them, and then all of a sudden KH got pistoled.
Did we just curse them in the form of just talking too much about TTQ or what? But Goat Esports, they found themselves an opening pick. I believe they were battling for this vehicle, which TTQ managed to secure. But now that they lost one member, they're also sending themselves into a different portion of the map, or perhaps just going directly into the island to get those early loots possible, or perhaps even move into areas like Very Pure since it's still pretty much available. But From what we saw through the minimap earlier, I don't believe that there's any other battles that's taking place for the moment, so teams are just going to be easily looting it up for the very first phase. So plenty of time for us to actually have a little bit of chit-chat, right? So, just looking at what could potentially happen for the side of TQ. Perhaps they're really not showing us their full form just yet, and they like to wait till perhaps the grand finals to really show their true colors, like how they did in the past season. But at the very least, when they look good, they definitely look like a team that could best, even some of the ones that are currently topping the table, like Asia Esports, elevate, having Coca-Cola to find one from a distance as well. Interesting pickoff coming from this direction, especially early moves coming from GOAT. Not too sure what to make of it, as these two members are down and without any help at all.
Yeah, and we did mention about the greatness of GOAT in Erangel. 2 chicken dinners in a row during week number 1. During, I think that was day number 2 or day 3. So looks like they are currently on a struggle. They were able to get one coming off from that TTQ elimination, and right now they will be able to get the reset is what they needed here. It's just so good that Elevate Esports Contra is not really fond of going for early engagements. That's what they actually mentioned to me when I actually talked to Rick. So expect them, if there will be another squad right beside them, for them to just bail out from the scene. But for now, Boy Shan, looks like they're going to prove us wrong earlier on, as they're able to take a look at one of the players of Dread Esports who's currently down on the ground. This is Jashi, who again just came in here on day number 2. Still, the struggles is there. So if I am the coach or analyst, or if they don't have a coach or analyst for Dread, I would definitely just put Barney back in.
Well, of course, I'll still give some chances for the side of Jashi. Well, I don't want to be too hard on him for now, but Barney definitely looking to be really showing up for many of all these games. And Jashi, honestly, I don't know the reasoning behind dropping into prison all alone. As Red Esports, they're not going to be sending help because they know for a fact that there's more than one member inside of this prison area. So to just leave him be to at least gather that intel that there is going to be a squad around this corner. And taking a look, honestly, the rest of Dread Esports are pretty far away as well. So not a chance at all. So gotta improve on maybe this certain decision making. Maybe an early split like that is not worth the risk taking. And for now, like, playing around that section of the map, still gonna be pretty A-okay, but for the rest of Exquisite, they're already taking up this fight against GG, wrapping around this entire course, and Super Pickles quickly obliterates them with the DBS. Not even a single second for them to respond with a bullet out of the chamber? That's impressive.
Yeah, that's very impressive. Now West goes for the third party here, as Lufa is now ready for the frag grenade. Also for the side of GE, they're now cooking up those nades. Oh, but then again now, Lufa almost got taken down, but the jump shot with the PP Blyson, really good coming from West here, as now Lufa will be down and will most likely bleed out, as now GE now plans out on the push. And this is the discipline that we talked about yesterday. Ooh, looks like GE will bail out from the scene, and this is because Aberami Bros now, who's going to go for the fourth party. Federales takes out Marnet. And again, it's not worth it anymore for GE. They got one. Eventually, they will get more in the future. And again, this is all because of Arami Bro going for the third party between Exquisite and GE. Arami Bro does have one elimination already. This is coming from Rig, and now they can go for their rotation now after that. And it's going to be no more engagement for the meantime. We still do have, by the way, just less than 2 minutes left for them to be able to rotate into the zone. It's still very early or Contra, but we're seeing a lot of engagements.
Yeah, I just love the proactiveness of Harami Bros. Like, GE thought that the coast is clear where they could just go in to be the third party out there. Like I said, that could have been a worthy pickoff by just thirsting that one member down. But now that they've lost one member of their own, they are forced to pull all the way back. West Curry did manage to find a catch as well, it seems. Or perhaps they're the ones who get knocked, and that will be secured by NC2. This whole region south of Yasnaya feels at least currently 5 teams. So I do believe that this will be where the circle will be played out eventually, with so many of all these teams already wrapping across these sections. NC2, so efficient on that pickoff, now leaves only 2 members standing in the way for the side of GE. And Harame Bros, they will now pry open this compound, as this was initially what GE wanted to do initially before the advancement of Harame Bros. So this is where they will take their chances once again. Range now taking an alternative angle, whereas Exquisite will have Super Pickles lying on the ground to try to surprise them. Federalis did manage to pop him before he could do anything at all from the outskirts. Now checking with the Molotovs being thrown in as well. Harame Bros looking super efficient with this push towards this compound, as MM is going to be the only one hiding right inside there. Jappy unfortunately naded himself in the process, and this opens some chances back towards Exquisite.
But the problem is only 1 player left for Exquisite Esports. MM and try to go for the kill here for Jappy, but he will be up against 3 players of Harame Bro. So it's going to be a reset here for both squads. Rig going for the revive now for Jappy, as MM now going for the revive for Super Pickles. Ooh, that's a bad throw of that frag grenade on for Federalis. Now MM ready for action, but good reflex here coming from Harame Bro. Rig now goes down. Now the trade coming from range as he knocks down Super Pickles. Now it's going to be a push now for Harame Bro. Jappy gets in, and there you go. That's it. Last member for Exquisite is out.
Yeah, thankfully these 2 members of Harame Bros would still be able to be revived out there, but it was looking a little bit dicey, especially with the self-nade, and Federalis almost taking himself out as well. Maybe they just needed a little time to shake off a little bit of rust, but at least it was a win nonetheless for the rest of Harame Bros. Team Max now passes by. I believe they won't be stopping anytime soon, as they are looking for a spot across Rozak instead. Moving deeper into the forest in order to get that access in towards the northern portion of Rozak, as this will be the next area of play. GE's gonna be happy if they didn't move at all, you know, like GE usually drops into Rozak. Now they lost 2 members, it really felt like they will lose control of their home ground in particular. Austria taking a late approach as they move in from the southern side, whereas KE as well as Elevate Esports, they're taking the late approach, moving up the north. KE tracing right behind Elevate Esports. I wonder if there's going to be a battle happening soon. From where we're currently looking at, all these teams are pretty much in a tight cluster across the fields. Though from the minimap, it looks really close, but there's still decent amount of spacing for them to work with.
Yep, there's still a lot of spaces actually on the northern side of the circle. So if Elevate Esports is going to be avoiding all these teams, the north side will be their friend. As for GE, they can use all these compounds or buildings, or maybe city buildings here at Rozak in order for them to sustain, probably right until stage number 4. But for now, Goat 21 looking at Elevate, and again, like what I said, Contra, Elevate really not a fan of going for early engagements, so they're just gonna be hiding inside a small compound. They're gonna try to just defend for now, and if Goat will get a knockdown, then they might get pushed here easily. As right now we're looking at Rix here, or XYR is what we call him now. 2 teams actually just scouting the area. This is RTC now back in action, and they were inactive during match number 1 due to some player issues, but for now they're going to be right here back in match number 2. The circle now has shifted. It's going to be shifted away from Elevate Esports, so they will have to move out.
Yeah, quite unfortunate for them though. I'm glad that has been resolved for them to be able to play through the entire course of today, where that's a chunk of points that is potentially lost from not playing in that specific matchup. But there's still plenty of opportunities out here. But they will have to go up against all these teams coming from Group E. So hopefully with the amount of game time that they do have throughout the remainder of this week, they should be able to at least put in some decent numbers other than that one match that was being pretty much counted out for. For the moment, Goat Esports already having their vehicles smoked up. Got to be careful on their journey. But at least they're playing over in the north side, you know, like there's just plenty of that space that we talked about earlier where majority of these teams are still around south side, where Rosal seems to be the main focal point for all the teams out there for very good reasons, as it shifts back into the south side instead. Now, trouble lies ahead for the teams up north. There are still certain regions that they could still play, especially where GOT7 is playing from. If they just move slightly south into the corner of the area, they should still be able to hold out. Meanwhile, Japanese will be able to find Dread members as they will go for a one-for-one exchange. Interesting on what's really happening here as Rake might need some helping hand. Japanese already moving towards his way, so let's see if Dread Esports can actually get more out of this position, because this is a very risky spot for Harame Bros.
Yeah, very risky at all. For now. Ooh, now the nade actually will eliminate Rig. Nice nade from Demios, thrown out from school, and now on the kill feed it's KE versus Elevate. Ooh, and Jappy almost exploded his vehicle, and now. And again, there's going to be coming some gunshots coming from the rest of the apartments, which is Federalis, going from for some suppressing fire. Now Elevate will have to fight against KE. No more early engagement for you. We are now in the mid game. Aurelio now throws a nade. Ooh, exploded right at Claire, and Claire won't get revived anymore, as KE now will have to defend themselves. Only 2 players left for them. Elevate can still go for an off angle here, which is why Coca-Cola is trying to get an off angle off on Carrillo. Carrillo almost dying there. Good thing he was able to get in the vehicle, was able to get away. Now XYR again, this kid, can he show us some miracle here again, like what we saw from match number 1, a 1v3 earlier. He did sustain that. It's going to be a 1v1 for now against Master D2K. Now XYR, now here's the footsteps. Ooh, it actually throws it out on a different angle, and Elevate got eliminated.
Oh, not too sure what really went on there, as the rest of the members of Elevate was hoping to take a better position into the zone to try to zone off the rest of KE, but KE is just playing it a little bit smarter, holding a little bit back, as they do have a vantage point coming from the hill side. So from that position, despite them by the edge of the blue zone, they managed to best the entirety of LA Esports, which is rather surprising considering the fact that they only have these 2 players alive. Super impressive. But now, still, there's plenty of troubles lying ahead for the side of KE, where they still have to cut over onto the bridge, where there's just teams after teams racing their way into the middle of the sector. One vehicle explodes from the side of KE, leaving only 1 more member remaining. This is not looking too good for those guys up north, wouldn't we say? Now, of course, we focus on to all the other squads that are around the Rosal area. There's about more than 5 teams at the moment. As nades are being exchanged, and it does blow up on 21. So it's a 1-for-1 after all, eye for an eye. But not much that Nora can do to actually contribute in that scuffle. He's going to be limping. Now he's got to set up that smoke. But can he journey his way through safely, though? Because there's plenty of crowd here in the city.
Oh, and the last guy of KE got spotted by TTQ. Liquid gets a kill, gets an elimination there for their squad. But again, looking at this circle, looks like they got the full western side part of this the circle. There's not much of any teams lurking around the area. It looks like they have opted into going to Rozak and do an urban warfare with the rest. There were some eliminations right on the kill feed, I think coming from GOAT and GG. And this is Team Max V9 going for some sort of a little bit of that third party coming from the 2 nade blows from both squads. The rest will be GE, who is still quiet over there as they only have 2 players left. Same goes with RTC, who's very passive right above them. So for now, it's all about Team Max, who has a better angle towards GG and Team GOAT Esports. There's actually another team right just above them for for Team Max V9. I'm not so sure who it is, though. It's the pink team on the mini-map. Oh, there we go. Yahiko got spotted by Navit, going for the single shot from the Mini 14. Not going to do anything as of yet. Oh, there we go. That's DD spots little Yatka. But then the problem is, if you get a knockdown, it's going to be hard for you to get that elimination right away.
Yeah, that's the problem about playing in within the cities as well, where it's not so straightforward. You're just looking for a couple of trades, and so long as you whittle them down, they're going to be weakened heading into the late game. But they can try as much as they may. The more knocks that you get, the player bleeds out even quicker, so they can try and try again. But they got to take a look at their own resources while at it. But for now, there's still plenty left in the tank, at the very least, for them to go as hard as they want. And it goes further and further away from Rozhok, so this is definitely going to be trouble for the rest of GE as well as RTC, as they are on that north front of Rozhok. But for the teams that's playing on the south side, especially Asia Esports, they've been playing it really quiet, haven't been involved in any form of fights at all. This could be a really good chance, because this open field throughout the areas of school is going to be flat grounds, as well as a couple of all these dips as well as creases for them to play out. Sydney Sports moves right into the trenches and find themselves in a tough corner map where the rest of these teams will be able to punish them the moment they move right underneath. So TDQ makes quick work out of that scenario. But there's also RTC that's also journeying their way into these open grounds, losing entire Labukun's got to remain in control, but will force to retreat into a safer area of play. Meanwhile, all these other teams might have to travel on foot as well out of Rozhok. It's going to be really tough for them to get anywhere at all.
Yeah, really top spot right now for RTC. Might as well just push right straight at TTQ. They're just still recovering now for Lucy of STE. He goes down. Now NC2 trades off a knock there onto God7. God7 right now at the outside of the circle still at stage number 5, and they're being gatekept by NC2 now. Nades, if he can just throw it off onto that tree, he can definitely get that knockdown. There we go. He gets the knockdown. After that revive coming from GOAT Esports, there's also some knockdowns from RTC, and this is what I'm talking about. RTC has to go for the aggressiveness here onto TTQ. Now the push is real. Now XZXY will be down on 1 HP left, but there we go. Labokun saves the day for RTC Esports, and they all need to do now is to just set up some smokes so that Bunny cannot do the same thing like what he did to Sin Esports.
That's an incredible push coming from the side of Labo, securing those 3 points out there, but also find themselves into that same tough spot that they are holding out against. Now, those nades are going to come flying in from the side of RSG, and if this is going to be a good angle of a toss, we might actually find more and more of these members of RTC slowly getting withered down. Well, I'm not too sure how long can the rest of RTC keep up, because the longer they take, the rest of these crowd coming from Rozhok will also swarm in from the top side of the hill. So they have to quickly go for the reset. Skynim does find a member of the side of RTC at the moment when we speak of it. Asia Esports approaching from the south side. Gets that pick off from a little tight area. Meanwhile, Harami Bros also wants in, but I don't think that it's going to be all too easy for Range to do much here against a full squad of Asia Esports, but they can only try at least to give some warning towards Asia that you can proceed towards this area of play, as it's being pretty much taken from the side of Range. But Red Bull, they want to go in for the push. They know that there's only one member out there, so they are pretty much confident with this approach. And whoa, what a nade, almost clipping fully onto Range. He still survives though, but he needs to hold out for now. That's really tough
to hold out. Yeah, he really needs to hold out for now for Range. Though the big question for Range is where to go, because this is an open circle. Look at this. It shifted downwards. Still for Dread. This might be a Dread chicken dinner here, unless the circle would get away from them right around stage number 7. So if Dread can just manage to just contain all of these other teams away from school, then they can get a lot of points with this one. Yeah. So for now, for RSG, Contra, they can also still manage to, stay at this very exact position where they were at in the previous stage. They can also do the same thing, kind of like what Dread can do here for now. And look at this. They're able to see everyone. They're upstairs.
Yeah, I do prefer this position as compared to school because they get that bird's eye view against all the other squads. It's a 360 view, as a matter of fact, to find pickoffs against Strangers Esports now lying right out in the open. Jipna also contributing some damage to be done. So it's really a race on who's going to be able to stash those points on the side of STE. Jipna quickly getting himself healthy once more. But RSG, they should be putting every single resources to claim these number of points because STE, they don't really have any space to hold out. And as they waited it out, it's only Damon that will claim these lives with those big nades to pop in. NC2 will bleed out. And somehow it's Range that steals it away. My goodness, that Harame Bro member is still racking some of all these numbers out there. And that's already 5 points in for Harame Bros. Now pushes comes into effect against RSG. Trouble lies ahead as Team Max hoping to eventually annihilate them, but will receive a big nade. Boyshan gets dropped down. Goat Esports also putting pressure against RSG. I'm not too sure if they will be able to stay intact. There's barely enough cover for themselves to work with as they're just going prone. Now having to take this battle. He does actually find it. Bunny knocks one down, but there's still another member from the side of Go Esports. This top end of the hill, they are just relying on whatever smoke's necessary, so they will not be able to actually see all these other players coming in from the lower grounds instead. But of course, this is just a defensive maneuver where it also does allow Team Max to eventually push through. He's now going for that double revive as well. It's going to take a while, but Asha, this is their time to shine.
Yeah, this is their time to shine. Look at Martin again. That mini 14 really deadly if you put it on the hands of Martin. But for RSG, one get taken down, by the way, by Goat with that frag grenade from Yaiko. And this is maybe who needs some help, who needs that revive. But Bunny is also getting damage, so he needs to heal up as well. But look at this. Nice throw, and maybe won't get revive anymore. And now a throw coming from Bunny with the splash damage. Now Yaiko tries to go for the push now. But from behind, it's going to be Dread, who went for the third party, also eliminates RSG.
Like you said, this prime spot of school is just giving so many points back towards the side of Dread Esports while everybody is being kept busy by the edges. They just went in for all these slow pickoffs. RTC doing a really good job defending that spot for a very long time, but Asia Esports will now have the strength to overwhelm the rest of RTC that's pretty much hugged in that tight corner. And nades after nades flies right in. Top 7 is the next one to bow out. Now we do have our top 5. Only Curry left for the moment. Asia Esports now feeling absolutely confident to eventually finish the job. But he arrives to the scene. Red Bull will try to trade right back, but it's Skynet immediately getting toasted off. But RTC, that's a good haul of points that they've managed to acquire. 5 points in 5th position.
RTC just came back from that match number 1 that they weren't able to participate even. Now Asja, together with Team Max, Dread, and Harame Bro. Harame Bro, Range, I mean, how are you even surviving this? I'm not really so sure anymore. How are you doing this? He's kind of like the Iron Man from Harame Bro. And for now, the best thing I can do is just crawl. There's so many cover, there's so many grass as well where he can actually hide.
Yeah, and he's definitely got to thank Asia Esports for not really chasing upon him because Red Bull earlier was out for the hunt. And then they decided, you know, we'll just leave this guy be. And now Harame Bros find themselves into the top 4. But of course, it's also due to the sheer effort of what Range has been able to offer. But Damon now gets picked off. Built for work from the side of Team Max. And you know, the Cambodian casters, they definitely cooked with this one as they make it into this top 4. Potentially even getting that chicken dinner. But now Range has been spotted. Asja will finally claim his life, as Harame Bros does settle for a haul of points with 5 elimination and the 4th place finish. For Asia Esports playing through the middle, this is definitely going to be a game where they show their fangs to claim another chicken dinner in the bag. But there's still a very healthy squad of Team Max playing through this one, whereas the rest of Dread Esports, they're just forced to prone out because they could not afford to take those dry peak up against Asia Esports. Nangx now working his way through, but it doesn't seem like there's much that can be done from Team Max. A double knock as Jibna goes in for a beautiful spray.
Beautiful spray there from Jibna. This guy has a lot of IQ. But for now, they need to focus on to the circle. They're not within the circle. They're just right at the edge. And if they try to overcommit, they're going to be out in the open. Jibna, though, is right inside already. He's out throwing up some nades. As for Red Bull has been lurking around this area of Team Max. Now he's going to be throwing off a nade over there. No more Team Max there now. Navit is just crawling for his life as Joseph is just going to get more information now onto where Jibna and the rest of Dread is. But for Red Bull, does it have, or he does still have the frag grenades that are left. Ooh, and actually Jibna spots Joseph. What a throw in a 2v3 now. Up on the end game here in match number 2.
Incredible work rate from the side of Jibna. I think he has managed at least 4 elimination points so far, but Jibna will be run over. This is going to be an easy claim for Asia Esports as they continue to dominate from Cambodia with love. And my goodness, this game is crazy.
Wow, just non-stop action, right, Contra? Anyways, this is actually my prediction, so I've been consistent with my predictions. I mean, not really that much on match 1 because they got second place, but Austria getting a winner chicken dinner for match 2, I got it right. So Austria will get that win, and most likely they will go even further with their score at top number 1. So someone has to beat this team. If no one will beat this team, I mean, for this week, then most likely they're going to be the top number 1 again.
Yeah, and imagine the bonus points that they can actually get to really have that huge hit start into the grand finals, and they're definitely well on this perfect record to really remain on that course to take that number 1 spot home by the very end of it all. So, funny enough, you know, my votes on Asia comes into the later games of Erangel, so I kind of wish I put them first. But, you know, we go into the highlights. We saw those early altercations, which didn't really result all too well for teams like KE, or should I rather say, all the teams over north definitely struggled because this circle continuously pushed back towards the south side of Rozak, which it wasn't exactly the best playing field for teams to book a spot in the early stages of the game. But, you know, to our surprise, RTC definitely showed up this time around.
Oh yeah, they should have, because they missed 1 game. And it's just so bad wherein they weren't able to even participate match number 1. So they better get that energy up. They better get their eliminations up and the scores. And that's where we saw them, who were able to eliminate TTQ in the process and then tried their best to defend their position against Austria. But Austria is just way too much. And then the ending here, Martin is using the buggy to just ram over to Jibna, who is actually the MVP of the match. Jibna with 4 eliminations, and I think half or maybe just one of them are coming from a long-range elimination, and then the rest are actually coming from Jibna's frag grenade eliminations right at the end.
Yeah, and at the very same time, when you talked about that spot that we're playing True School, where it was the only available compound left to play, Dread Esports used that to their very own advantage, and I believe that they also did pick off some of all these other teams with grenades as well. So Jibna definitely did incredibly well until, you know, it was only Asia Esports left, and they had vehicles to eventually stop him on his crazy rampage, you know, or else Jibna might be able to do a lot more against the rest of Asia. But impressive record, 1,140 damage throughout this game itself. Dread Esports absolutely on the rise with this round being secured. And even on the rounds where they played out inside of Sanhok, it was pretty decent of a record. But Asia Esports remains to be the kings here in Erangel.
Yeah, the kings of week number 1, and will probably still be the kings of week number 2 if the performance will be this way. 8 eliminations, by the way, for this squad during match number 2. And one thing about Dread, if they're going to be losing Barney, then Jibna will be forced to be more aggressive. And this is what we have seen here in match number 2. Jibna, not really the ones that is aggressive. If you notice from week number 1, Contra, wherein Jibna is the one calling the calls out. He's the IGL for Dread. So usually the IGLs are not the ones fragging out. So this time around, Jibna, since Jashi got eliminated in the early stages of this match, he was forced to do more eliminations, forced to throw out those nades, and good thing he was able to connect. And you can see now the overall stats here for match number 2. Looking at the throwables used, there's just so many frag grenades being used, by the way. If you remember when Osja was trying to eliminate range of Arame Bro, but eventually did not really go straight at range because the circle was not there.
Yeah, and there was also a lot of fights happening within the city, which is why we see higher amount of knockouts. And the rebound goes up again to still go ahead to try to pin them down. So many things happening throughout this course of the battle around that Rozak zone, where you just see teams needing to utilize every single throwable that's in the bag, which is why we see these crazy numbers on our screen right now. Whereas, we have a slight decrease on the headshots, where teams were just mainly battling with all these throwables, as well as, body shots whenever it does connect. But, when we add all these numbers together, it's some really healthy scores that we're getting from majority of these teams. Sin, unfortunately, was the first team to get eliminated, so they don't receive any points at all. But everybody at least gets a little something here, with Asha taking 18 points, 15 for Team Max. This is by far the highest they've been able to actually get in this round, at least for this week itself, with that 10 elimination being acquired throughout the span of the match.
Well, for Asja, if they get this kind of trend in Erangel, then they're gonna be just like away from the rest of the rest of the teams that is available here in PMCL. Though we did notice earlier with the prediction of Riam and Big Daddy for Team Max V9, looks like they showed up here in map number 2. But the thing is about their gameplay is it's kind of like what GG was doing, trying to get compounds, then eventually try to get that win right at the end. But the big difference between them and GG is Team Max has much higher firepower compared to GG. Now, looking at the overall rankings, look at Osja with 96 total points now. As for Dread, they're now at top number 2 with 69. A really big improvement, by the way, from Dread Esports from last week.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge, especially now having chances to even overtake Asia Esports. If you recall, there's just so many miraculous rounds that they've been able to really acquire. Not just miraculous, I think it's really hard work as well as a sure display of effort that's coming in from Dread Esports to really put themselves into this position. So, other than that, GOT7 as well as Harame Bros are tied with 60 points. We'll see how many good rounds can these two teams acquire in order to really solidify their stance into these upcoming matches. Whereas with that massive round from the side of Team Max Victoria 9, they find themselves into the top 5, whereas we expect to see further changes throughout the other parts of the leaderboards, as we have still so many more games to go. So 2 more maps of Erangel and another to Miramar. I'm just really hoping that we get even more great surprises in store for us.
Yeah, definitely. We would love to see surprises like what happened yesterday with 762. We'd love to see all those clutch moments happening. One thing for match number 2, Kill Enemy. Kill Enemy has been struggling since match number 1 here for day number 2. So I am expecting them to bounce back starting now. Because if you're going to be having 2 bad games, then you have to replace it with 1 big game, or maybe even one or maybe 2 games, even though that you're not getting the chicken dinner, but just getting the elimination points that you needed in order for you to get back those points that was taken away from you from those bad games.
True enough, and of course with these opportunities that will happen in due course, we'll of course be getting ourselves ready for the upcoming battles. But with that said, I think like these past 2 rounds have been pretty much action-packed and super fast-paced, so we'll be going for a little bit of a short break, and when we do come back, we promise you some of the best moments that PUBG Mobile Esports has to offer here in the PMCL Southeast Asia. So do stay tuned, don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
In this video, we'll be going over some tips and tricks for the stages in the new version's themed mode, Ocean Odyssey, to help you better grasp the new gameplay and have a better experience. First, situated underwater beneath a huge statue is the Ocean Palace. At the beginning of a match, there are 2 Ocean Palaces that you can go to. They are located in the waters under the ruins and Milta. Each Ocean Palace has loads of supplies and treasures. It's an ideal landing spot. Now, what's the quickest way to enter the Ocean Palace? Parachute directly to the ocean surface at the start of a match, and after plunging underwater, you will get a speed boost, so you can quickly reach the palace. You swim faster in the water near the Ocean Palace, and you can hold your breath for longer, allowing you to move around quickly underwater. After passing through the sea suppressor barrier, you can enter the Ocean Palace. The sea suppressor barrier forms a large air pocket in the Ocean Palace, and you can battle in this space. The first time you enter the Ocean Palace, you will receive a special respawn. Do keep in mind that you will lose it if you leave the vicinity of the Ocean Palace. Inside the palace, you can activate the Water Nymph performance. When it ends, you'll be rewarded with supplies. A powerful item lies at the center of the palace, the Trident, which unlocks once the countdown ends. Upon retrieving the Trident, not only will you get lots of supplies, but a special respawn card as well. It's used to respawn in the battleground, and still works even when eliminated outside the Ocean Palace. However, the respawn card has a time limit, so pay attention to when it expires. Lost crates are hidden in the waters all around the palace. Dive in and explore for surprise loot. Once a certain amount of time passes in the match, a Kraken will appear and destroy the sea suppressor, flooding the Ocean Palace. Use the portals in the Ocean Palace to leave quickly. Finally, there are several Forsaken Ruins. Besides having tons of supplies, the Forsaken Ruins conceal 2 sea treasuries. Find the switches to remove the water veil and enter the waterway from the Ocean Temple. Then you can find the sea treasury located underground. Light up all the pillars at the treasury entrance to open the treasury door and obtain the treasure. On the ground of the Forsaken Ruins, there is a blasting current and a mirage tower. Use them to get higher up or to move around. When you encounter an enemy, use them creatively to take the enemy by surprise. Furthermore, some Forsaken Ruins will have a spirit whale that appears in the sky after some time, and will leave a water orb on the ground after landing. Enter the water orb to board the whale escape pod. When the blue zone approaches, you can use the spirit whale to quickly get to the play zone. That's all for this video. Discover more ways to have fun. Hurry and try out Ocean Odyssey in PUBG Mobile. In this video, we'll be introducing 5 new items: the Trident, Gleaming Stingray, Water Orb Grenade, Water Orb Blaster, and the Whale Escape Pod. The Trident is sealed within the Ocean Palace. It can be retrieved after some time passes in the match. Follow the directions on the map to find it. Wielding the Trident grants the following: a special underwater swimming animation, faster swimming speed for moving about quickly or entering the play zone, and an exclusive water spout ability. Use it to turn into a water spout that moves around and can knock players and vehicles up into the air. You can use this ability to pull nearby enemies into the air, where teammates can focus fire on them, or give teammates cover to evacuate. Please be aware that water spouts cannot lift up enemies hiding in buildings. The Gleaming Stingray vehicle can be found in the waters of the Ocean Palace. Get close to it to ride it, or pick up a stingray core in the Ocean Palace to summon it. Gleaming stingrays can glide through the new underwater areas in the air and can seat 2 players. After dismounting, it can be stored as a stingray core. The gleaming stingray can then be summoned again from the quick item menu. In water areas, it can be quickly deployed with one tap without needing to be placed. Gleaming stingrays have a special ability that launches bubbles and can be targeted at enemies to restrain them. When enemies are restrained, the passenger and other teammates are free to eliminate them. Bear in mind that the player in the back seat must be in the air to fire. Enemies restrained by bubbles cannot fire. Furthermore, hiding behind cover or moving quickly can reduce your chances of being hit by a bubble. The Water Orb Grenade is a new throwable item that can be picked up around the map and thrown to generate a huge water orb where it lands, engulfing players caught in the explosion. Enemies must swim to the edge of the water orb to escape, while you and your teammates get a dash ability inside the water orb. While in combat, hit enemies with this throwable to let you and your teammates get closer to eliminate them. The Water Orb Blaster occupies the pistol slot and can shoot a water orb that lasts a while and grants you and your teammates a dash ability that you can use to quickly enter the water orb. From here, you can quickly move to another water orb or dash from it. When fighting in buildings, you can use this item for quick movement and counterattacks. The Whale Escape Pod can generate a water orb where it lands. Enter the water orb and wait a while for a whale to appear and take away everyone inside. It can carry your whole team, and you can also change its route or get off midway. It's a great option for getting to the play zone. That's it for this video. I'm sure you're already coming up with a bunch of other ways to use these items. Try them out in the new version now. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. In this video, we will go over the new version's game mechanics to help you have a better understanding and improve your experience. Let's get started. First is the Kraken underneath the Ocean Palace. Although the Ocean Palace is abundant in resources, the rewards are not without risks. After players enter the Ocean Palace, a countdown begins, and at the end of it, the Kraken will awaken and break the sea suppressor, causing the Ocean Palace to flood. This jeopardizes the play area, so when the countdown ends, make sure to evacuate quickly to avoid getting trapped underwater. Next is the special respawn. Upon entering the Ocean Palace, you will receive the Heart of the Sea's protection and get an additional special respawn chance. This special respawn only works once per match. When eliminated in the Ocean Palace area, the special respawn chance will be used up. When you leave the Ocean Palace waters, you also lose the Heart of the Sea's protection, and your respawn chance will be removed. Furthermore, when the sea suppressor is destroyed, the Ocean Palace will flood. If you enter the Ocean Palace area at this point, you won't get a respawn chance. Next is the Sea Treasury underneath the Forsaken Ruins. If you wish to enter the Sea Treasury, you will need to find it within the Forsaken Ruins and activate the switches at the Treasury entrance. Pass through an underwater cave to reach the entrance of the Treasury. To open the Treasury door, you need to light up all the pillars. Once you get the treasure, a portal will appear. Go through the portal to be teleported high in the air within the play zone and parachute back in. There's also another feature to explore, the Water Prism. Water prisms are scattered throughout the map. Barriers surround them, and they can be unlocked by approaching them. Enter to reach the crates inside, and get precious supplies and items. Last is the Celestial Sea Treasure. In the new themed mode, you can pick up a new airdrop, the Celestial Sea Treasure airdrop crate. The Celestial Sea Treasure is delivered by water column. Loads of supplies lie within. We hope you all discover more fun and surprises. That's it for the game mechanics tutorial. We hope you have a better grasp of Ocean Odyssey now. Rewarding game mechanics and challenges await you. Be sure not to miss out.
Welcome back after a short break. This is the PMCL Southeast Asia, where some of the legendary names will collide, and they are still looking for a firm spot throughout the course of the league, as this is week 2, day 2. And, Cuckoo, we've already had some incredible games going past these rounds. It's been incredible that Asia still shows that they are one of the toughest cookies out there to really best the rest of the squad. But even so, we are also seeing the rise of names like Dread Esports and Harame Bros are also catching up, so we're definitely in for a treat moving into these upcoming rounds.
Right, with the win of God7 in Sanhok, and then now with the win of Austria Esports rather of Cambodia here on map number 2. Now we're looking towards now the PH region. They haven't really gotten yet their own, so most likely PH will have a plan here in order for them to be able to get their own winner chicken dinner for match maybe 3 or maybe 4. But the thing is, the momentum is on the side on Austria Esports and God7 side. As for God7, it's just a matter of them not able to get the circle for map number 2. If they got the circle for map 2, if it didn't went on a hardship shift down on south, then maybe God7 will have a chance. But then again, it went towards Austria and to Dread. Unfortunately, Dread weren't able to get into position right away. They just stick towards just staying inside school. If they were able to at least get a specific location inside the circle in advance, then maybe Dread will have a much better chance of winning. Well, we'll see and find out if it's going to be still Austria, who was again very consistent yesterday, who can still be consistent for day number 2.
Yeah, and I did mention that my votes are actually coming slightly late because I'm thinking that they can actually secure back-to-back wins heading into matches for this evening, but with all these other teams stepping up as well, we're definitely gonna see a really tough battle taking the course. But you know what? When the client, you can also find some really good deals happening right now, as there is the Galeria X suit currently available till the end of September, where you can get your hands on the first ever advanced upgradable MG3, which is the Sky Huntress, and this is one of the most beautiful X suits that I've actually seen throughout how many seasons that have passed, and I do want to actually get hold of one myself. But you guys can do so. 10 UC for the first spin every single day. So if you're not lucky today, you can try again tomorrow.
Yeah, try until you get the X suit. That's the goal. But for now, the goal is for us to get the right prediction. I got the right prediction in match number 2 for this game. I will go with Harame Bro. As for Contra, he will go for Austria for a back-to-back winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, and just looking at how they've been playing in a decent tempo of play, where a lot of teams were taking massive rotations. Austria Esports, they didn't really follow suit with that form of approach. They were wrapping by the edges, and that was by far one of the safest play that we've seen coming from the team. Though they did miss out on a lot of all these early opportunities to actually secure those huge numbers out there, but hey, it's still looking pretty good from what we are actually seeing from the side of Austria Esports, even despite Red Esports really getting a big chunk of points out there together alongside with Team Max. But it's also great to see a lot of all these other casters having the same idea that Austria is still looking super dominant. They're really looking to take even more games out there, but Harame Bros, if only they had more members to actually last out that run, I feel like Harame could easily be a top 2 team out there, and Range did bring back like 5 points into the top 4 finish. That is still very respectable to really match up to what other teams are really putting up right now. So Harame Bros, if they put another good one, they can find themselves into top 2.
Oh yeah, I mean, I did mention Range was kind of like the Iron Man for Harame Bro, who did manage to end up right around top 4, maybe top 5 from the last game. And yeah, you're correct, Contra. If Harame Bro can manage to have all 4 members still alive right around endgame, then they will probably most likely have a chance of getting that top number 2 right now in the overall rankings. Now, as for Quintoyo's, this is actually not a prediction. This is a curse for Quintoyo. Looks like he's or she's able to like see that TTQ had that very good momentum from match number 1. So that's probably why she's cursing TTQ right now. For BlingX, these are the only two predictions here that I see differently. So BlingX now going with Genesis Esports, and we did manage to see Genesis Esports right around Rozok area, wherein they were like just hiding because there were like 2 members left remaining for the squad. If they can also manage to end up like what Austria is doing, either 3 or 4 members strong right around endgame, then there's a big chance for Genesis Esports to be able to do so. They just need to not be super aggressive, because if you remember, they were pushing Exquisite Esports, and then all of a sudden there's a third party and even a fourth party for GE. That's why they lost those two members. So they better be in the right position always in order for them to survive each game.
Yeah, it really felt like GE has lost a little bit of that patience where, as compared to those past seasons where Ichi was still playing in some of these matches where they're a lot more disciplined. I think like the call that they actually made to rush onto what we saw was Exquisite or another squad that's in the compound. They were hoping for that one pickoff, and then they were pulling back. But Ramen Bros, they were even quicker with that rotation to emerge up that hill that caused a little bit more casualty against some of these members, which we saw GE eventually lose out 2, as a matter of fact, which was extremely costly. So hopefully, they have been able to understand that these teams, they're working at a faster tempo, so they got to be very mindful in these early stances in the game. So even when we talk about other teams, they even have a slow approach. Even if they get a knock, like, it's sometimes better to just hold back. But you guys will need to hold back on your votes, because your favorite teams will definitely need your support. The highest votes will have appearances on the screen, so you guys know what exactly to do. Scan that QR code and not only vote for who you think is going to get that chicken dinner, but also vote for who is the rising star of the tournament so far in your eyes.
Well, in my eyes right now, it's Red Bull of Austria Esports. Red Bull has been going for those off angles. If you remember him from match number 2, Team Max was trying to crawl themselves towards the circle, and then you could see the 2 players of Austria was just right at the middle of the circle, and then Red Bull tries to go for an off angle, even trying to go outside the circle in order for him to be able to get those eliminations. So this guy really has his eyes on the prize, which is probably the MVP, also the championship, because again, there's only one ticket straight to PMGC for this season, and probably another eyes on the prize would be for the rising star of this season.
That's right, and there's just so many accolades that they can claim, and it's still, I would say, the middle of the league. So with this entire week to play out, well, you can definitely see that a lot of teams are really starting to really show their full potential, whereas of course certain teams are still figuring things out. But I'm really glad that in that past round as well, even RTC, who's missed one round, showed up really strong, went in for a very convincing challenge where there was a flock of crowd from the north moving into that open field, and they managed to at least stay alive for the longest time possible, which that spot has been super dangerous, but somehow they made it work.
Well, we have a circle already, Contra, right around the school area. We haven't really had some sort of circle right around the northern side, right at Severny. So if we could have some sort of circle right over there, then it's going to be an open area, unless the circle would really focus on Severny, and we're going to have some sort of city circle. So it's going to be, a slow circle, to say the least. But for now, we're about to start here in just 15 seconds to go. I hope you guys have already taken your dinner. Also at the same time, for the viewers out there who's just going home from their work or maybe from school, I hope that you're safe right now, and you can now tune in here for the first match of the week number 2 of PMCL Southeast Asia. Let's go, Contra.
Yep, it's always a good time here in the PMCL, and of course, I hope you had a great weekend so far alongside with Vince, and now we carry on with a lot more great offerings throughout the course of the week. So far, teams, they are looking pretty sharp on their attack, as well as massive improvements on grenade connection ratios as well, where that past game, it was just absolutely explosive. This time, we're getting a flight path that starts in from Novo all the way up into Zarki. It's just going to be a little bit of stretch to move into Kabeshki as well as Stauber, else everything else is pretty much within grasp for all the teams available. So direct passage for Asia Esports, it's a no-brainer for them to actually take claim in that spot itself. Whereas, I wonder if there's going to be any other changes. Ooh, it's GE moving into Novo, and there's also another squad in there. GE might be in the world of hurt. Oh boy, Max drops them off the bat.
Wow, surprise, surprise. And this is the plan of Team Max V9. They want to prove themselves here in day number 2, and what a way to prove themselves against one of the top teams here in PMCL, GE. And now Smiles out, their main fragger for the squad is now out, so this is going to be bad for GE. If they cannot manage to survive this one, then they will have to go back to their lineup wherein Flash is actually playing, and Zai would be out of the squad. I think that's much more of a better lineup. Can maybe try to survive even further in the early stages as well. But for now, it's gonna be a standoff for now. Just looting phase for both squads, Team Max V9 and for GE. They do already know that there's Max V9 right upstairs. I'm pretty sure that Max V9 will most likely just gatekeep them from getting away from this area.
Yeah, it's been the world of hurt for GE, It hasn't really been the best week heading into week 1. And it seems like nothing too much has actually changed, but it's also something that they weren't actually worried of, that Team Max would actually move into Novo when they see this type of circle appears, or should I say, this type of flight, because usually this is the alternative drop for Genesis Esports. So they're just not too cautious in this approach, which sees them getting punished, but I still believe that they would be able to churn something up with those 3 members still pretty much intact. So we shall see later on if they will be able to at least recuperate. But for now, it's going to be a long and arduous journey for these guys out there. So for the moment, West Carry, they're taking a very early exit off the island. Interesting enough.
Yeah, an early exit for GE, and they even avoided Team Max V9, who was trying to gatekeep them from the main entry point towards Novo. So this means that GE will not have a lot of loots. Look at West, doesn't have even any utilities in his bag. Just one first aid. I mean, he does have the helmet and vest, but they need to do some little bit of jungle loot here right around the south side of Milta. They have to be careful though, because there's going to be another squad who will be looting around the area at this spot where West and his teammate is currently in. So once they're able to manage to get all their loots, then they can just go ahead and focus in the rotation now, since they're not yet in the circle. I'm not sure though as well, Contra, where's the other guy for GE, because we only see 2 who just came in to the northern island here, so I'm not really sure where the other guy is now.
Yeah, that begs the question as well, how are they going to approach this? But from what it seems is that GE is looking for payback as well, which is why they're still hunkering down into this gas station, and they're just making sure that Team Max won't get to see the light of day if they were to ever exit out of Novo Nordisk, which will eventually happen if this stage 1 is going to close into the mainland. So, of course, we'll get ourselves that form of update in moments' time. But for now, it seems to be a decent course up ahead for the rest of these squads. So far, no heavy casualties to be seen in the early game. Everything's still looking pixel perfect for the moment. So we shall actually take a look at what Austria Esports is up to. They're on a very different approach. We always see that bike station which they're not gonna take any claim for now. But they're not desperate for those vehicles at the moment. I believe there's still a couple of the Cias, maybe some US if they're lucky enough. But for now, coast is clear. Things are still looking to be pretty well all for the entire squad for the meantime, at the very least. So also Esports hot of that win. It's always intriguing on how they manage to just efficiently get in and out of the island without suffering too much of a loss, as compared to some of the teams which, well, we saw what happened to GE, right? So they've always been very efficient, even if it takes them maybe a later approach to get into the circle, they will do so. So also Esports, they know how to really work out this plan accordingly. Meanwhile, over on to North George. It's going to be Goat Esports that enjoys plenty of loot. But, Goat Esports, despite, having the leverage of starting into such a safe area play, sometimes I really do wonder what are the struggles of this team, because so far they only gotten 9 points throughout their run so far.
Oh, yeah, for Goat. Well, I mean, Goat, this is their first day, so, I mean, we're going to be expecting them to not really be at the upper tier in the overall rankings for now. Maybe Elevate Esports will, as they're still at, the single-digit score line. Maybe later on for Elevate, because they try to bowl things up first. They heat things up, then eventually they get all those points in Miramar. Miramar is a different story for Elevate. But the circle, again, centering around the Yasnaya, like the south side of Yasnaya, Poliana. So for STE, they can definitely just stay over there, just hold on their fourth, maybe try to go to the apartments on the left-hand side of Yasnaya, or maybe try to go on to the eastern side where the police station is at, so that they can just see everyone who's rotating in towards Yasnaya. But for now, everyone else going for the rotation, except for Team Max and Ostja. And you can see now MM goes for the spray down. Exquisite Esports. Again, this is another team that is playing just right for this day. It's first day for Exquisite. MM now will get shot as well. So he will back out for a bit here. He will most likely go to his teammates, as they're now in position here right nearby school. And same goes to Miramar Bro. They're just spraying down on teams who are rotating, and RTC, they need to be careful. Again, they didn't really play at match number 1, but they had a good match number 2. So if they can manage to avoid early eliminations, again, RTC's core can go even for more.
Yeah, and Miramar Bros, they just absolutely love positioning into some of all these choke points for them to seek out some of these opportunities, but it was actually Exquisite that takes claim instead. In the hands of Lufa, might be able to actually get to, but that's just a speeding vehicle up ahead where he was forced to reload as well. Scoriel has got to be stabilized a little bit more for him to be able to seek out even more of those points, but another one passes through. Seemingly enough, the rest of RTC could still look for a challenge if they want to, but they are pretty much scattered throughout the course of the field. Now, once again, this is a very familiar area of play for majority of these teams, because it's, once again, circling around that Yasnaya region, which we've seen probably about 6 times now. I lost count. Honestly, it could be lower, it could be higher. I don't know, but it really feels like every single time that we go into Erangel each day, there's at least one of the circles that plays around this vicinity. But it's a really strong start for Goat Esports, though, as they are really taking charge of whichever teams that will take a hike over onto the corners of Mount Stauber later on. But the rest of these squads still on the south side. Look at where Team Max is. They're still not moving.
Yeah, still not moving, and they took over of whatever GE had in the early stages, so they will probably get a lot more of the meds for this time around. Ooh, look at this! Nas now gets pushed by Super Pickles, and Super Pickles goes down, and now it's still going to be a 2v1. Oh, actually knocks one down, one more, and now it's going to be MM's turn, but Nas is just down on 1 HP, and with one hit, he can go knock down there. And now it's going to be another player, which is Lufa. We'll try to go for the save now for Exquisite Esports. And where's the backup for RTC?
they were pretty scattered early on. If only he had more members working with him, he could have actually gotten MM as well. He just didn't really have the time to reset or even heal up. And also, Exquisite were thankful that MM was also around the corner. Or else, those two members, Yue as well as Super Pickles, could have actually been wiped away in a blink of an eye. So, important pickoffs coming in for Exquisite Esports to add up to the tally. But look at Miramar Bros. They're always eavesdropping. They're definitely hoping to pick up a couple of points out there. Go Esports now, hustling true against GE that has gotten the better of the trade. Marnet wants to take claim, but his teammate says, hold it right there. I got this, brother man. So that is just super fast and super vicious coming out of GE, despite, you know, playing with only 3 members out there. Yahiko, though, wants a little bit of a payback with those nades now dropping right in. It's probably not going to be able to find all too much, but he does secure the knock, though. Wow. Is he really going to go for that push? Because he might not know that there's only 3 members for inside of GE, but he's going to try regardless. Lots of smoke now being popped up. He goes right into the top floor. Not exactly where they're at, but Yahiko, he's really putting up a show here. Ooh. Finding another one in the back, looking for the final member remaining, Wes. He's got to save the situation. Is he going to be able to find Yahiko? He's trying to heal up. Those nades, prime right in. He got to step out. Not ready to actually take him on just yet. DPS in hand for Yahiko. This 1v1 will turn into a 1v1v4 as Wes Carey does actually put a lot more of that pressure. Yaka's going to be down, or should I say knocking one more in their hands. Goat really being super opportunistic, and KE wants in as well. What's going on here?
Here comes the new challenger, Contra. KE now goes in. Now the mollies now will come into effect. Well, Yatka has no choice but to go down. Ooh, he knocks one down. 3 more to go. Poor little Yatka goes for the knockdown again, but there you go. There's Campus to save the day. 4-kill enemy. Can we see another team coming in? TTQ just right around the vicinity. They're still scouting. But then again, for KE, they can now go for the reset. And it's just so good for them that TTQ didn't really went for another party there. Because if they did, then it'll be it for KE.
Oh boy, I don't want to see too many teams drop out in a blink of an eye, you know, like. But that was some really good haul of points coming in for some of them that did actually enlist themselves into that tiny party here in the compounds. But with that circle shifting deeper into the city of Yasnaya as well as the outskirts of it, that compound will be rendered ineffective to be played out for the long game. So that's why other teams are not making that pit stop. Meanwhile, Skyden does find one. Well, I really did think that there was that 1v1 that could have actually seen either GE or even the member of Go Esports thrive. But yeah, some of these guys just have to spoil the party. But of course, Team Max, they will now try to seek refuge in one of these compounds that's still left out available, as Joseph now sees this spot to be a really good spot for them to play towards a later stage of the game. So long as the rest of Team Max can follow suit to book this spot, things should be going well for Team Max heading to this matchup. So long as they're not challenged. Speaking of a challenge, it's GG taking on the res of Exquisite as they will crumble and fall. Quickly eliminated at 13th.
And you saw from the kill feed that even though the GG had a friendly nade towards them, they were able to manage to defend themselves against Exquisite Esports. And again, this is the beauty of having some type of circle within a city. You cannot just easily get them eliminated once they get the knockdown. But anyways, ETQ now up on top together with KE. Carillo gets KH down. Now 2 players already left. XZXY also gets taken down by Master D2K. And then all of a sudden, 1 more player left. And this is Zuki of TTQ, who will most likely escape the area. And it looks like Master D2K spots him, and he will try to maybe chase him around. Zuki just getting away now, and now it's going to be out in the open. The spray down happens. Can he escape this one out? Contra, oh no! Cannot even manage to control the Coop RB. And now Zuki, oh no, almost exploding. There you go. He went out of the way. He was able to get out of that Coop RB as well. And now he's going to be all alone now. But the bad part about this, he's in the circle, and KE will be forced to also be in the circle. It's going to be 4v1.
It's just troubles after troubles for TTQ. It's just so unfortunate, right? The circle shifted into the city, and with KE really racing up against them, they just didn't stand a chance to actually pull the triggers to trade right back. And even though despite that, Zuki, it took him a while to get the engines all ramped up, which is why he was having a tough time to really control the vehicle, and he was just stumbling throughout the course of it. Now, barely even getting any cover at all. He's a sitting duck under the tree. Is that even a tree? I don't even know. I mean, yeah, indeed, it was a tree that provides him slight cover, but not for long. TTQ will just add those 5 total points into the back. And, yeah, there's just another bad round for TTQ.
Oh, yeah, another bad round after that very good round in match number 1. Oh, and the nade now, NC2. Knocks off Master Vape now. Second will be Ryder. NC2 still has 4 frag grenades left. Bunny will have to put in some Molotov so that he can delay things up for him to revive his teammate.
Whoa.
But Evil is there to go for the push also, and will manage to get that knockdown off from that frag grenade. And now for RSG, only 1 player left, and this is Ryder, which is hiding behind in one of the rooms inside his apartment, as STE now plans it out on how to get Ryder. Ryder is not revealing himself though, because he's on prone. So no footsteps yet that will be detected by Strangers Esports. And Strangers Esports, look at the discipline here. They're not really going for the kill for all 4 members. They're also thinking about if there will be some sort of third party from a different area or maybe a different apartment. So they're going to be looking at the other angles for now, while Ryder will survive for RSG.
Yeah, if in any form of case, Ryder could still try to leap out of the window to try to get into a different sector of the town. Now, what Getzlo is trying to do is also to spot out some of the KE members over onto Mount Stalber. Sees a couple of vehicles, which is why he's also sending out some warning shots. But like you said, that discipline coming from the side of STE to deal with that Lone Ranger later on is definitely a smarter approach, considering the fact that there's so many other teams that's currently located inside the city. Any wrong move coming out of Strangers Esports could be devastating towards themselves, which is why like they rather just give that space over onto Ryder. Now he does have this entire apartment to himself, at least for now, because these teams, they're just prioritizing their location, especially with perhaps other teams that might charge in with vehicles later on. So they're definitely on high alert at the moment. RSG, let's see how much time could he buy for the moment. Whereas we take a look at the rest of the scenery of what's happening around the map. Southside will field 3 teams in the city, with Farmer Bros being the 4th one to join in the party as well. KE, upon arrival, gets shredded out by the rest of GG, burning down that vehicle. And Ryder might actually find himself an opportunity. He's got 2 frag grenades. If he tosses it out, it might reveal the location. And speaking of which, that nade did actually chip onto Ryder for a slight bit. So I think Strangers Esports might have had a hunch that he's going to be hiding in this room.
And he actually even got a kill there off from KE, who crashed at the northern side of Yasnaya. Now, ooh, Nathan! This guy needs to step up here or elevate Esports if they really want to be higher than top 5 in this week. And this man right now for the side of GG, going to be finding the players of Ostja. Ostja Nangx, will be spotted by Jisoo, and Ostja will be eliminated in this game. For your prediction, it's not going to be right at this time. So for now, we have 10 teams remaining. Ooh, the kid goes down Labo Kun with a spray down, and this is what RTC would love to have. RTC, they're really fond of getting compounds, being in the circle, and they can manage to have the remaining players that they have until the end. Then maybe they will have a chance of getting that chicken dinner.
I do agree. And RTC, I think that there were certain games where they did also drop into Yesnai as well, if I could recall correctly, where, you know, they always have been challenged by other squads, which they have to vacate certain areas of play. So they will be quite familiar into some portions of the surroundings through these compounds. It's still going to be tough work, but what's interesting to note is that you take a look at GG. They're scattered with a firm control towards the direct center of the current city. But I'm not too sure how this going to work out when certain teams are going to charge into a certain direction. Perhaps they might be picked off, especially from Nora's direction. There's about 2 teams that he has to take good care of, but at least there's like half of the population being depleted already, so it's not going to be too worrisome for the time being, with only about less than 27 players, excluding himself, of course, to worry about.
Well, for now, things will slow down. It's all because of this circle. Now, range 1v1 against MH. MH now will set up some smokes. This will just give his teammates a better chance of trying to give him at least that revive, if in any case range will be able to get the best of him. But looks like he's going to be backing out. God7 has that discipline as well, wherein they will not go for the engagement yet until the next stage will pop out, which is right now. Look at that. It still went towards STE. This is STE's game now. Oh, and they actually spot now Ryder. Ryder defending himself. Oh, with a nade as well from Evil one more time as RSG gets eliminated there.
Wow, they came in very well prepared this time around. The moment that Ryder reveals himself, like, they were just really going in for direct setups. And as a matter of fact, the earlier fight that was won by strangers, other than, having Ryder to be the final member, majority of them were blown to bits by all these grenades being set by strangers esports. I just love how effective they infiltrate certain parts of these apartments. Now, speaking of which, now they will be sieging the entire southwest side as well as the third west of the upper portion, as they are currently located close to the center of the upcoming circle, or should I say, the current circle at the moment. God7, though, tries to squeeze right through the southern side, and it seems like it's going to be a little bit difficult with a few more teams also laying quietly into these corners. Elevate playing by the outskirts. They do have the zone, but the other problem is Crit Esports is definitely on their tail. But they're also having shots being fired onto other members as Jashi is once again knocked down. Should be able to be revived by Damon, as the current scenario does not seem to have any good openings for the rest of GG. So, plenty of space to play around with, but to move out and about is going to be rather dangerous for either side of these party. It's just a tough position to be at for some of all these players hugging by the edges. KE, despite having 2 members, they are taking the direct center. I wonder how this will work out for both Kaya and Campus later on.
And this is still anyone's game for now, Contra. We don't really know who can win this one out, because it is a city circle is what we're looking at here in Yasnaya. Now, Claire, good thing he was able to repark his car because it was being shot at by Demios earlier on, so he will be able to still use it for later on if the circle won't be at the northern side. So for Ramibro, though, they're right at the edge on the southern side, and there's just way too much teams that they're going to have to fight against with. And you can also add that, which is RTC and God7, which is right now very busy, as Amor Chili will get hit. He will get his as well, but he will be able to take his cover, and then will be able to get that frag grenade up. Oh, but then again, he wasn't able to heal himself up, and he wasn't able to even get down to get cover. But Curry is there to make a defense of his own at the staircase. But Labokun, I'm not sure if he's going to be revived anymore.
Nah.
Nope. The kid will take him out.
That was just absolutely scary, right? Like, he just showed himself trying to look for that pickup, and to reply to that response coming from Labo, it was 3 back-to-back nades being tossed at him. So now only down to Curry. RTC just gotta really buy as much time as possible, but even so, that circle is moving further and further away up towards the north, so it's just going to be an all-out battle for every single team that's coming in from the southern side. KE, happy about this position. We're not going to be seeing too much coming from the side of KE, but STE, they actually could get some of all these good angles against GG from this window.
And they can also look at RTC and God7 as well. So a ton of angles for the side of STE for them to be able to see a lot of teams. But the problem is, right now, the circle has shifted. It went over towards where KE and Elevate Esports is at. Now, Nor, able to spot now Dread. Dread has 2 men down for their squad. They have to protect themselves here as the nades are going to be coming from GG. Now, Support does have 5 nades on their own. And now, 7 Support has all eyes on Harami Bro. A lot of engagement, a lot of fights happening off cam. Ooh, Range almost got taken down. 1 HP left for him. All because of that nade from 7 Support. He had to go down at first floor. Rig will also throw his own nade. It's all battles of nades right now. Whoever comes up with a knockdown will be the ones dying. And Damon, look at Damon. He died all because of his Molotov. What happened?
Boy. I guess like he kind of tried to aim it towards a certain direction, but he got dropped instead. Now this is where Harame Bros will have to settle the scores against the rest of GG. GG so far hot in terms of their form right now with 7 elimination points, are definitely looking out for more. Meanwhile, Harame Bros just slowly from compound to compound tries to defend themselves to squeeze right through. But here comes God7 though. Against that one member of RTC, those nades are doing a little bit of chip damage as Curry tries to defend this with his life. There's just so much pressure on towards this member of RTC. He's trying to make his way out, but his footsteps are definitely being heard. But there's no angles for God7 to work with, so he can buy a little bit more of that space. But the Blue Zone's already here. He's got to move out. And speaking of which, gets low. He's got a godly angle from the top of the roof. Curry's just going to bleed out. Not going to be secured by other teams. And also, at least they got themselves a few healthy amount of points to position into 7th place to end their round right here. Meanwhile, KE finally wants to get involved. They've gotten 5 points so far.
Yep, and they do have that long barn right at their side. Ooh, Nor gets spotted by Nathan. This is a circle for Elevate right now. They just need to manage to be able to take control of the northern side, or else someone else will take it. Either STE, which can be going to the eastern side onto the north. And there we go. That's God7. Spots by Evil. Now STE now 7 eliminations in this game.
Yeah, I do prefer the position where STE has been holding out for the longest time, because if it ever shifts, they still could actually work around some of all these close compounds. Whereas, you know, for the rest of Elevate, they will have to hurdle against the entirety of KE that's currently smack dab in the middle, while there's also pressure coming in from the southern side. So they will have to really take those fights as compared to STE's getting all these free pickings every single time that they go in for a peak. And it doesn't seem like any teams could actually contest against STE's position at the moment.
Right now, we're down to 5 teams. Harame Bro still alive. I'm not sure really how Harame Bro is doing this. Kind of like what Range did in match number 2. They managed to get all of the other teams away from them, God7 and RTC. Ooh, but the blue zone will come into effect here. 762 will go down in the blue. I'm not so sure if he can go for the revive as well. Ooh, looks like he will die there in the blue zone. Evil, though, really risky here. Up on the roof. Might get spotted by either KE or Elevate Esports. So he has to set up smokes right after this one, though, in order for him to get a little bit of that cover. He spots Rix. Rix will get some cover. Evo will be spotted already, so he will not go for those peaks anymore. As Range right now, trying to heal himself up with the bandages. And again, ooh, Range got spotted on the right side. I think that was STE, and then got spotted by GG. GG eliminates Harame Bro off the map. Just only 1 elimination in the bag as well.
Yeah.
For Harame Bro, and now STE goes for the push now towards GG, as 7 Support will be the last member left, and they eliminate GG. And now it's going to be Elevate now. 3 teams remain, Contra.
Yeah, that's just a straightforward push coming in, but NC2 was just wide out in the open. Elevate will find their turn to try to dominate against the rest of KE, who's still holding on to the compound. Remember this, Evil is still on the rooftops, unspotted by the rest of these squads. So while they keep themselves busy, STE, they're hoping to take that direct center so that they can play the healing game if they want to. But of course, it's going to be pretty potent in terms of damage from the blue zone as Campus tries to hold down the line with a P90, swinging through the smoke, finding nothing at all. These nades are dropping in hot, and Kaya did manage to take out Coca-Cola. And here comes Nathan, trying his luck as well, trying to push right through, but he will be spotted from another direction. It's Evil, as he will grin from ear to ear, and NC2 once again setting up with the pressure as Stranger Esports are looking to claim a win with a pretty beautiful angle. They will secure a chicken dinner of their own here in Yasnaya Pollyanna.
Another winner chicken dinner for Strangers Esports. And if I'm not mistaken, it's the same map as yesterday, map number 3. I'm not really sure anymore, Contra, but GG, well played for STE. Another one now for the side of PH. So we got one from Myanmar in first game, one for Cambodia for match 2, and then now for match 3, we got Strangers Esports from the Philippines, who was able to get the circle. They didn't really move at all that much, because the circle was within their dropping point as Yasnaya Pollyanna.
Yeah, it just goes to show that the city is absolutely within their own control, and they were smart enough to really navigate certain situations, especially with even incoming teams that were trying to take them on. They just hustled them through like it was nothing at all. And in the early game, we saw so many of all these small little battles that didn't really result to all too much for squads like GOAT, and I guess like even GE was in the mix as well, hoping to go in for that 1v1 exchange until the arrival of some of the members of KE that swept everybody off of their feet. And KE, after that, managed to really stay alive till the end game, till that stage 9 where they were forced to move out of that compound. So it's been a good bounce back round for the side of KE in this matchup alongside with Elevate.
And this is when Labo tried to go for the spray, and then eventually he tried to go for the nade. And then eventually he got killed by all those 3 nades coming from the side of GG. And then at the last part, Cola, together with Nathan and Rix, tried their best to look towards STE and kill enemy. But just so unfortunate, STE got the best position. The MVP of the game is going to be Coca-Cola, with 4 total eliminations, and looks like Elevate has woken up from that rest day. And this is the trend for Elevate Esports. They really get the games at the latter stages of the day itself. They usually just tend to not have good games in the first couple of matches, then eventually gets a lot of good matches until the rest of Miramar. But for the others, for KE and STE, it's a good job for them that they were able to manage to last until end of match number 3.
Yeah, each respective teams in the top 3 have gotten so many points out of all these teams that were really running around this city, and honestly, it wasn't easy to navigate. And you saw the effort coming in from even Haram and Bros that managed to last till the late stage of the game, but couldn't really find the mark of hitting all these targets of elimination points. Stranger Esports, they absolutely bagged a haul of points with 10 eliminations and a chicken dinner. That's a total of 20 acquired. But look at the damage. That's 2.2k being done throughout the course of the battle.
Wow, ton of damage provided by Strangers Esports. They basically managed to get the best position out of them all, because they went towards from the police station and then rotated all the way to the northern apartments at Yasnaya Pollyanna, and they were able to spot the rest who tried to take in the areas of Yasnaya Pollyanna. And then eventually they were able to gatekeep RSG, who was there right beside them, and able to get through the rest of the the buildings, the remaining buildings inside the circle, and manage to defeat the rest of Elevate and KE. Good job actually for the side of STE. Now looking at the overall stats though, it's kind of like the same as what we had from last game, but the only difference here in this game, Contra, it really went slow after when we knew that the circle will be a city circle. And again, having CD circles would really be a slow game because you would really have to wait on until the player will be open, because there will be a lot of camping for the rest of the players who will be still available in the circle.
That's right, and it was always tough to navigate around all these tight quarters of the compounds, but overall, it's still a very satisfying round to witness on how teams have been able to really go through such tough decision making in taking certain battles, as well as to rush through some fights that were being forced because there's just barely enough space for them to work around with. So let's take a look at the standings so far with this match being played out. TTQ as well as in Esports once again picked up very early. It was TTQ that was trying to move out that Stalber hill that got themselves caught up with some of the members of KE, which is why they didn't manage to make the cut. But it's been back-to-back rounds of Sin Esports not really getting much points at all. So this is where they need to really put in big points in the final round of Erangel as well as the upcoming rounds of Miramar. Whereas it's just massive points for at least the top 5 when we take a look at double digits for the top 4, Elevate, GG, KE, as well as STE to be the big winners in this game.
Right, and for Austria, they only got 4 points in this one, as well as Aramiro. And even if they have bad games, this is when where we see the difference here between all the top tier teams like Aramiro and Austria compared to the others. They're basically consistent when it comes to getting those elimination points. So even though they get killed early, they're able to still manage to get some points off for each game. But for now, the overall standings, Austria will still be at number 1 as Dread, again, still at number 2 with 71 points. But STE now gets closer with 68 total points, just 3 off from Dread. Haramibro is still there with 65, as God7 will be there at 63 as well. Team Max now at top number 6 with 50 total points. As even though GE has been struggling for a while now, they're still at top number 7 with 43 points.
Yeah, actually, it's not too shabby of a performance because sometimes when we see them go out, they at least go down fighting, right? Like they get a couple of pickoffs per round in order to still sustain some of these numbers. But we are starting to actually see some disparities in these points that's been gathered. So the cutoff point right now being 50, where all these other teams will still have to continuously put those big points into the table, where of course, other than that 6th position, it's still a little bit of a tight race in between. So it's still undetermined on what form of positions will they be able to gather until like they settle the score disputes with some of all the other teams out there. So with that said, we still have one more match of Erangel to be played out. Today's rounds, just as difficult as yesterday, but in a very different manner. At least when it comes down to some of all the ships, it's a little bit more predictable as compared to what we saw from yesterday with a tough to predict type of playing area to be filled out by all these teams. So I really do hope that, this is where the big curveball comes in for our very final round for our enjoyment. Of course, for the players, maybe they're just hoping to be spared for some of these rounds, especially for Sin Esports. They're in a little bit of a worrying state for 2 rounds. I believe it's 0 points being gathered. This is going to allow a lot of all these teams out of Group E, despite, playing for the very first game today, to eventually look for overtakes already. So they really gotta muscle up heading into the upcoming round.
Right, and one of the teams that needs to muscle up is GE. Remember from last game, they got hot dropped by Team Max, so that's when they started to loot away from their usual drop, which is in Novo. So they have to be careful with that. But besides being careful, you have to actually buy now the newest Galadriel X suit with an exclusive lobby post. It is available until September 30th. Wreak havoc with the Sky Huntress, the first ever advanced upgradable MG3. The first draw of the day is going to be 10 UC. Grab yours right now. You can buy your unknown cash, like maybe 300, and then you can just buy like 1 ticket per day for you to draw, so that it'll be 10 UC per day a total of 30 draws, right? Contra, if you do the
that's
math.
actually great tips. You know, like I never really thought of it. Usually, like you know, when I top up, like I would just spend it with whatever I've been able to purchase. But with just 10 UC per day, you could just basically do as what Cuckoo just said and save up a whole lot of bucks, and you might just be able to land that Galera X suit within that 30 days. So good luck, all of you, as you know. Since you've been the analyst, you really put a lot of thinking into all these small little details. For myself, you know, I'm having that hopium. You know, Austria didn't really display their level best in that past round where it was a compound fight. And maybe if it's an open area, Austria is going to be a little bit more aggressive on their approach. Whereas, I think like they were caught in the rotation past game. Now, what's interesting is that, you know, you're also supporting Sin Esports into this match. Tell me a little bit more about it.
Well, Sin has been really doing good in either fourth match, or it's actually fourth, fifth, or sixth. So I'm picking Sin to start off now because we haven't seen them yet. Showing up good gameplay here, starting from match number 1, 2, and 3. So I am rooting for Sin to bounce back in this game. They haven't really gotten a really good circle yet for the circle in Erangel, because remember, they drop at Milta Power, and if ever the circle would go, like say for example in Yasna Poliana, then everyone else will actually be able to get into, you know, the area of Yasna Poliana, and they will be last because it's right around the edge of the map. So if ever the circle would now be, I mean, I am predicting that the circle would be on the eastern side, right nearby, Milta, around Milta Power or maybe Milta. So that's what I am expecting for map number 4, since we've seen already that the last 2 Erangel maps. You did mention about Austria, for you for this time around, and I think Austria will have a great chance here, knowing that they had a pretty bad game in match number 3.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they want to redeem themselves from what it looks like a tough game for them. But even despite us saying that, hey, it's a bad game for Austria Esports, it's still 4 points though. This is not exactly the worst of runs that we've seen compared to certain teams, you know, who have resulted into getting lesser points as compared to them. But, you know, by standards, like, decent rounds look like 7 points at the very least for Austria Esports. So this is, of course, for them to really make certain adjustments onto how they play out the early to mid game overall. Or else, I mean, when they reach that late game, most often than not, they are one of the most consistent teams to be able to close at least a top 2 finish.
Oh yeah, and with the rest of the casters, looks like or the Myanmar commentary team has a different one here, which is Time to Quick Esports. Time to Quick Esports, they did manage to have a good Sanhok game with 18 points, and then during the rest of the last 2 Erangel maps, they really didn't had any good games. So this is the last Erangel map. This is their time to prove that the Sanhok map is not just for them. They want to, you know, prove themselves here in the map of Erangel, and if not, maybe later on in Miramar for the side of TTQ. As for the side of Miramar Bro for Paulo B, I'm looking towards them not really getting any chicken dinners yet for now, because if you noticed, for the past 2 games, they were like on the bottom of the circle, and it's either like 1 or 2 players left remaining around maybe like 5th stage or maybe 4th stage. So they have been struggling on rotating. Some of their players like Jappy and Federalis have been picked off, and the rest, which is Rig and Range, were the ones being left out. So they cannot really, you know, get that connection if they cannot get all of their 4 players up. And we've mentioned about that during match number 3. If they cannot manage to have all players alive, then it's going to be hard for Arami Bro to get a chicken dinner for today.
Yeah, I do agree, but despite that, like, you can see that Range has been really trying his hardest into getting maximum points possible, even with the lower chance of getting a win. So it's still looking very, very healthy for the side of Harami Bros, but they really need to make sure that, you know, they don't suffer too many losses on their approaches of finding some of all these high ticket numbers when it comes down to the battles that they do take. So hopefully, you know, things will be working out eventually for Harami Bros, and this being the rounds of Erangel, is still entirely possible that they squeeze a chicken there like they did yesterday, which was super impressive. Which that game we all thought Austria could have dominated, but it was Harami Bros as well as YG that worked together to take them down. So with that being said, we also want your thoughts to be counted in as well on who you think is going to win the upcoming matches of not only Erangel but also the ones in Miramar. So put in your predictions on the chicken dinners, and also who will be the rising star to also secure the MVP title.
Oh yeah, scan the QR code right now. Vote for your own favorite teams. We haven't seen much yet from the results from the other squads, so I want to see the fans of God7, maybe even Strangers Esports, because we have been seeing Austria Esports, we have been seeing Genesis Esports and Harami Bro. We did see Elevate Esports earlier in one of the match. So, like what I said, in the PH region, it's been like a division right now on whoever they really wanted to get that win. But for Myanmar and for Cambodia, it's been always Genesis Esports and Austria Esports. So let's see if they will have to change their minds for this match. And we did mention from last week that whoever gets the most votes usually has the curse, but looking at week number 2, that curse is like off anymore. Like it's not taking into effect here for week number 2. It's kind of like a different meta now for the voting system. But again, guys, for the viewers out there, you know, scan the QR code right now before it goes away, so that you can take your vote and maybe even vote for Dread, who has been really dominating as well.
Yeah, Dread Esports has been having a really good day in terms of performance, and you know, it wasn't exactly down to luck that they're relying on. We saw on how they really positioned themselves for that late game skirmish, where the prior game to what was just concluded, they were top 2 with Jibna's effort, and then another really good round heading into what we saw earlier to be the Battle of Yasna Polyana. So if everything goes smoothly, we probably will see a Red Esports to really have a very firm position into a top 5. But, you know, nothing is too far out of reach just yet for other teams to still give chase. So, gonna be a little hard to tell on how well would they be playing in Miramar, because that's where the whatever form of tempo that some of these teams have gotten so far, it will see maybe some form of decrease into getting themselves ready into playing a much bigger territorial map. And I guess like even for big teams like GE, which back then was just known to absolutely feel back-to-back wins of chicken dinners in past seasons, this season they've been struggling in Miramar as well. So it's just a really competitive field that we're looking at throughout this course of the season, which makes things so exciting, right? Like, it wasn't the 1-2 horse race. Now we are getting in every single week about 4 or 5 potential teams that can actually secure number 1, other than, you know, Austria eventually really getting the best out of these situations.
Oh yeah, I mean, for GE, it's been like 3 seasons, even way back before when we had PMPL Southeast Asia wildcard. Before even PMCL even started, they were the champions. And then eventually, it's been a battle between them and Austria, and then PBE. And then now it's different. It's now battle of Austria and Harami Bro, going for that top place. But for this season, I'm not yet sure, because there's a lot of like surprises being done by the other squads. We do know for a fact that Austria will still be there, Harami Bro will still be there, but Yankin Galacticos is showing us that they can also fight against Austria Esports. But right now, we're going to start off the final Erangel map for day number 2. Let's start it off here with the flight path. Let's see what will be the flight path for match 4.
Here we go into the final round of our classic map, and we'll see how good this game could get. So let's take a look at how the flight path's going to be like in just a short moment. Hopefully it's not going to be another Yesnaya ending. I think we've gotten just about enough of that, Cuckoo. So we definitely do appreciate a little bit of a shift of scenery, as this is going to be an alternate flight path that is not seen all too much. Kind of coming in from the opposite side from where we left off. We start from Zarki into Novo, similar to the first one that was played out. So not too drastic of a difference on how these teams will be able to get those access into the city, but take a look at Elevate Esports. They dropped early into Zarki, less visited town, as it just provides an early looting phase for Elevate Esports to kick things off. But Goat is not too far off. They're usually taking North George as well as some portions of South George, so whether we see a collision in the early game begs the question. And with RTC not too far off, we might actually see that early battle taking place within the first 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, we do see RTC taking my advice, because if you remember, I said YG is not playing for today. So YG has that dropping point at South George, and they're now dropping at South George. So good thing that they're able to manage to see that opening for them to be able to at least get really good loot. And now this will be very good for them as well, now that the circle will go onto the northern side of the map. And we really wanted to get that circle at Severny, and you might get that in this game.
Oh, perhaps so, but I won't really keep my hopes too high. We've seen too many Snap Pollyanna. Look, it's still one big sector over onto the north right-hand side, so it is going to be tough to call just yet. But for STE, they're going to be happy to at least take that city once more and then look to see past stage 3, whether if they need to relocate or not. But for the moment, it seems like certain teams like Asia Esports as well as Team Max, they will have to take a really long route to get to the north portion of the map. I wonder if this is going to be another bad round for Asia Esports. Now that they do get into the island, it's more about their approach on how they will journey their way safely to the north.
Yep, and for Team Max Austria, actually there's a lot, like KE as well, TTQ. I can also add Sin also to that one. We'll have to think about on how they can try to go to the circle right up north. This is not a Sin circle, by the way, so I'm kind of thinking of the prediction that I actually did for match number 4. But for now, it's still early. They can go for an early rotation if they can. But based on the the gameplay or strategy that Rankid's team is actually showing for the past week, they managed to go for a lot of loots before they try to get out of the scene of Mill to Power. So we might expect them to be going for a late rotation for later on, and might just go for some sort of edge gameplay out of the blue zone, or maybe even in the circle.
Yeah, that could be a good approach for the entirety of the squad. Meanwhile, Harami Bros, once again, starting off from Pochinki, they should be able to at least get a decent run into the next phase of the matchup. So, shouldn't be too troublesome to say for the very least. Is Harami Bros, despite losing a couple of members through those early trades, have been rather consistent in terms of getting themselves into some top 5 finishes. So I wouldn't worry too much about Harami Bros for now. Whereas GG, they have always started around this school sector, which they have to always be wary about those very fast approaches coming from Harami Bros, which tends to cut up north, and especially with this northern-centric circle, we'll definitely see perhaps some of all these slight taps to happen later on. Whereas RSG, I think like one of their good rounds was the earliest Erangel that was played out today. Other than that, I think like they are falling back to their old ways, heading to the games that has panned out for them.
Yeah, and they were eliminated by STE. right around Yasnaya Polyana. They got bombed by Evil together with NC2, so they have to be careful with those utilities being thrown out by the other squads. As we go back to Sosnovka Island and the bikes that are now being shown again by our spectator. Ostium Martin will most likely not go for the bike and will go for the buggy instead. The ones that are going for the bike is Kill Enemy, and Kill Enemy hasn't really shown the bikes yet. Looks like it's not helpful as of now because the circles are, like the previous circle was in a city circle in Yasnaya, so you can't really just use a bike over there. Maybe for this time around, since the circle is going up on north, and we can't even tell if it's going to Severny or maybe even to the western side of Stalber. So we might probably see that for later on. As for Dread, I love the consistency here. Even though that they had Barney subbed out and now Jashi is playing in, they're able to manage. But would love to see a lot of improvement from this guy, Jashi. Jashi has been, struggling. If you try to notice as well, Contra, he's one of those players from Dread who's always been getting knocked down first.
Yeah, and that's also due to the fact that he did a number of scouting. I guess like the ones that were ineffective was the time that he dropped into prison for today. I guess like Jashi is still really trying to get back into the groove after missing a couple of action throughout the past week, especially with Barney now being within the team. So who knows if Jashi might actually find his big moment later on. While the rest of Team Max, we saw what really went down onto that previous matchup where GE did drop into this section. I guess GE had to make so many adaptations into all these changes that was brought to play with, the involvement of Team Max taking these areas. But Team Max also sometimes, even despite winning some of all these trades, they don't really seem to figure out the best course of rotation, which gets them into some slight trouble. But at least for now, coast is clear if they want to exit the islands. Meanwhile, back into the northern portion of the map, almost getting that pickoff done as the members of Exquisite just drives right by. TTQ unable to render them out of their vehicles, while they've already lost one in the form of Zuki. TDQ, we saw them playing out in Stalber just in the past game and didn't seem like they managed to really done much of these trading well enough. But Exquisite now finally fights back, as this will be quite a distance for them to really go for a direct challenge. So perhaps the best possible move is for Exquisite to carry on with their journey, look for an alternative location because it's still rather early to really commit to a battle.
Yeah, and the big question is for Exquisite and TTQ: is this worth it? Looks like it's not. Like Zuki is already out. So for TTQ, they're still gonna go for the push. Exquisite Esports takes down one as goes down as well while doing that, and now Liquid from afar is now going for some damage. Gus also will go for the shots, and then for Exquisite Esports, Lufa and Koopa will have the same idea, as now they know where to throw those nades as Koopa now cooks up one. Will it connect to Gus? Gus will be able to back out for a bit here. Koopa will throw another one as Lufa will also do the same thing. Liquid, though, will provide support from the backside. Gus will go back out for a bit here, as now Liquid spots Lufa. Lufa almost taken down.
Oh, that was looking a little bit scuffy on the timing of the grenades, but hey, at least some good chip damage has been done with those nade trades. Gus, as well as the rest of TTQ, decides to pull back since they've already lost these two members. They don't want to be annihilated so early. Exquisite Esports, at least giving very good commitment, getting those 2 points off and not losing anything at all is the best form of trade that you would take as a squad. Now, it once again moves back into Yasnaya and Stalbert, but are we getting another urban finish? I hope not, because we saw what happened. It wasn't the best type of gameplay that some of these teams have been able to bring forward, where open ground is where we get a lot more direct challenges. But speaking of direct challenge, Here's the kid trying to shred some of these members out while the Miramar Bros are getting ambush coming in from Elevate Esports. But that
Ooh.
bang of grenade comes beautifully. I say beautiful, it's actually coming from Nathan. He naded his own teammate?
Oh no, this
Not
is
like
bad
this.
for Elevate Esports. I thought it was coming from Miramar Bro.
Me
'Cause
too.
I thought Range threw out Nate, and then it came from Nathan. So this is just so bad for Elevate Esports. Nathan doesn't have any choice anymore, but just to provide information. Same goes to whoever he's with, which is Rix. And now this will give Harami Bro a little bit of more time to go for the reset, while Kill Enemies now on the lookout from above. And there we go, Federalis takes out Nathan, and then for the rest of Elevate Esports, Coca-Cola will have to survive for another day as he tries to find a compound or maybe a small house to just get in.
That was just so disastrous. And take a look at this. Harami Bros, they get that reset. KE prayed onto any easy targets out there. Elevate should not have actually lost that battle. Now they're only down to 1. Well, Harami Bros, they will once again regain this control over the course of the compound. KE, as much as they really want to get the trading done, it's not exactly the most straightforward approach that they could actually manage against the rest of Harami Bros, especially with the firepower that they currently have. So it's best that they actually back away from what we see. KE just being smart about their decisions to not really pry onto that area of play. So plenty to play for here in Stage 2, but look at how these teams are quickly taking the spaces all around Yasnaya, all the way up above the lake to Salbert Hills as well as the city. Still unclear, but Asha Esports this time at least having a better run.
Oh yeah, they're taking also a different approach compared to whatever they did in the previous matchup with the almost the same circle now. They went towards the southern side, so now they're going onto the eastern side of Yasnaya. They're probably not going to commit yet until they know that for sure that the circle will go to Yasnaya. We're still on stage number 3, and we're going to be closing in just a couple of seconds from right now. And there's going to be like 2 minutes for them to decide on if they're going to stay at that specific spot where they're in for Coca-Cola. It's being hunted right now by Kill Enemy, and Kill Enemy was the one looking towards Harami Bro and Elevate earlier on. So let's see if he can manage to survive this. This is going to be a 3v1, or it's actually going to be a 4v1 if Coca-Cola will have all Kill Enemy members going right at him.
It's just a really tough spot to be in, as it will be quickly sniffed out by KE. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and they really had a fall from grace, I would say. Like, that battle against Harami Bro looked so good for only the slightest bit, and after that, this is just the toughest round that we've seen coming from Elevate Esports for today. Other than that, I think like on these decent rotations as well as decent fights without blunders like that, we will expect Elevate to really put up a record, because that past round that we saw them play, that was the top 2, top 3 finish. So This was rather unfortunate. Nothing much that can be done about some instances like that. But hey, KE, they are definitely showing off a lot of strength for today. So once again, just really knowing how to play around this Salbert Hill has really worked out for KE for most portion of the games.
Oh yeah, for KE, let's see if they can now get that momentum onto their side. As I was saying that, there's someone who actually got taken down now. Goat versus Max, fighting in an area I'm not really so sure. Gus is already down and out as KE takes him out. TTQ now only has 1 player remaining now, unknown for Goat. Does have all his eyes onto the side of Kill Enemy. Now the circle will have to update. Ooh, it went towards GE. Looks like this is GE's circle now. All they need to do now is just manage this circle. If they can also manage, some teams will be coming in right straight at them, then definitely they can survive until the end of the game. But look at this. Yaiko going for the spray onto DD. DD really has no choice but to prone down. Joseph, though, is already out. And now it's going to be confirmed by Edward as God7 is going to get a kill there. There's just so many buggies just roaming around the areas in the mini-map. And there we go, 1 kill there for God7. As for Team Max V9, they're now down to 1.
Yeah, it's just plenty of crowd trying to navigate which area is safe to play here in Stalber. Apparently not too many areas for them to actually hide out. Thankfully, there's still some trees, vegetation, as well as some rocks to cover for the moment. But the trades are looking pretty good for their 21 as they drop those big bombshells right across, while Rick probably won't be rescued as the rest of Harame Bros are looking to be overwhelmed at the current moment. This is just a tough time for Harame Bros. Only Jappy left, and he's also tanking some of the damage from the blue zone, hoping to stay alive with this first aid kit. Should be able to do so, but that's his final first aid. Whatever's in that crate, you gotta make it true. And he's just a couple steps away, but any step that is being taken, KE could just easily knock them down.
Yep, and for Jappy, doesn't only have the bandages. He's on full boost, so I think he can still manage a little bit more of regen, as well as with the bandages. Just have to wait out until KE would bail away from the scene. But for this one, it's going to be Sin versus STE. And this is Sin's game, is what I'm looking at right now. They have control right now of the southeastern side of the circle. They just need to eliminate STE. Now, Get Slow was able to get his revive onto NC2. Rankid will now throw off a nade. Will that connect? Nope. It will only just bounce off from that buggy. As for STE, they need to get away from the scene right away, in my opinion, because it's just total disadvantage is what they have here, Contra.
Yeah, hey, it doesn't look to be a really good spot for them to actually work this one out, as these nades are flying right through. Get Slow with one good toss. This might just be a total annihilation, but Get Slow, he gets even more up close and personal with this DPS ready to blow, as these trades are looking rather decent. But Wako, he didn't actually get anything done out there, as the full push is in effect coming from NC2. Sin Esports, they bail out of the situation, running right across with whatever vehicles that they do have. Other than that, it just seemed to be STE also suffering a couple more taps coming in their way as well, with Sin trading right back. Now, continuing where it left off, it seemed like the entirety of RTC will have to deal with this push with a jump shot coming in from KE. Master D2K just so quick to just leap forward, secures that number. While we see names falling off of our screen, it is Exquisite Esports that bows out.
Now it's going to be Strangers Esports, who now has advantage over Dread, as they were able to eliminate Sin, all because of the help coming from RSG. Now, Evil knows the exact position of both players of Dread. Now, here comes another one here. Jashi gets naded by Lucy. Now to push, to be coming in for the side of Dread. Looks like he's going to be just focusing on just crashing right through the rocks there, which is Jibna. So Evil will have some space here. So at least he can defend their teammate who is currently down, which is Get Slow, who I think is going to get revived by Lucy. As for Sin, all of a sudden they're now down to 1. We almost saw them getting an advantage against STE, but because of all those sandwich gameplays coming from RSG, they're now left with only Migs. So Migs only have to just stay away and just hide behind the rock. As for the others, Contra, like for STE, they need to move now because the blue zone is on their side.
Yeah, absolutely. Whoever takes the higher ground from the get-go does have so much to play for, whereas STE finding struggles to stay afloat since that circle just shifted further and further away from them. RSG now gets that free picking. This Bunny will secure it. And RSG, now they have this sector being cleared out. They only have to worry about what's up ahead of them. One member of the side of STE did make it pass. So just hoping to actually find a spot for them to survive. Now, this is what I want to see. GE versus Austria Esports, as KE's the one that has been banking numbers of elimination throughout the course of the run. This is where Master Smile hooks up a grenade, and that's a very effective assault that we're seeing coming in from the side of Master Smile. Red Bull, though, hoping to find a connection with that grenade. Now has to deal with Marnet. Tight space, but his hit is also jutting out. This is not looking all too good. Austria Esports playing from the low ground doesn't seem to find any reprieve at all. GE is just way too strong and potent holding off this angle.
This is G's game now. Able to eliminate Red Bull, who was the MVP for the past few games. For now, for Austria, they're now down to only 2, so they have to be quiet for now. But look at this, Dread versus GG. 2 members down on the ground already, but the third party coming from Austria, Skynin, who was able to spray down, knocks down 1, but there's GE who steals the kill away from them. And this is GE already knowing where to look at now, because they heard the gunshots from Austria. But then you could also see RSG joining in the fun. Just so many angles. And Austria is just having a really hard time getting in.
My. These battles in Stauber, we've seen one just a day ago, right? Like, how this one plays out. Austria did manage to at least put some good record throughout those runs, but now it's only left with Martin to try to play it through. And there's even Jisoo as well, being the other individual for the side of GG to hopefully stay alive. RSG, they've only got 2 members looking for the zone. Whereas KE so far, this is also their game to actually play this one out with the rest of Genesis Esports to be controlling that southern portion of the map. That opens so much room for KE to take all that spacing that they do need on the upper portion of the hill. Though there is still another team in red that I do spot out from the top left. So that's one couple of members that GE will have to worry about for later. But for now, these 6 teams, they're happy to be staying put. If they could just find any more spacing to just squeeze a top 5 finish for those individual players of TTQ and GG, they'll be happy enough for that. But right now, RSG, what are the chances here? Because they're also getting a little bit of attention coming from GE. Oh boy. Thankfully staying intact for now. But that Nate...
Oh, Jisoo! Boom!
That was quick and simple from Martin. Now he makes it to the top 5. And of course, he's happy enough to at least gather 1 more point onto the block. Wow. Blink and you miss it.
He just embraced it. He didn't even move.
He didn't move. He's like, okay, I guess my day here in the field is over. Like, if he stands up, I think he might be spotted by the rest of the squads as well, which is why I was thinking, yep, I'm out of here.
I'm out of here. That's how you Mamba out from the game. But for RSG, oh, got spotted from above. This is Master Vape. Have to be careful now. Your vehicle is up on smokes. This is KE, who has the highest ground of them all, actually. And they do have the circle also. If the circle would go on their side, then this is so bad for GE. I mean, I'm rooting now for GE to get a win, because they have been struggling for a while now. And again, this is 3-time kings of, you know, this region. And now they have been struggling now. Their lineup, not really the same as before, as Itchy is already retired, and then now with Flash coming in. As for Martin, he will survive for now, but for how long? Because the blue zone is now coming in his way. Just 40 seconds left to go in order for him to survive this, and in order for him to get into the circle. And look at that open space, Contra. Yeah. This is so bad for Martin.
Yeah, this is really tough. And it's a huge dip that he really has to crawl out of. So I don't think that he's going to be alive for long. If we take this angle from inside of Marnet, he should be able to eventually get that better exchange against Martin. Unless if Martin fights back, then perhaps this could be a good pick-off to decrease 1 member from the side of Genesis Esports. But KE, because of how fixated that GE is hoping to pick off some of all these teams over the south, KE just absolutely dominates the circle. I don't see a way that they lose some of these trades with these teams moving in rather late content early, and it's just about buying enough time for them to just settle whatever dispute that they have. It's Master Smell popping that perfect grenade onto Ryder, as he wasn't really having any for room to actually climb out of, and now Master Vape is being sent down to deal with Master Smell. Let's see which Master will win this trade, as these two will cook up grenades to toss at each other. Only chunking 50%. Master Small managed to dodge the big chunk of the damage, while even shots are being fired from above. So Master Small may have to leave this be, but they're really hoping to fight this one off. What? That actually connects just by the tip of it.
And good throw of that Molly. And again, Ryder should have been revived already, but Carrillo from afar. KE now has total control of the circle and has a lot of chances of winning this game now after that knockdown, but RSG can still manage. They just need to get into the circle. KE, ooh, spots may be, drops may be down now for TTQ. The only man standing. Just needs to be quiet. No need for him to spray down. Ooh, Kaya spots Master Vape. Oh no, it's actually Zai from GE. From behind, and now RSG, this is just a bad decision for them. It's gonna, you know, sandwich them between GE and KE.
Yeah, they shouldn't have actually engaged GE from the lower end of the hill, because they really took so much time, and that spacing was being given over onto KE. And KE absolutely crushes all these teams that are moving forward, as we are also seeing Ryder now being picked up. Campus trying to win this trade out against Master Smile right underneath. He's going to be able to at least get some good cover for the meantime, but Liquid squeezing past a majority of all these guys. I'm surprised he's still alive after so long. Just by the edge of the circle as well. So, in a good circumstance, Liquid might be able to catch some of these members of Genesis Esports and consider this to be just a massive victory for KE. Regardless, look at that. 16 elimination points. Even if GE gets a win here, they're not going to overtake the rest of KE. So, really down to how many pickoffs can they actually get throughout this course of this current duel that they have. TTQ just hoping to at least secure one in between. And speaking of which, Kaya, dangerous place to be. But he shifts all the way back, finds West Carry, maybe another member of GE as well, but they will be put to a stop, as Zeiss will be able to at least secure that pointer. But here comes the rest of KE.
Here comes the rest of KE. Campus gets one down. Now Master T2K goes in. Ooh, but the MG3 just bursting down on the bodies of KE. Now it's going to be a 1v1 now. Oh no, almost getting that win also for GE. And KE gets the winner chicken dinner for match number 4. And you know what, Contra? A record also of 20 eliminations for this game. Kill enemy. Wow, what a performance. I'm not so sure of the 20. I think still at 19, because if you remember, TTQ Liquid gets the knock onto GE.
Yeah.
To one member. So let's find out in the later stats. But again, that performance from KE, a much needed performance to boost them up in day number 2.
Yeah, and we take a look into their recent record as well. It was also a top 3 finish inside of Yasnaya. Now moving into Stauber, this has definitely paid off so well, where KE have made so many of all these northern rotation, and this time they were one of the earliest out there, and they remain to be unchallenged for most part, which was rather interesting, because it was mainly other teams like GE that was dictating who actually gets up the hill, where all KE really had to do is to really wait for some of these teams to climb upwards, and they just continuously rack numbers after numbers of elimination points, where we saw there was battles between GE as well as Ozja and many more names that has been taken off of that list, where it really took a long time for GE to settle the score, which is why they didn't really seem to be able to challenge KE at the very end of it all. But to my surprise, it went down to that 1v1, right? And that could have actually slipped out of the fingertips of KE in that slight second. But hey, it was a really good game. And like you said, TDQ at least got in that one knock, but that knock won't be counted out for, because he was eliminated before any of that portion has been claimed. So with that being said, it's KE's Master D2K that was the main damage dealer for the team to secure this win.
Yeah, and Master D2K with 7 eliminations, and whoever gets the the top of the hill usually will have most of the eliminations in the game. And KE, good thing the circle went towards their way, and right at the end, like in the final circle, it didn't went their way, but good thing RSG went right at the middle of GE and KE, so they just managed to sandwich them. And then for Liquid, most likely didn't have enough patience out there. I mean, it did have enough time, maybe at least, to wait it out until KE would have to go for the push to GE, but it was Liquid who managed to get that knockdown first, and then eventually KE just finished them off. And there we go. Not yet the record, but look at the damage.
Whoa.
All threes. It's my favorite number as well, Contra.
Oh, I can see why, but like when you have quadruple trees, this is one of the highest damage to be done so far, and it's 19 elimination points, close to that 20 chart-topping record, but this is definitely the highest standard that is being set for the side of Kill Enemy, for the very least. And not only do they have those massive elims, look at the amount of knockouts, which I don't know if some of them actually slip away from their hands. It might have actually been more than 20 points if you think about it.
Well, for Kill Enemy, like what I said, this is a much-needed win for them, because they have been struggling for the past match 1, 2, and 3. So this is a much-needed win from them, a wake-up call. And if you ask me, if they're going to be going into Miramar right after this, their players are actually looking good in the map of Miramar. So I just hope that they continue their good gameplay here in the 2 last maps, which is in Miramar. But looking at the overall stats here, Contra, I mean, almost the same thing as what we had from the last 2 games in Erangel. It's just that this time around, it's just way lesser teams who ended up in the the final circle, because it's not like the previous match wherein we had a city circle where you can hide inside houses. This time around, it's just way too out in the open, up in the hills of Stalbert.
Yeah, and it has been really tough for the teams that actually move in very, very late into the scene. Where KE so far, I would say it's 2 good back-to-back games with at least a finisher of a top 3 in Yasnaya Pauliana early on, and that also racks quite a number of points over on to that course of the battle. So today we're seeing either around that 50-point margin that has already been acquired for the side of KE. Anything else that comes towards their way in Miramar, even despite them getting a bad game, will still look pretty decent for them to really search up the ranking charts. Says this is absolutely unbeatable with that 29-pointer. Meanwhile, GE as well as RG, they got 11 apiece, and we have 3 teams with 6 points here with TTQ, Sin Esports, as well as GOAT Esports. Whereas we have a couple of teams that didn't manage to acquire all too much, with RTC, Max, as well as Elevate being taken out rather early.
Oh, yeah.
Other than that, pretty standard score lines for some of all the other squads. Maybe a slight dip for even the likes of Red Esports as well as STE, but we can't really blame them with what's really going on around those fields. So I wanted to take a look at the total leaderboards right now, because where does KE plays with this 29 point?
Yeah, this is a lot.
I think it could potentially be number 3 or number 2. That depends on whether if they can overtake Harame Bros.
Yeah, this is a lot of points for KE. There we go.
Ooh.
Just really so close between them, STE and Dread Esports. Just 1 point for each. 71 total points now for KE. Austria still on top with 105 points. They're now at the 3-digit counter points here. As for Harame Bro, just still there at top number 5. They only had 2 points for this game, so not really a lot of change for Harame Bro. For God7 as well, they went downwards here with 65 now at top number 6. But if you try to look at it on a bigger picture, Contra, one chicken dinner can really change a lot, especially for the top 2, 3, 4 up to until maybe top number 8, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And KE absolutely took out like about 5 teams almost of elimination points in this matchup in order to be able to match up with the current top 5s. And it's just really having a decent game here into Miramar for them to be firmly planted into a top 3 position. So I guess like we'll see how this one pans out in a moment's time. But Harame Bros, I think it was 2 games that they didn't manage to acquire a huge margin of points, which sees them really having a huge fall off from what seems to be a second placer from the start of the day to be moving into a 5-6. Like, it definitely hurts the ego a little bit more, but this is where I think they could still find moments to shine here into matches in Miramar. And I'm also looking at GE now that they do also find a little bit of that form from Erangel. Could this be very well their map to play out here into the final 2 matches of Miramar? So we shall see in a moment's time. But before that, of course, we will take a short break, Cuckoo. And when we come back, we'll bring it to the Desert Dunes here in the PMCL Southeast Asia. So we'll see you guys in a few minutes.
In this video, we'll be going over some tips and tricks for the stages in the new version's themed mode, Ocean Odyssey, to help you better grasp the new gameplay and have a better experience. First, situated underwater beneath a huge statue is the Ocean Palace. At the beginning of a match, there are 2 Ocean Palaces that you can go to. They are located in the waters under the ruins and Milta. Each Ocean Palace has loads of supplies and treasures. It's an ideal landing spot. Now, what's the quickest way to enter the Ocean Palace? Parachute directly to the ocean surface at the start of a match, and after plunging underwater, you will get a speed boost, so you can quickly reach the palace. You swim faster in the water near the Ocean Palace, and you can hold your breath for longer, allowing you to move around quickly underwater. After passing through the sea suppressor barrier, you can enter the Ocean Palace. The sea suppressor barrier forms a large air pocket in the Ocean Palace, and you can battle in this space. The first time you enter the Ocean Palace, you will receive a special respawn. Do keep in mind that you will lose it if you leave the vicinity of the Ocean Palace. Inside the palace, you can activate the Water Nymph performance. When it ends, you'll be rewarded with supplies. A powerful item lies at the center of the palace, the Trident, which unlocks once the countdown ends. Upon retrieving the Trident, not only will you get lots of supplies, but a special respawn card as well. It's used to respawn in the battleground, and still works even when eliminated outside the Ocean Palace. However, the respawn card has a time limit, so pay attention to when it expires. Lost crates are hidden in the waters all around the palace. Dive in and explore for surprise loot. Once a certain amount of time passes in the match, a Kraken will appear and destroy the sea suppressor, flooding the Ocean Palace. Use the portals in the Ocean Palace to leave quickly. Finally, there are several Forsaken Ruins. Besides having tons of supplies, the Forsaken Ruins conceal 2 sea treasuries. Find the switches to remove the water veil and enter the waterway from the Ocean Temple. Then you can find the sea treasury located underground. Light up all the pillars at the treasury entrance to open the treasury door and obtain the treasure. On the ground of the Forsaken Ruins, there is a blasting current and a mirage tower. Use them to get higher up or to move around. When you encounter an enemy, use them creatively to take the enemy by surprise. Furthermore, some Forsaken Ruins will have a spirit whale that appears in the sky after some time, and will leave a water orb on the ground after landing. Enter the water orb to board the whale escape pod. When the blue zone approaches, you can use the spirit whale to quickly get to the play zone. That's all for this video. Discover more ways to have fun. Hurry and try out Ocean Odyssey in PUBG Mobile. In this video, we'll be introducing 5 new items: the Trident, Gleaming Stingray, Water Orb Grenade, Water Orb Blaster, and the Whale Escape Pod. The Trident is sealed within the Ocean Palace. It can be retrieved after some time passes in the match. Follow the directions on the map to find it. Wielding the Trident grants the following: a special underwater swimming animation, faster swimming speed for moving about quickly or entering the play zone, and an exclusive water spout ability. Use it to turn into a water spout that moves around and can knock players and vehicles up into the air. You can use this ability to pull nearby enemies into the air, where teammates can focus fire on them, or give teammates cover to evacuate. Please be aware that water spouts cannot lift up enemies hiding in buildings. The Gleaming Stingray vehicle can be found in the waters of the Ocean Palace. Get close to it to ride it, or pick up a Stingray core in the Ocean Palace to summon it. Gleaming Stingrays can glide through the new underwater areas in the air, and can seat 2 players. After dismounting, it can be stored as a Stingray core. The Gleaming Stingray can then be summoned again from the quick item menu. In water areas, it can be quickly deployed with one tap without needing to be placed. Gleaming Stingrays have a special ability that launches bubbles and can be targeted at enemies to restrain them. When enemies are restrained, the passenger and other teammates are free to eliminate them. Bear in mind that the player in the back seat must be in the air to fire. Enemies restrained by bubbles cannot fire. Furthermore, hiding behind cover or moving quickly can reduce your chances of being hit by a bubble. The Water Orb Grenade is a new throwable item that can be picked up around the map and thrown to generate a huge water orb where it lands, engulfing players caught in the explosion. Enemies must swim to the edge of the water orb to escape, while you and your teammates get a dash ability inside the water orb. While in combat, hit enemies with this throwable to let you and your teammates get closer to eliminate them. The Water Orb Blaster occupies the pistol slot and can shoot a water orb that lasts a while and grants you and your teammates a dash ability that you can use to quickly enter the water orb. From here, you can quickly move to another water orb or dash from it. When fighting in buildings, you can use this item for quick movement and counterattacks. The Whale Escape Pod can generate a water orb where it lands. Enter the water orb and wait a while for a whale to appear and take away everyone inside. It can carry your whole team, and you can also change its route or get off midway. It's a great option for getting to the play zone. That's it for this video. I'm sure you're already coming up with a bunch of other ways to use these items. Try them out in the new version now. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. In this video, we will go over the new version's game mechanics to help you have a better understanding and improve your experience. Let's get started. First is the Kraken underneath the Ocean Palace. Although the Ocean Palace is abundant in resources, the rewards are not without risks. After players enter the Ocean Palace, a countdown begins, and at the end of it, the Kraken will awaken and break the sea suppressor, causing the Ocean Palace to flood. This jeopardizes the play area, so when the countdown ends, make sure to evacuate quickly to avoid getting trapped underwater. Next is the special respawn. Upon entering the Ocean Palace, you will receive the Heart of the Seas protection and get an additional special respawn chance. This special respawn only works once per match. When eliminated in the Ocean Palace area, the special respawn chance will be used up. When you leave the Ocean Palace waters, you also lose the Heart of the Seas protection, and your respawn chance will be removed. Furthermore, when the sea suppressor is destroyed, the Ocean Palace will flood. If you enter the Ocean Palace area at this point, you won't get a respawn chance. Next is the Sea Treasury underneath the Forsaken Ruins. If you wish to enter the Sea Treasury, you will need to find it within the Forsaken Ruins and activate the switches at the Treasury entrance. Pass through an underwater cave to reach the entrance of the Treasury. To open the Treasury door, you need to light up all the pillars. Once you get the treasure, a portal will appear. Go through the portal to be teleported high in the air within the play zone and parachute back in. There's also another feature to explore, the water prism. Water prisms are scattered throughout the map. Barriers surround them, and they can be unlocked by approaching them. Enter to reach the crates inside, and get precious supplies and items. Last is the Celestial Sea Treasure. In the new themed mode, you can pick up a new airdrop, the Celestial Sea Treasure airdrop crate. The Celestial Sea Treasure is delivered by water column. Loads of supplies lie within. We hope you all discover more fun and surprises. That's it for the game mechanics tutorial. We hope you have a better grasp of Ocean Odyssey now. Rewarding game mechanics and challenges await you. Be sure not to miss out.
Two more matches left here in PMCL Southeast Asia Fall of 2024. Day number 2 for week number 2. Kuku TV together with Contra, the ones bringing you the action for tonight. And I hope that you are enjoying all these matches. And we've seen 2 circles in Erangel wherein it went towards the Yasnaya area. And we've seen the results already. KE just went on a frenzy with 19 eliminations. Now we're moving into the bigger map, which is Miramar Contra. I am expecting a lot from the PH quads now, because normally PH teams are really so good with this map. Expecting Sin and Elevate to go out and show the world that they can get a chicken dinner for those 2 matches.
Yeah, and for today, really, he seemed to be pretty decent coming in from Cambodia as well in terms of their overall performance. So we definitely want to see if they could carry on with that same form of progress that they made in Erangel. But you know what? You guys could also get your hands on some really cool skins, especially with this current offering of the Galera X-Suit in stores right now till the end of September, where the first spin is always at 10 UC, where you could get not only the Galera X-Suit, I'm pretty sure you want to be able to secure yourself the Sky Huntress MG3 that is going to be the exclusive weapon that's going to be available in this package. So make sure you grab it while it lasts, because this is only going to be just lasting for a good month. And just like what you said, Cuckoo, you could just maybe plan it out, top up 300 and spin 10 every single day if you want to be on that saving mode. But else, it's spin it to win it.
Oh, look at this prediction now. 3 Genesis Esports predictions coming from yours truly, Contra, and Queen Toyo. And then the rest would be Dread, Harame Bro, KE, and Astya. Well, we did see Genesis Esports pop out in match number 4. They almost got the chicken dinner also. So it's best now for them to get that winner chicken dinner now here in match number 5.
That's right. And you know, like, well, we have so many of all these votes on to GE because they have definitely thrived in the fields of Miramar for most part, but you know, they have definitely shown inconsistencies when it comes down to Erangel. But even the Erangel rounds, they've been looking rather better heading towards the later stages of the day, and perhaps, you know, they're just getting their engines hot enough to take on this vast map that we do see here. So I really do wonder if they could be able to pull it off, because, you know, it doesn't seem like they've been able to get some pretty crazy margins other than that massive round that they had on top of that Picado Hill, or somebody call it the Power Ground, Power Grid Hill to be specific. But you know, you guys could also vote if you guys think that maybe it's not GE, maybe it's not KE, or any of these listed by all these other casters out there. Yeah, cast your votes here by scanning that QR code, and also vote for who you think is the rising star of the tournament.
Yeah, Rising Star. You can probably add Master D2K in, because Master D2K got 7 eliminations in the previous match. Might as well. You could probably add Nathan, because Nathan really did showed something in week number 1. Wherever it is, it's up to your decision. Just make sure to scan the QR code before it goes away. And if it did go away, you can probably go to YouTube. You can try to rewind it a little bit, because that's the only way for you to get a rewind. Or you can just probably watch the replay afterwards. But anyways, for the teams right now who is in the lobby, it's just a minute left. So they are in the spawn area right now in Miramar, right around prison area. Who will get this winner chicken dinner in match number 5? And you can probably add match number 6 to it. Again, we are expecting GE, both of us, Contra, and expecting GE to really pop off here in this very map. We did see them went for the higher ground advantage. So if the circle would go to that side, then maybe GE would probably go there right away. But there's going to be a lot of challenges that they're going to be going into, because Miramar Bro is still there, and then sometimes TTQ or maybe even Strangers Esports does have that same rotation as what the others would have. But right now, Contra, 10 more seconds left as we're going to be flying in the very first map of Miramar here on day number 2. We're going to go ahead and fly in now, and let's see what will be the flight path and what will be the circle as well for this very map.
Yep, I've been waiting for this moment for quite a while. This is my favorite map to be played out, and many of all these, of course, different sceneries of other maps as well, because this is where they always get tested on how well they approach fights in open terrains, as well as to test out their sharpshooting when it comes down to how to seek out for some of these numbers out in the field, because you will have to be very well adept onto getting all these simulations done mid to long range. And taking a look at this flight path, it's starting off from the far eastern corner, headed into ruins. So I guess like it's gonna be a little bit of a far stretch for Chumacera. So most often than not, all these players would rather be playing around the central area of the map. So not too shabby, but we are already seeing multiple teams flowing in the same direction, as it looks to me that we might actually see some brawl happening in Impala.
Oh no. 3 teams actually. Team Max, Goat, and this is Elevate if I'm not mistaken. And this is all because Playbook Esports is not playing, and Playbook Esports does drop at Impala. So it's going to be a 3-way battle right around that area. We could probably also see another battle at El Pozo. Look at this. Kill Enemy has someone right with them, and this is RTC if I'm not mistaken.
Oh boy, hey, what's really gonna go down here? Where whoever settles the scores, though, will be able to at least get some good access into the first zone, which, you know, currently touches the edge of Impala. But whatever's happening in between that section of La Bonita is also going to be a little bit worrisome for the likes of GOT7, Sin, as well as Red Esports. Today wasn't exactly the best of run for Sin Esports, but they could find ways to salvage this because they have a decent start, to say the very least. But KE dealing with RTC, they gotta settle the scores quickly. KE just hot from that big win inside of Erangel. Will find themselves pretty much stuck within this vast city by this edge of the far west. So hopefully nobody gets picked off. KE, they gotta make quick loots before they head out though, because it's a long journey up ahead.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long journey up ahead for KE. Same goes to RTC, especially that they're going to be dropping together with Kill Enemy. They do have the stadium at El Pozo. They also have a little bit of the southern side area of El Pozo. But let's try to take a look at Impala. Looks like the others really did not went to Impala anyways. They just went for some vehicles. But look at this. Goat versus Elevate. Oh, Claire goes down right away. Lil Yatka gets the headshot with the AKM and will get confirmed by Lil Yatka as Rix together with Coca-Cola will now have to loot up. It's going to be a 3v4 situation between Goat and Elevate. They do have the advantage as of right now. Ooh, but the nade almost taking out Lil Yatka. It looks like 2 players of Elevate, Nathan and Coca-Cola, will be sandwiched right here.
Yeah, and they really got to rely on each other to get this job done. And taps after taps coming from an alternate angle is making life difficult for the moment. Big nades now fly right through. And it's going to be 1 member down from the side of Elevate Esports for the moment. XZ just trying to see if he could just really squeeze past them all these grenades while Coca-Cola trying to hold true. These 2 members will have to pull off a massive defense here, especially with the full squad rushing up towards Coca-Cola. He's only got a knife so far. I don't think he's getting out of here.
Looks like he won't. He doesn't have any guns, so he's going to try to get that knife. But no. Unknown says not. It's going to be 1 more player left. It's going to be Rix, who went towards the middle portion of this area. And now it's going to be him and his M4. Ooh, he spots 1, gets the spray, but Lil Yatka is there to save the day. And Elevate Esports, early out for them, and now the struggles now continues for Elevate.
Yeah, as you mentioned, they were absolutely being pinched into that tiny little compound. There's just not much wiggle room for them to really work with. And Go Esports off to a very strong start, and their very proactive approach in the early game really handed them this massive points without suffering any form of casualties at all. While Elevate Esports, I didn't expect them to walk away with 0 points heading into this matchup. But such as Miramar, sometimes you get a very good duel, sometimes you just absolutely don't get much training done. And we saw Coca-Cola only had a knife. He was really had the worst of luck into getting almost barely any loot at all to kick things off with. So as we continue on, I really want to keep my eyes on the side of TTQ, how they will manage in this matchup. So far, they've been doing rather well throughout their run of this evening. Whereas, as for Exquisite, still plenty to be made out there. Since this is still the start for Group E, it's only been 10 points in. So they really gotta at least milk whatever Miramar has to offer.
Oh yeah, especially Miramar. As they say in the PH commentary team, Miramar is the place for PH squads. For now, ooh, look at that, Smile. And actually it's going to be Marnette who gets the knockdown, and the Federalis goes down because of Smile. Our Rami Bro has been really struggling when it comes to having all 4 members left remaining in the last part of the game. Jappy now goes for a spray. Zai gets him down as Range escapes the area with his own vehicle. Looks like GE got the best of that against Rami Bro. They'll be happy with the results. But they have to be careful. Sin is actually in the vicinity.
Yeah, they are. Sin Esports, what's going to be their take here? With Range now being the Lone Ranger again, it seems like it's a similar scenario as to one of the games that they played out inside of Erangel. But, you know, recent games in Miramar for Harame Bros hasn't been the cleanest so far. And it seems like it's continuously a struggle for the squad from what it looks to be like. Whereas for the rest of GE, they were absolutely happy with those early pickoffs that they have gotten throughout rotating in between. It's just really unlucky for the side of Harmony Bros to be also taking that same form of passage so early into the match.
Yeah, that's very early for Harmony Bro. For the side of Sin, they didn't really went for like a third party. The aggressiveness is not the same as what they had in the previous week. So I'm not sure what's happening right now with Sin. looks like they're going for some type of gameplay wherein they will be much controlled and they will focus on objectives. Again, in order for you to win in every single game, you have to follow your objectives. And if your objective is for you to not get a lot of eliminations, but to just reposition, then you would have to focus on that one. Because if you're gonna not listen to the coach or analyst or maybe even the IGL in game, then you're gonna be subbed out eventually.
Speaking from
Especially
experiences, huh?
oh yeah, especially if you're gonna not listen to the IGL, like say if the IGL would say go to Picado and then you went towards Graveyard instead,
Mhm.
you know,
Yeah.
definitely you'll get subbed out.
Oh, that's a easy call, right? Like,
Yeah,
because like there's just so little time frame for you to make certain decisions. Sometimes, you know, they absolutely forget what the coach said, and you know, it can prove very costly when you know the coach or the analyst has done the research overnight and like not listening will be very costly in some of these circumstances. And speaking of which, I guess like not many teams will be prepared for what's to come because this time that circle goes all the way up into Terra Branca, almost
no.
touching the edge of Campo Militar as well. Very difficult place to be. There is still some form of valley that they will still be able to play out from, but most often than not, that area of play is uncharted territories for at least half the teams that have not been frequently visiting places like El Azahar to begin with.
right, and you know what? This is the first time also that we had that type of circle in Miramar. Out of all the Miramars that we had from last week, so for now they have to figure things out. And speaking of analyst or coach, I mean I was an analyst or coach of a team before, and it's very stressful, especially if
I can imagine.
your players would not listen to you or maybe has no time for them to be able to at least look at whatever you have done. It's going to be really stressful for the coach or analyst. And then eventually, if you are right, like say in game it did happen, then you're gonna just have to scold them, which is gonna take too much time instead of us
Doing something more
going for
productive, right?
yeah, more productive, right? Exactly.
I have my fair share of experience as well, you know, managing a team back in the PMPL for at least 2 seasons. And yeah, I absolutely understand the struggle, right? Like, you know, while these teams are duking it out in the early game, we got a little bit of time to at least chat about these kind of stuff. Where sometimes certain IGLs, they can be very strong-headed into what they deem to be the better decision making, and sometimes it does pay off, sometimes it doesn't. Like, you just really gotta follow suit, right? And sometimes when that decision making turns out to be a blunder, you can be costing the entire squad your chance of potentially winning the game, or at least racking plenty more points compared to, you know, just walking away with close to 0. Speaking of which, right now RSG is in the midst of a battle against Strangers Esports, and this is going to be a really tough area to play towards Valdemar, or should I say, actually, this Cristobal to specific. NC2 making a little bit of dance to knock one down, looking for the third target as well, but he will be taken out by Icy, who has made his mark here, moving into these rounds of Miramar, as he's just freshly subbed in with the fresh pair of hands, needing to deal with the rest of 762. He's got those grenades to lob. It's going to be a long range. Does it connect? It does some chip damage towards Icy, and none of them are getting fully revived just yet. This was a Kobe that we're looking for. RSG got sent out with a bang.
And look at that piggyback ride forward side of NC2, and again it's again 762 making those big impact moments for Strangers Esports just right when you needed him. All of a sudden he goes on Super Saiyan mode and went for a 3-kill party with that frag grenade. But for now, on the kill feed is Sin. He's giving a hard time for God7. Now range. Only man remaining for the squad again. Same story as what we had in match number 2. Or should I say match 3 for Harame Bro. it's not been a really good day for them. But right now for Boyshan, ooh, just way too many goats inside his house. And you can see Unknown now getting a revive. As for Team Max, the last player, Joseph, will go out, will bail out from the scene, and he'll be the ones only remaining for the squad.
Yeah, incredible start for the goats. So I never knew that they have a farm going into Miramar, but you know, I guess like any form of milk that they could get in this barren desert will be doing them pretty good to keep themselves pretty much hydrated. But Team Max, though, you know, that's some heavy casualty in the early game, and the game just barely started, right? We're only into stage 3, and with potentially 1 or 2 members remaining, it's gonna be a tough one. But of course, when the going gets tough, the tough keeps going. KE, they have some of the best rounds possible for the entirety of the day, and I would say they have been the most improved team throughout week 2.
Oh yeah. Ooh, look at this. NC2, open area. MM almost exploded out there. Good thing he was able to get the cover there right at the end. Now, suppressing fire coming from Exquisite Esports and STE. Will have to get into the blue to the circle eventually. Because now they're going to be out in the open. It's going to be the other way around now as MM will try his luck for the explosion, but Koopa goes down. It's going to be KE who has an angle for the side of Exquisite Esports. And KE, look at them. They're looking good, Contra. After that 19 barrage from Erangel, now they're having a good time here in Miramar. Looks like the morale is up for them.
Absolutely. He's having a field day out, and they are absolutely in one of the best spots possible. Meanwhile, I'm not too sure about the ones that are directly in the city, especially when we'll take a look at GE, who has to deal with another team that's currently inbound. While Goat Esports, they're wrapping around these corners. They will have a lot of room to play compared to the rest of these squads. It's more about assessing the situation as to where the other teams are located. Now, the rest of them, especially with GG, spotting one moving from the outskirts, won't be able to actually pick them off as these terrains are a little harsh for them to navigate around. But GG, at least they do have the compound to try to zone any other team coming in from the north. Now we got the votes in. Genesis Esports still getting some good majority as they got that 16%er. And I think like for all these viewers, they also know GE, they always work their magic here in Miramar.
Well, for now, it's going to be quiet. Still at stage number 4. Just 2 minutes left before we close it in. There's like two teams that is already just one player left remaining, Sin and Team Max. And right now, look at this. RTC, Maltese, has no idea. Oh, look at that. The Korean downbot as well. Just crashes in. And Maltese will get surprised here eventually. There we go. The shotgun to the body will take him out right away. And now, look at RTC. They're scared. And this is the problem for RTC. They don't even know who got them killed. It's just Joseph who is all alone.
Yeah, they're also pretty concerned that there might just be a full squad on the other section, which is why they don't really want to mess with Joseph right now. Else, that could have been a decent clearance, but in such a narrow space, you might even get annihilated with, you know, multiple shots coming from the DBS, but usually it's good for 2 shots before you charge in for the turret. Meanwhile, Zuki now getting picked up by an M24. A rare sight. We have not really seen those bolt action rifles coming into play for the longest time, but I'm happy to see it, where it's been dominated by all these Mini 14s. But we finally get to see maybe the resurgence of all these Car 98K, both in the gun and M24. So whatever that they may, when you play around all these high hills of the valley, it can actually be very, very useful to really get those nifty headshots done.
Yeah, I really want to get those meta back, the bolt action rifles. And you know what? I think they added one more sniper in the recent update, which was the DSR, if I'm not mistaken. So you can also add that into the selections of guns if you have really no choice but to just go for those single taps, bolt action rifles. But for now, for RTC, Curry and Dambot, they're gonna be alive. They're gonna be just right beside each other. They're right at the middle portion of the circle as well. For KE, look at Campus just reversing out in the open, not really scared at all. He's not really scared of the teams that are coming from the northern side, which is GG. And circle update. DTQ right on the eastern side. Goat will now occupy the southwestern side part of the circle. By the way, Sin is now down to only one, which is Rankid. This is surprising.
Yeah, it hasn't been a good day at all for the side of Sin Esports. Back-to-back of losses throughout the course of Erangel, and even in Miramar not really having the best of time. Now, how is he supposed to journey through, especially with the rest of GOAT Esports surrounding that south side? But of course, speaking of the south, we also do have those who are inside of the city. Dread Esports needing to deal with not only Stranger Esports, but also GE somewhere around these corners. A three-way battle to see who gets to climb out of this rut. I feel like no matter what happens, KE still holds the upper hand on the top end of those hills. So it might just be another episode of what we saw earlier in Mount Stalber, and they might remain to be king of mountains yet again for KE.
Get through. Looks like he's going to be fired at will by above on the right side. And he doesn't have any choice as well, but just hide behind these haystacks. And right now, he's actually stuck, still outside the circle. He does have the buggy though still left. He can still manage to probably go to the buggy and maybe go right through where the other squad is, which is STE. But it's just a very risky spot there for Rankid. So for now, he will stay down below. 21 Goat will not do anything for now for him. As for the side of GE and Dread, whoever gets this this area will most likely be battling against STE. So Dread better be ready here at the same time as GE, because a battle might commence here right after stage number 5.
True enough, and whoever survives the cut will still need to deal with GOAT Esports and KE later on. Speaking of KE, they're slowly getting shredded out by Austria Esports that's coming in from the north. And this is looking pretty tough as they are slowly getting overwhelmed, one after another falling. And with this split approach, it seemed like KE didn't manage to really get the full grasp of controlling this northern area play where Red Bull is just slowly picking one member after another. And there you have it. Sin Esports is already out. We didn't really get all too much going in for the squad throughout the course of the day. I wish them all the best for tomorrow as well, because there's not much that you could achieve within, the one final round, but who knows. If it's a chicken dinner, then that's great for them. KE, they still have these 3 members who are still up and running. That's at least a decent news for them. Now take a look at Goat's approach. A 2-2 split across the valley, and now they have to make a decision whether to stay towards the left or the right. But it seems like the majority is leaning towards the left-hand side, which most likely will still be in play. Well, TTQ, they have to move further down, whereas the battle still continues as Austria is really chunking down all these teams coming from the north.
Yeah, they're very strong right now, right at the edge, just right outside the circle also. As for KE, I just thought of one way for them to survive, but they went for a duo split. Should have been that them just trying to stick together instead of like splitting up, because there's like 2 teams like right beside them, one up north and then one of the northwestern side. So it's gonna be hard for you to just split up. Instead, you could just stay at one specific location, and you can just look from afar, just go for third parties whenever someone would go down. But for this side, it's going to be TTQ versus Max. Joseph has been really quiet until then. Oh, but the explosion also with the gas. Exploded right in the face. Max V9 is out, and now it's going to be GG. He's going to join the fun. You can see support very low in HP here. Jisoo will die. And at the same time, the rest will die as well, and it's because of the third party coming from RTC.
Yeah, RTC only down to Dambot as well as Curry. But at least they're holding into a compound right now where TTQ needs to eventually make their way across. But for now, they can still hold out. They can try to pry through if they may. But there's only going to be some chances of a glimpse that they're getting out of this situation. And the longer that they fight, they will draw attention coming in from KE as well. So I'm thinking that this is still not going to be all too clear-cut for the likes of TDQ, despite them really winning out some of all these trades. Whereas from the feed, we are also seeing this battle taking place between members of Strangers Esports up against, Gold also getting a really tight shot. That's going to be a member of the side of Red Esports down and out. Still 2 more remains for Dread Esports. And I love this slow and steady approach coming from GOAT, where they're just hoping to just play this out slowly and steadily. But it has been pretty much a vacant area that they could absolutely look to dominate.
STE needs to be patient here. They have Dread right down below. He is also there who can... They actually spot Marnet already. Curry goes down. He goes down. Oh, can go for this kill. This one frag grenade can kill all of the rest of Dread Esports. They're all grouped up together. Ooh, and that's it. It's gonna be naded now. Nades after nades coming from Strangers Esports from these 2 players. NC2 and Get Slow now. Jashi. Oh no, his decision now is to just get off. And that's a really bad decision without even any cover, like any smokes. Jashi goes down and out, and that's it for Dread Esports. RTC is also eliminated as well as KE.
Yeah, it was just a Hail Mary play where there's just no good outcome that could come out of that situation as well. So I can understand why Jassy just actually looked for a quick attempt to try to get away from that situation, but it's just a bird's eye view for STE to really claim all of it. Well, Go Esports this time. We'll see them by the spine of the hill, trying to climb upwards. Go so far, and the rest of the squad has claimed 10 players already, and absolutely looking for a whole lot more. But how much more can they get from this? We'll have to find out in moments' time. Where the entirety of this section seems to be a tough push for the side of Strangers Esports. Go. They try to reposition as well to give them a little bit more space. XZ will be taken off before he even gets the engine started. So not really having the best of time out there. So GOAT will cut their losses while STE continues on their journey, rallying with those 8 points.
Oh, and they actually left 762. Now the headshot from Nang X. Oh my goodness, what a spray there from Austria Esports as they eliminate Strangers Esports off the map. Now we're down to 3. TTQ, GOAT, and Austria. It's gonna be a 4-way battle across the 3. Martin goes down. Liquid was just ever so busy, just eliminating Martin right away. So 1 goes out for Austria. Still 4 left for both GOAT and TTQ, who will manage to get a win.
My, it all goes down to this. Look at all these big frags from each respective teams. I'm just really surprised that TTQ managed to get through this passage and it now has to deal with the rest of Asia. Having some depletion when it comes down to big nades being connecting, and TTQ could still afford a reset, but they gotta dodge some of these nades flying through. Thankfully, that did not fully connect, though. So they will be able to actually get a little bit more of that reprieve for now. Still a tough predicament for them to push right through. TTQ hoping to at least get a little bit more spacing against Asia Esports as they are still hugging by the very tight corner. They're not even in the circle just yet. Asia Esports, they're also looking to close through by the edges, wrapping things around, not allowing any form of space for TTQ to approach this final few zones. But that opens up a lot more space for Gold Esports, but they're playing it safely. But they're sending at least 1 member to take a look around to assess the situation. That this is where Zuki have gotten some good ideas, but they first will have to annihilate the entirety of Asia Esports.
Right now, Liquid has only 1 nade left. Can this one connect? No, it will not for now. Austria will get a reset here. Just a minute left for them to plan out on how to get to the circle. As Nangx, way the ones from afar, going for the shots for any of the TTQs who are trying to overcommit over towards Red Bull and Skynin. So for TTQ now, since they're not able to go for the kill onto Austria, looks like they're going to have to focus now onto GOAT. And GOAT right now is closing in. Austria Nangx closes in as well. Ooh, Red Bull goes down with a shot from XZ11 from right above. And now only 2 players left as Nangx goes in and goes down. 21 get that nade, and now Gus is trying to steal the kill away from GOAT as he successfully was able to do so.
Beautiful. That was just so quickly done as well. TTQ, they're just absolutely dominating from this corner of the map, and GOAT really has to also come up with a response of their own while Skynin is being pinched throughout these tight corners, and they need to actually find that spacing. But from the lower ground, they managed to also get the perfect peek against XZ11. He will be taken out, so there's no chance that members of GOAT will be going for the rescue. Now they have to work in tandem, where TQ, they can just funnel all their resources and effort in towards this space to eventually find these 3 members up ahead. They're still going on to that split 2-2 formation as they're relying on Gus to find that opening pick. One good knock is where the floodgates will open for TTQ.
Oh, and the first knock will happen onto GOAT. It looks like TTQ will have to heal himself up for Liquid. Now the second knock goes to TTQ. Just trades of knocks coming from both sides. 21 goes down as well. Now the revive is happening onto Lilyatka. XZ11 also will go for the heal. It's still 3v3, or actually a 3v4. This looks like Gus won't get the revive anymore. GOAT! XZ11 goes down again. Now 2 players left for GOAT. Now KH goes down. It's going to be Suki now going in. Oh no! There's only going to be 1 more left. As now TTQ, who almost got the chicken dinner there. And GOAT takes it away from them.
This has been the biggest round so far for GOAT Esports heading into this second day. And from what it looks like to be a tough position to hold out against, TTQ eventually crumbled when it mattered the most. They look like they were in that best form when it comes down to firepower, but what really went down there, Cuckoo? Because I was trying to really assess, like, throughout all of that's happening, they managed to overwhelm Austria Esports, but I guess, like, their position was just easily seeked out by the remainders of what GOAT Esports have, with a little bit of a coverage coming from the back end as well.
Well, with the duo split of GOAT, they had much better coverage compared to whatever TTQ had. TTQ only had that one certain ridge, and they're waiting for the blue zone to come in as well. So they're trying to just hug the blue zone together while pushing onto GOAT. They even had a slight chance of getting that of winner chicken dinner over GOAT. It's just a matter of GOAT being able to manage their knockdowns, and without Lilyatka's revive onto his other brethren onto GOAT Esports, they won't even win that matchup. So good revive there, clutch revive for the side of GOAT Esports, and look at them, manages to get 17 total eliminations in this game. Good gameplay being shown, not just by GOAT, even by TTQ.
Yeah, I would say that these 2 teams were playing it in a very smart manner. They were just wrapping by the edges, as TTQ was coming in from a very off-tangent approach by taking the northeastern side, which not many teams were actually taking that spot other than what we saw on RTC, which was a little bit scattered, where we see them slowly being picked off. But Lil Yaka, oh boy, look at the damage he's been able to dish out throughout this course of the run. 1,226 and securing a total of that 7 elimination. And they really took charge of the South. We saw how many teams were around that Al Azhar region, and they just slowly picked them off one after another, rendering them unable to even respond. One such instance was Red Esports, where that was just pretty much open for the taking.
Yeah, and one thing that I noticed as well with TTQ, they pushed one by one instead of like pushing all together. So I think that was their mistake. That was their error. against GOAT, wherein in fact they were on a pinch because one of the players right at the front lines, it was either Liliatka or the other guy from GOAT Esports who is getting revived at that moment. So if TTQ went ahead and pushed all together, then maybe they can get or grab this winner chicken dinner. But anyways, it is all over for TTQ and GOAT, as TTQ or as GOAT was able to get the chicken dinner for match number 5. A total of 17 eliminations for the squad. What a game coming from GOAT, and this goes to show that GOAT is not only just for Erangel, because we do know for a fact that they can really do well in the map of Erangel. They can also do well also here in Miramar.
Yeah, they absolutely have proved themselves worthy contenders heading into this matchup. Also matching some of all these crazy big numbers coming in from KE, where we thought, KE, like you said, if they did manage to squeeze together into a certain area of play, they might be the ones that were taking the position of GOAT Esports instead. But with that 2-2 split, KE didn't manage to last out. GOAT has been hugging together for the longest of time. The only form of challenge that we actually saw was perhaps some members of the side of STE that were marching up against them, but even so, they have been able to weather the storm completely, and these are some of the stats that we do have for our first round of Miramar.
And you know what, even though, say, KE would survive, I think GOAT would still have a much better chance, because if you try to remember the circle correctly here, like, GOAT had the south side all through their side. There's no one else that can challenge them. STE, if they try to get up over to where GOAT is, they can get easily sprayed down by either GG or by either Ostja, or if KE would survive, they can easily spray down STE. And then Dread eventually got killed by STE in that moment. So if KE would survive, then maybe it's gonna be KE versus GOAT instead of GOAT versus TTQ. Well, again, the mistakes are already made. All they need to do now is go back to the drawing board before we even start match 6. Try to correct all these mistakes. Try to talk things through as we now look on the match standings. 27 for GOAT, and TTQ got 14. Same goes to Ostja. And even though Ostja had a hard time on going right from the western side of the circle, they did manage to get 9, so this is very good for Ostja.
Yeah, they moved in from the north side as well, where there wasn't too many players around that distance of coverage. But once they move closer towards these positions, they managed to really pick off a lot of all these teams trying to at least have a little bit of a cover ground throughout that climb towards some teams like KE. So Ostja really did really well, considering the fact that they didn't manage to really have a good spot to play the end game. Whereas, STE is also another team that absolutely rampaged through El Azahar, and they went up against even teams like a GE. So I would say this has been a massive haul for some of these teams out there, as STE so far has been able to maintain their record of securing that top 2 spot. So number 1, number 2 won't be changing anytime soon, but we're already seeing some massive advancements coming in from GOAT Esports. With those points add up together, they now are at 11th place, and we might even see them within the top 10 in this next game.
Oh yeah, and you know what? This is just their first day as well. So again, it's just okay for them to see at top 11 right now. But eventually, if they continue on with the good games until match number 6, then you could probably see them right around top 4 or maybe even top 5 until the end of this, day number 2. But for the rest, Ostja is still out there on top with 119 points. The others would also have to improve in order for them to get a little bit closer to where Ostja is at. One team that I noticed here that has been struggling is Arame Bro, the defending champions. They're not in their right form right now. I'm not sure what's wrong. The rotations were there. It's just that they aren't able to connect and to sustain all of these gunshots from the other squads. What do you think is wrong with the Rami Bro here, Contra?
Well, I guess like it's more of their rotation here in Miramar, where they bump into GE very, very early. They have to be very mindful when they cut through certain areas of play, because from where Harami Bro usually drops, which if I do recall, either Picado or maybe sometimes Power Grid. Power Grid is where usually GE will gravitate to, so that is one place that they really have to be very, very careful. But of course, we'll be moving into our next game real shortly.
In this video, we'll be going over some tips and tricks for the stages in the new version's themed mode, Ocean Odyssey, to help you better grasp the new gameplay and have a better experience. First, situated underwater beneath a huge statue is the Ocean Palace. At the beginning of a match, there are 2 Ocean Palaces that you can go to. They are located in the waters under the ruins and Milta. Each Ocean Palace has loads of supplies and treasures. It's an ideal landing spot. Now, what's the quickest way to enter the Ocean Palace? Parachute directly to the ocean surface at the start of a match, and after plunging underwater, you will get a speed boost, so you can quickly reach the palace. You swim faster in the water near the Ocean Palace, and you can hold your breath for longer, allowing you to move around quickly underwater. After passing through the sea suppressor barrier, you can enter the Ocean Palace. The sea suppressor barrier forms a large air pocket in the Ocean Palace, and you can battle in this space. The first time you enter the Ocean Palace, you will receive a special respawn. Do keep in mind that you will lose it if you leave the vicinity of the Ocean Palace. Inside the palace, you can activate the Water Nymph performance. When it ends, you'll be rewarded with supplies. A powerful item lies at the center of the palace, the Trident, which unlocks once the countdown ends. Upon retrieving the Trident, not only will you get lots of supplies, but a special respawn card as well. It's used to respawn in the battleground, and still works even when eliminated outside the Ocean Palace. However, the respawn card has a time limit, so pay attention to when it expires. Lost crates are hidden in the waters all around the palace. Dive in and explore for surprise loot. Once a certain amount of time passes in the match, a Kraken will appear and destroy the sea suppressor, flooding the Ocean Palace. Use the portals in the Ocean Palace to leave quickly. Finally, there are several Forsaken Ruins. Besides having tons of supplies, the Forsaken Ruins conceal 2 sea treasuries. Find the switches to remove the water veil and enter the waterway from the Ocean Temple. Then you can find the sea treasury located underground. Light up all the pillars at the treasury entrance to open the treasury door and obtain the treasure. On the ground of the Forsaken Ruins, there is a blasting current and a mirage tower. Use them to get higher up or to move around. When you encounter an enemy, use them creatively to take the enemy by surprise. Furthermore, some Forsaken Ruins will have a spirit whale that appears in the sky after some time, and will leave a water orb on the ground after landing. Enter the water orb to board the whale escape pod. When the blue zone approaches, you can use the spirit whale to quickly get to the play zone. That's all for this video. Discover more ways to have fun. Hurry and try out Ocean Odyssey in PUBG Mobile. In this video, we'll be introducing 5 new items: the Trident, Gleaming Stingray, Water Orb Grenade, Water Orb Blaster, and the Whale Escape Pod. The Trident is sealed within the Ocean Palace. It can be retrieved after some time passes in the match. Follow the directions on the map to find it. Wielding the Trident grants the following: a special underwater swimming animation, faster swimming speed for moving about quickly or entering the play zone, and an exclusive water spout ability. Use it to turn into a water spout that moves around and can knock players and vehicles up into the air. You can use this ability to pull nearby enemies into the air, where teammates can focus fire on them, or give teammates cover to evacuate. Please be aware that water spouts cannot lift up enemies hiding in buildings. The gleaming Stingray vehicle can be found in the waters of the Ocean Palace. Get close to it to ride it, or pick up a Stingray core in the Ocean Palace to summon it. Gleaming Stingrays can glide through the new underwater areas in the air, and can seat 2 players. After dismounting, it can be stored as a Stingray core. The Gleaming Stingray can then be summoned again from the quick item menu. In water areas, it can be quickly deployed with 1 tap without needing to be placed. Gleaming Stingrays have a special ability that launches bubbles and can be targeted at enemies to restrain them. When enemies are restrained, the passenger and other teammates are free to eliminate them. Bear in mind that the player in the back seat must be in the air to fire. Enemies restrained by bubbles cannot fire.
And we are back here with PMCL Southeast Asia Fall of 2024. This is yours truly, Kuku TV, together with Contra, and we are back for one last Miramar map. We've seen already GOAT was able to get 17 eliminations in that game against TTQ. Let's see now which team will actually take a chance in that chicken dinner in the final map.
That's right, and today has been some massive haul of points for some of these teams that have been able to really win it big with those chicken dinners, and hopefully, you know, some of these teams that have been struggling can actually get a little bit of a page out of the playbook, and of course I say playbook, but PBE is not going to be playing today, so they'll be watching, that's definitely for certain. But when it comes down to, you know, all the other squads out there that are currently still navigating their way into Miramar, I felt like, you know, we still want to see certain adaptations to be made, even for, you know, you did mention the Harambe Bros before we go on the break. Sin Esports today, I don't think they've been able to really got too many points out of the matches that they played out, which, you know, is already at a very alarming rate. So I'm not too sure whether it's because of some of these early battles that they take, or it's just, you know, tough rotations that have resulted in such a result. But they really have to really read through what exactly is the main cause, and hopefully not lose their spirit heading into this very final match of the evening.
Oh yeah, for Sin, I did manage to see Rankid earlier on before we even started the live stream. I think it was in the afternoon where I saw Rankid live on TikTok, and he was like doing a little bit of practice in, you know, classic matches or in ranked games. So I think he needs to, you know, not do that for now, because it will, you know, mess things up for him, or maybe he'll be fatigued out here in, you know, PMCL, because there's like a lot of PUBG Mobile action that he'll have to play in. I actually usually do that with my team before. Like, I tell them not to go on live stream, like if we have some sort of tournament later on tonight. What do you think of that, Contra? Like, would you rather have your players go on live, or maybe join in some like fun game modes or custom matches before the real tournament comes in?
Well, I absolutely am on your side when it comes down to, you know, live streaming, because sure, you want to keep up with your own audience as well as your fan base, but at the very same time, like if it's actually with the entire squad, I'm heavily against that. But if you were to maybe do some practice runs to you know, go into those range and just try to really practice your aim, I think it's actually not too bad if you were to actually use that as a warm-up. You know, this needs not too many introductions if you guys have been sitting around watching the stream, because we've been promoting this beautiful Galleria X suit that's currently available till the end of September. So make sure you get it while it lasts, because it's only 10 UC for your first draw, which, you know, if you don't get lucky today, tomorrow might be your good chance. So any spare UCs, or if you are considering to top up every single day, you could still try to get yourself that chance to score yourself the advanced upgradable MG3 that is the Sky Huntress, that is absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, very much a beautiful one for the first ever upgradable weapon for MG3. You better start it with a bang for the MG3 skin. But Enough with the Galadius X suit. Let's now talk about the prediction for match number 6. I'm going with Elevate Esports for this matchup. I did predicted them yesterday as well, even though that they did not play. I just thought that were in the final map of day number 1, but this time around, they are now in the game, and I think they had a little bit of struggles in between. So match 4 and match 5. So looks like this is their time now, and it's always been their time in the last matchup of Miramar.
Record. Oh, sorry. It seems like my mic had a little bit issue there. So yeah, as I was saying, Elevate Esports, so far they've been doing pretty okay. Especially we've seen some decent rounds into Erangel, but Miramar definitely needs a little bit more adjusting coming in from what we have seen early on. But for most part, I think that they're definitely on the decent trajectory. As for GG, I guess like for their current showing, at least in Erangel, they have been able to at least score some decent elimination points per round, and they're still really navigating onto how to really get better. But when they do play from a center of the stage, they absolutely look like they could be able to even close out certain games when everything goes their way.
Yeah, and looking at the other predictions here, Contra, you don't see that much of Austria. You don't see much of that Harami Bro, and at the same time GE. So it looks like the casters have been noted already that these teams are already probably tired already of the day. It's been way too long of the day already. I mean, we had like if I'm not mistaken 2 remakes for today for like 2 matchups, but it's good to see that GG, there's a little bit of trust now for the side of Good Game Esports. Remember them from week number 1, they haven't really been so aggressive, but the aggressiveness is now being shown by Good Game Esports in week number 2.
Yeah, and we love it when they finally show themselves on the more aggressive side, because sometimes when they become a little too passive is where they actually get punished. Whereas, we still have some copium coming in. We've seen esports foes coming across the board, but I guess it's more about a boost of morale that they really do need at such a dire time for them to really get back on track. So hopefully, they can actually find a little bit more of that rhythm heading into this final matchup of the evening. Other than that, I just do think that, Austria at least pull off a top 3, despite them, looking to be slightly exhausted from some of all these runs. So I guess like there's still perhaps some form of a good showing coming in from the squad in order to still upkeep with the entire course of the pace of what we saw early on.
Yeah, definitely. As for the rest, Sin, I'm not really so sure with Sin anymore, especially their performance, even in Sanhok and Erangel. They haven't really had that many eliminations also. So even if they are not able to go for like placements, you have to have at least eliminations to add up your points, so that you won't get stuck with like a game without any points, or maybe just 1 or 2 points, So I'm not really sure with that Sin pick. I'm still leaning towards Elevate Esports. Again, just because they had one good game in Erangel, just in match number 3. Match number 4, it was bad. And then match number 5 is also bad. So might as well go for that 6-in final match, which have been their memo from week number 1. Probably there's a challenge though with Elevate. Ever since they had Skadi being subbed out from week number 1, now it's Rix, playing in the team. So kind of a little bit of struggle for them when it comes to chemistry. When it comes to comparison between these two though, Skadi has more experience compared to Rix. Rix has better firepower in my opinion. Skadi has better experience. So my question now for you, Contra, would you go with the one with more experience or with the one with more firepower?
I guess like it really depends on what exactly is the objective of that set round, right? Like maybe you felt like we've had decent rotations already. We need more firepower. That's where you bring that firepower in. Or if you've been really struggling with, getting a at least top 8 kind of finish, or even top 5 in specific, that's where I felt experience actually will be the better trade in the form of course exchanging with the likes of the firepower when it comes down to this instances. But if you want to be pretty sure about scoring some points, sometimes going all out on that firepower can at least result in you getting an average of 4 to 5 pointers. But if you're really looking to play the long game and have a decent record for bigger ticket exits, I would still always go for positioning. So experience is my answer.
Oh yeah. Well, speaking of experience, if you haven't experienced yet voting, this is now your chance. Scan the QR code right now. You can vote for your favorite team. If not for Good Game, if not for Elevate, you can vote for Ostia, GE, or Harami Bro, which has been the teams that are most voted by the fans. And let's see if match number 6 will be the time for the underdog squads to pop off. And going back to the conversation with Elevate, Rix did mention to me that they're focusing on objectives. So if the goal of Rix is to provide more firepower, then this might as well stick with Scotty, right? Well, experience would provide you with more information when it comes to objectives. Especially Scotty has been playing way too long already. Before with Game Lab, with with Strangers Esports in the last season, and then now here with Elevate Esports. I think Scotty would provide more information when it comes to where to go, knowing that they have like a really good fragger out of Nathan. Same goes with the IGL, which is Claire, and then also same goes with FV, which is another support fragger for the squad. But anyways, we're done talking with Elevate. I mean, hopefully they can have a good game for match number 6. But for the rest, for KE, can they still manage to get that momentum, continuing here in match number 6? We know for a fact that they did the mistake there with going for a 2-2 split. Now that they learned from that mistake, will they, stick together now in match number 6? That's a question.
That is for us to find out as well. But for most part, I am honestly not too worried about with KE, because today it has been relatively strong showing from the entire squad. It's just that small little decision making which definitely will be adjusted in this upcoming game. So long as they stick to their protocols, where it is to really gain that firm control over on the center of the field, then stick to it. If that is the game plan, don't make any drastic changes into trying out some splits where that position, it really didn't look good at all for them to really go for something that has a form of risk, right? Because thinking from what we have seen from that prior play that they were trying to pull off, maybe biting a little bit too much more than they can actually chew wasn't exactly what was the most efficient play that could come out of that circumstance.
Well, speaking of Risk Guys Esports, they haven't been doing enough impact in like all of the games that we have just watched. Match number 6 is also their time for them to be able to at least prove to us that they can still manage to fight against these top tier teams that we're looking at right now. Another squad that I'm looking towards to is still GE. GE, they tried going at a compound right around El Azahar in the third stage, or maybe even the fourth stage of match number 5, but it bit them eventually at the end, because all of the other teams were there with them, with STE, with Dread Esports, and I think there was also another one just right above them, and it's just so hard for them to get out of that area. They really had to have players going to be dying together while trying to get into the circle. So I'm looking towards GE still, also here in match number 6, and hope to see them in the top of the match standing for later on. But enough of the talk here, Contra. 10 more seconds to go we're gonna go into the final match of the day. This is again the PMCL Southeast Asia 2024 Fall, and this is week number 2, day number 2. Let's start this one.
There we go, as we are looking to close off the evening with another banger of a round. And I like that you also did point it out that GE, they are actually having some good showings as well, and it didn't seem like they have actually had too much of a long drought when it comes down to scoring decent points. But it has definitely been a while since they have gotten their chicken dinner heading into some of all these matches, which they're definitely looking to improve heading into this final bout of the evening. So we'll see if they could actually get the best situation moving into this section, where we're kicking things off from what used to be known as Trailer Park, or actually still known as Trailer Park as well as Ruins. It will move into where it was pretty close to our final bout in across El Azahar. So let's see if it's still going to be somewhere towards the north. Most likely, there's a lot of open space over the south. I'm thinking that the game might be telling us that we will be playing on the southern end instead.
Oh yeah, especially the flight pad is like this. Normally it's on the opposite side, but sometimes it like goes through the flight pad also. So we might see some sort of creative field circle, or might go downstairs to Los Leones. So whichever it is, eventually the teams will figure it out. Earlier we had some sort of early engagement at Puerto Paraíso with Elevate and GOAT Esports. So they got the better of Elevate. Then now Elevate is going to be dropping at Ruin, so no one else will be there with them. Same goes to El Pozo, so it's still the same story. RTC still challenging that El Pozo drop of KE. Not really, a challenge for KE, but just cutting the whole town in half for them, and then for KE as well.
Yeah, it is a risk that they're taking here, because not too far off is GOAT Esports, and further into Monte Nivo is also a spot which they might need to traverse towards. So RTC's got to be careful, not only from the city of El Pozo, but Monte Nivo in specific, because that's where these titans of Asia Esports are hoping to also look for some pickoffs of their own. So most often than not, when it comes down to big cities like El Pozo as well as Los Leones, it is still somewhat shareable, where, like you said, it's just a city cut in half, right? You might not even bump into each other from some of all these circumstances. STE, they will eventually take firm control over onto some of all these sections, especially with GE needing to bypass either power grid or even through those road corners to make it into Monte Nivo. It's going to be difficult because Evil's already looting around that corner, so we might actually see that fight taking place later on, whereas every other team is going to be far away. Well, we'll have to take a look at how Team Max is going to fare, because they are going to be in for a long ride alongside with RSG. Now, you did mention about RSG as well, right? But they haven't really had the best of game, and that last round, they did manage to make it to El Azahar at the very least, but GOAT Esports absolutely gated them. Like, there was just absolutely no room for them to actually play it out, and eventually it was down to 1 or 2 members left, which didn't manage to really reap as much as all the other squads could.
Oh yeah, RSG. Again, the struggles continues for them. As for GE, we know that there's struggles within the day, but they managed to get a good outing on the last Erangel map. They did not really ended up good with the 5th match, so expect the best here for GE, as they really wanted to get more points, knowing that they're just 59 points out of the 2 days that they have already played. One thing that I noticed in the map is no one is getting Chumacera.
Yeah, and I think
it's very open.
That's because of the flight path as well, it's a little bit far of a stretch, but they should actually make some quick claim, because they know that there's just an open field for them for the taking. But of course, sometimes long rotations like that might result into pickoffs, which some teams are not willing to take the risk. Now that you also pointed out, it's 2 days of play for GE. Still decent results, although it's kind of like, an average of a 30-pointer per day now that it's being split into half. So if we consider that to be a factor, I guess RG is not doing too shabby after all with 25 points so far. So I would cut them some slack since it's their first outing here with Group E to be playing. And GE looking to strike down that member of STE. Master Small says hi and goodbye to NC2.
That's it for NC2 for STE. You did call this earlier on, but it's the other way around.
Oh,
It's GE,
right.
the ones pushing towards STE. I thought it was STE was gonna, probably gatekeep GE, but look at this evil on a scooter. You just don't ride a scooter out in Miramar, especially it's way out of the open. But it's good. This is just the early stages of the game. Look at this. Claire now went for a 1v1 against Dambot, and Dambot has been really good when it comes to clutch moments. But Claire is a different level. Claire, look at this. Claire right now can go for the knockdown. There you go. But he needs to be careful, but because Maltese is right nearby, just right in front of them, and Nas, I think, is going to be repositioning. But good thing there's backup already for Claire.
Well, that was one heck of a 1v1 duel before the rest of RTC gets involved. Claire absolutely gets to clean this one up, so it is going to be absolutely clean. But it really came down to the wire as well, where you saw Dambot almost have been able to knock him down, and they also found Nas at the very same time. Oh my goodness, not looking so good for RTC. You see, they are stagnating here in day 2. They missed one round. They have a decent showing into game 2 in Erangel, and after that, RTC not really having the best in Miramar, including even their run in their past game. And even Maltese? Oh boy.
Oh!
Absolutely hunted down as Claire is not giving anybody any leeways.
They avoided KE, and then they did not knew that Elevate Esports is just right nearby. I think they went towards the western side to rotate, and then didn't really manage to think that Elevate Esports will be coming their way. So that's the only bad thing about what RTC did there. So with only one player left, which is Curry, you will have to just get inside the circle, try to be like Range, as we saw Range earlier on in Erangel. Try to just survive, get the smokes, get the utilities. But look at this, Master of 8. Just called them out, and now RSG is showing up. GG, 2-man down.
Oh boy. Quick pickoffs here from the side of RSG as they are still on in the Hall of Points, really getting into shape as well. But one thing that I really want to highlight into what really caused such a situation for RTC is that not only were they rotating in a very sparse manner, right? Like they were very segregated from one another. Those duels were taking place like in a very wide space, so it was a lot easier for Elevate to actually go in for the cleanup. As you can already tell that Elevate, they were at least convoying all together, so it was a quicker response. Dambot, maybe if there was a clump of RTC together, he might not be taken down at all, considering that that Battle of Killer was taking a while before the rest of Elevate shows up. So that's the major difference when it comes down to the approaches. And, after leaving El Pozo and moving off, they really strayed very far from El Pozo. That's a interesting approach that they've been taking. So I think they really have to look back and really fix some of these things.
Oh yeah, that's true. As for GG, 2-man down for them. So 7 support, and the kid is already out. So Jisoo and Onyx will have to find a different area to get into the circle. Looks like they're going to try their luck with a hard rotation. Look at that. It's a hard rotation. Ooh, Elevate, actually. That's, I think, Claire. Ooh, yeah, Claire. Ooh, goes down, and it's going to be GE who found them rotating from the northern side. You can see RTC Curry has been, struggling for the squad, and now going to be on a late rotation coming into the circle. And we did mention about Chumacera. Now it's being occupied by Dread Esports, so nice pickup there from Dread.
Yeah, and is definitely getting a little bit more crowded over the south side as well. So being placed into some of all these peaks of Trimasera could potentially give teams like Red Esports a good vantage point to go in for pickoffs. Whereas players are getting a little bit busy throughout the course of Montenevo, Ladrera at the very same time. Asia Esports trying to keep everybody else away from these hillside. When I say everybody, it's actually just Elevate for now. So at least they're sheltered in the church, saying some prayers, hopefully getting just about enough blessings. Whereas Asia Esports, they won't see any form of contest for the meantime because majority of all these flock of crowd are headed towards city areas instead. So good enough for them. They could play it safe for the moment. Meanwhile, Goat as well as Team Max might be on the collision course, but it seems like it will be a detour for Team Max to take the foothill instead. So Go Esports, they get firm control, so that is going to be pretty a-okay for them. Go Esports so far with 45 points, ties with Sin, despite Sin Esports really barely getting any map points throughout the course of a couple of rounds. Somehow they're still in the top 10, holding out for the meantime, but they cannot afford to drop another round. They will slide further down, especially with GG also racing up against them. Go Esports now spots out the rest of Team Max from the back, but yeah, that's some beautiful shots that did connect to Unknown. Thankfully, not dangerous enough because if Unknown gets knocked here, there's nobody actually close enough to save him, or should I say they are around the corner, but it will take a while.
Yeah, it will take a while, especially with this type of area where they're in. Oh, RTC now is out. That's Curry, who went for a late rotation coming into the circle. Will die. And going back to Team Max and GOAT, it's going to be a long battle for this one, unless they try to overcommit. And then someone would have to make a mistake in order for them to be able to push each other out. But looking at the eastern side, look at GG. Still in the blue zone. They have it in the blue zone like 5 minutes ago. So all of their meds will be fully utilized once they're inside the circle. So they would really have to at least get some, death crates from, the enemies that they will be coming from or coming to. And look at this, GE versus Austria. This is the battle that you want to see. They're right nearby each other, just a road. Just ooh, look at this. Red Bull now Go spots one. They have West carried together with another player. DD goes down on the feed, as well as Goat 21 who goes down. And this is what I'm talking about. Once they figured out what's the next best thing to do, they can go for the push now. They lose one member, which is 21. Oh, there's actually a third party as well.
Yeah, it was RSG coming in from the foothill, pushing through. So Team Max, they're kind of sandwiched in between, so they really have to be very careful with this push that they're looking for. Speaking of which, Master Vape has made the climb, claims one. And you can see that Team Max, they don't really have the clear idea because after that member gets knocked down, they're not exactly committing into either RSG or even KE. They're just forced to put themselves into this sector where they're hoping to at least seek refuge into some of these compounds at the very least. Now, that's one member of GOAT stuck in between. Now, I'm not too sure if there will be a direct challenge towards that compound, but for now, Team Max is just looking to play it safe because they know that there's plenty more around this area of the hills.
Oh yeah, for Team Max, they don't really have to overcommit, especially they know there's going to be someone from right behind them, which is RSG. And RSG, just waiting for, someone to make a mistake. As for GOAT, they're doing the same thing. Ooh, they're the ones who made the mistake. Lilyatka gets spotted by kill enemy. So only 2 players left for the side of GOAT. After winning that game in the previous match, all of a sudden for GOAT, they're not focused on this match number 6. There's a lot of things happening, though. At the bottom side of the circle, looking at the updated circle now. Ooh, while that is happening, Max Navit goes down. That's going to be Kaya, who has 5 frag grenades. We can now bomb Team Max right now as Wako knocks out the Lufa. DD will now get the revive off onto Navit, so Joseph will have to be ready for the defense.
And interesting enough, he was actually trying to prime these nades into this window in specific, but it kind of swerves towards the top end, and he still finds it though. Kaya has been able to find great angles throughout, and it opens up the room for Master D2K to just swarm right through. Team Max hoping to go really clear out the sector as he's still trying to dance around against the rest of KE. Pushing right through. Full confidence up ahead as Kai gives chase, but he will be taken out with a 180 swing. Joseph holding down the line. It's only down to him to really change the course of the battle.
Oh no!
Molotovs, and he will be burned to the ground. Team Max. Oh, it's been struggles for them from the foothill into the compound. They don't even get to rest on the laurels, but at least they call it a day for now.
Yeah, that's it for the side of Team Max. But for now, look at this. Sin goes for a spray down. UI out in the open. And this is a pretty good setup here by Sin Esports. One is on top. And then going on flank would be Wako together with Migs. And once they get that frag grenade in, once they get the knockdown, this is all she wrote for Team Exquisite Esports. Exquisite Esports is down to just 3 players remaining, and then 2 stuck at this ridge. I think Koopa is now going to try to escape. Now the nades are going to be popping out from the side of Cool. Ooh, Rankid got spotted from the side, and UI goes for a different angle. So this is very good for Exquisite Esports. Even though they're pinned down by Sin Esports, they're able to manage to find different angles to defeat them from afar.
Yeah, just prime spot for the side of Red Bull to really take claim and take charge. Exquisite stood no chance. They're just scattered all across the field, dealing with both Asia as well as Sin Esports at the very same time. And now Asia also does get to commit towards this battle against Sin Esports. But for how long is going to be the question, as the blue zone is already slowly closing through some of all these areas, so they better keep moving. Sin doesn't want to stay for far too long either ways. Vehicles now smoking up. Cool, at least have a vehicle to just be on the standby if the other one erupts. But, of course, names are popping up on the feed with Elevate members receiving the short end of the stick. It's KE once again, driving through those hills, peeking through those windows, finding Nathan. But there's also shots coming in from Nexer from the top, just getting that perfect view against Campus, as he will give a little bit more of a suppressing fire so that Elevate can still go in for those revives. But here comes D2K already swarming through. They're prepared with those grenades. Nathan has got to find a way to squeeze through because the blue zone's already here. Coca-Cola drops in that grenade, not finding the mark just yet. And he needs to turn back, gets a little bit of cover. D2K doing all of this by himself is just absolutely astounding, but how long can he play this out for, as the rest of Elevate is also looking to close right in?
Master D2K right now, the one ever so aggressive for kill enemy. And Rick's not really able to move at all. Was one step away from that UAZ, will be taken down now. Ooh, Coca-Cola almost! Oh, he actually did! Was able to get him knocked down. Now the next target will be Nathan. Nathan now throws in a nade. Nathan has the S12K. He does have a fair advantage here against the UMP. Boom! But the buggy! Out of nowhere, Contra. What a play from KE.
And this guy was just a total decoy, right? Just buying time for Campus to run right through. Speaking of running over, Federales trying to get a ram over onto Nang X, but they will find him regardless of the case. Federalis quickly secures it while they deal with the other members of Asia Esports, True Chumacera, and look at that. The circle does close in towards this part of the factory ground, so there's plenty of space for Harami Bros to eventually seek out for a win. Now, it's really down to Red Bull. The rest of the squad has been depleted. Only 4 points so far for the side of Asia Esports, as they want to play it a little bit safer from here on. But looking for now, Stage 5, we still have a lot of healthy teams to play out other than singular units. coming from Austria as well as GG.
As Red Bull now. This is not a good idea for Red Bull. Just hiding behind that very thin tree out in Miramar. Very much open for him, so he has to have a better compound maybe, or just a small shack will do. But for now, look at this. RSG takes down Kaya. Now goes for the third party, takes out Campus. RSG now has God7 also within their vicinity. A lot of things happening for RSG, and a lot of teams also pushing towards RSG. And now look at Carillo. Oh, Carillo! Almost went for the bonsai moment.
Oh, that almost actually clipped, but he's still alive and he's not being sprayed through. That's lucky enough for Carillo, or else that could have been a really good run. And now soaking in some chip damage as he drops in a big nade towards Ryder. Ryder does not get to see what's coming, as he will be chunked down to 30%. Now the rest of KE, they can play this out perfectly if everything goes right for them. Ryder barely getting any cover out of his buggy, just relying on whatever smokes that they are popping right now. So many teams through the south as well as the north. While inside of Jumasera, it's going to be Strangers Esports trying to go up against some of these members of Harame Bros. But it is a perfect shelter for Harame Bros right now. It's going to be tough to actually challenge that corner of the map. Whereas this will further shrink into the direct middle, where Red Bull actually gets a lot more room to play.
Now the circle has updated now. Harame Bro, though, has to be careful. STE just right nearby within them. Ooh, with a nade, Rig knocks down Evil. And Evil was the one in charge of eliminating Federalis earlier on. Now, all eyes on them. 762 will be the last guy. Another knockdown for the side of STE. And that's going to be Rankid, who will go for the third party from a different angle. And then 762 tries to go for the revive, but Rig was able to spot them down. Harame Bro survives for now. Gets 4 eliminations in this one. And now they have a chance also to get onto the northern side of the circle.
Yeah, Strangers Esports absolutely getting squeezed into such a tight surrounding. They couldn't really move deeper into the lower portion of Jumasera with the blue zone. And the only way was to really take the fight to Harame Bros. But of course, he wanted more manpower, which, he turned back and immediately gets spotted by range. Now, Marnet gets to spot that one player true. That's going to be the end of Good Game Esports. Not receiving any points at all, but at least getting some placement points heading into a top 9 finish. That's just about 2 points, so it's something at the very least. Now, taking a look at the rest of these squads, though, as they battle through these hillside, KE still looking very dominant as they do take on this fight against RSG for quite some time now. Ryder now inside of the shack. It's Master D2K that's hoping to put a grenade right through those window or the door. Meanwhile, Master Bay was still hiding behind that buggy. More Chili just drives right through. God7 now being involved as they try to take this fight against that sole member of RSG, making their presence felt. But there is also members of KE getting shredded by Amur Chili at the very same time. They're taking multiple battles and now runs right out in the open. KE will receive them with open arms, and MH tries to go for the drive, but find themselves in a pickle, and Edward Cutie is there to save the day. Ryder somehow still stays alive. Can he actually win out this trade? But there's barely enough room for him to play out with. Edward Cutie now decides to push right through. Here comes the Molotov. He missed it! He missed it! Oh boy, he's got to poach a troop, but finally Edward secures.
Almost for Edward, but not too quite for Ryder. And now, after that battle, we're now down to 6. A lot of things that happened within that time frame. I think it was just only 10 seconds, and then now we're just down to 6. And now, look at this. Dread Esports now has all eyes on Edward. They do know that there's going to be someone right inside this small shack. Now, the good shots coming from Edward. He got the utility already coming from Ryder. He can try to use that, but again, it's going to be bombs coming from Dread Esports. Damon now tries to throw one. Now it's going to be Gymnast's turn now. Can he go for the kill here for Edward? Let's see. Nope, he won't get the nade inside the small shack. And that's all because of the utilities, the smokes being used right now by Edward. So it's going to delay things up for the side of Dread. They cannot just get into the circle without eliminating Edward.
But if you take a look at the other player's position, Dimios can actually squeeze through from the city side of Jumasera as he opens up the position for the rest of Dread Esports to eventually close in once they do settle Edward Cutie. Which, honestly, I don't think that he'll be able to live to tell the tale since they're way too far off from the circle as well. But they really want to secure this elimination point. Those grenades are now being cooked, and it's just buying so much time. Molotovs surrounding the area, no chance for him to even step out. Edward Cutie barely has space, and they rush right through the zone just to claim that 1 point. Plenty of effort, plenty of resources burned for that 1 point. I hope it's well worth it.
Oh yeah, I hope it's really well worth it. But for now, look at this, KH. Ooh, getting shot from behind now by Dread. So now, once they're done with Edward, now it's going to be all eyes for TTQ and GOAT. And they do have a ton of information here. They're on the upper hillside, and they can also manage to get into the circle as well. Look at that. Demios almost dropping one. But Jashi now comes in. Jashi proving that he deserved the starting slot right now for their squad. And there you go. Just circles around and eliminates GOAT.
Wow, well, that's swift work coming in as well. Great drive by, and here comes the TTQ trying to trade right back. And Dimios emerges. He gets knocked down by Zuki. He's trying to work through this hillside, but it's just too overwhelming with majority of these Dread members to run right through. And just take a look at this current circle. The rest of them playing by the spine of the hill as well. Dread Esports, if things go well, it should be at least spotting out some of these Harami Bro members popping through while they are taking a fight against GE. West Carry stood right out in the open, so that is going to be some quick work from the side of Harami Bros to be able to actually take charge. Jashi tried to actually hold 2 members down. He is good for 1 though. Now it's Jipna's turn to trade right back. Zais won't be dropped, and Dread Esports find themselves in the top 2. Now going up against Harame Bros. They've already secured 10 elimination points, and if Harame Bros could match that, they will eventually be taking over as well. So let's see. They just have to find those tight spacing through these ridges. So Rick as well as Jappy, they're taking precaution while the exchanges of nades are coming from Dread Esports.
And right now, just a matter of patience here for the side of Dread. They don't really have to overcommit. If they do, Jappy is out there to go for the spray. It's gonna be the job now for Range and Rig to be the tank of Harami Bro. For now, I'm not really sure. Oh, actually, it's Harami Bro's advantage here when it comes to the circle as well. And right now, look at this. Range steals the car away from Dread Esports. The nade, though, will take a little bit of damage there for Rig. Just half HP on him left. Another nade coming from Jibna. One more. Going to be cooked by Jibna. If this one connects, they have a chance. But look at that. Rig. Information gameplay by Range. And Rig now goes for the kill. Now it's going to be Dread. It's going to be the next one be eliminated. And then the winner chicken dinner goes to Harami Bro. The last match of the day. Just right in time, Contra, for this squad.
A great redemption play, and they have been able to really play this out to perfection as well. We saw they were holding it inside of the city of Chumacera for quite some time and managing to defend it really well against an approach of STE, and there was just even Genesis Esports, which was hoping to cut right through, but it wasn't allowed that form of space because they really zoned all these teams away from that area. And it was a tight battle towards the end, right through, where they managed to eventually give chase to GE and then close it out against what we saw, Dread Esports, which also has played this out fantastically. It's just that they didn't really have the numbers to work with, and they were pretty much funneled into one portion of the hill. And no matter what happens from then on, you even see that Jappy has also got the covers from the back. So it was just smart gameplay from Harami Bros to get another chicken dinner in the back for this week.
Yeah, a total of 18 points as well. 8 total eliminations for the side of Harami Bros. and they managed to be able to survive. They were like at the outside areas of the south side of the northern side of the circle as well. So it was really a handful for the side of Miramar, bro. They really had a lot of challenges, but so same goes to Dread. They were the ones who were able to eliminate Edward, then eventually TTQ, Goat, and GE. And if they were able to manage to go for the revive for that player that GE knocked, then they will have a chance against Harama Bro. But just so unfortunate, they didn't have any chance against Harama Bro. Harama Bro, way too smarter compared to whatever Dread had in play for the last moment of match number 6.
Yep.
That's how it ended. As the MVP will not be coming from both Harama Bro and Dread, it will be coming from Master D2K of Kill Enemy. 3 eliminations for this guy, and this guy has been fragging out ever since match number 5. So if you try to combine both matches, Contra, he got 10 eliminations out of the 2.
Yeah, and he is really putting in those stellar work for KE, and they are looking super hot in form right now for the entire course of day 2 of this week. So KE, if we did notice, they were really taking those early battles from the hillside against all the teams over on the south, which is why you also get to witness Master TTK really putting in all these massive sprays against all these teams out there to do a ton of damage. 3 elimination points is pretty decent of a record considering this to be Miramar, so it is always going to be difficult no matter how teams actually play it out. But to actually top that number, it is the winning team of Harame Bros that have scored a total of 8 total eliminations, and at the very same time to survive through those really difficult areas of play across Chumasera and every other portions of the valley.
And by the way, this is coming from a win without even Federalis, right around stage 5 onwards, or maybe even stage 6 onwards. So this is a good outcome for the side of Orion Bro, and the struggle continues for Federalis. I've seen his post on social media that he will try to bounce back every single time that they try their best during the day, and it looks like the struggle continues for this man. I think he's still trying to get that chemistry together with Rig now in the team, and I just hope that Federalis will be able to find his way so that he can go back to his MVP form here in PMCL.
Yeah, and we'll take a look at the stats that we do have throughout this battle. 3 airdrops being looted, and of course, what I love about Miramar is to actually see those high number of headshots, as some of these guys have been looking to be very, very lethal on it as well. And interesting enough, plenty of knocks to go through, which we saw all these battles taking place, and some of them have been able to at least go in for some good revives as well. So that is pretty impressive. 23 revives. As we see so many commitments of battles taking place all across those hillsides.
And first time I also saw 3 airdrops looted, so a lot of help needed coming from the care package or the airdrop. And you saw from Dread, they were the ones who used the MG3 as well. So again, you can still grab yours with the Galadra X suit and the MG3 upgradable skin. But anyways, let's go back to the match standings now. Miramar Bro getting 18 points in this matchup. Dread gets 16 as GE is still there. They're still trying their luck, still trying to crawl their way through the leaderboards with 10. For the other half of this match standing, even though Ostja didn't really got any rank points, look at them, able to still got 4 elimination points in this game.
Yeah, at least very decent record has been displayed by 12 of the teams that are on board. Team Max had a little bit of a tough run where we saw them being sandwiched in between 3 teams, so they only got 1 elimination points, whereas GG, XOS, as well as RTC, they didn't manage to actually get anything going for them. So at least they call it a night for them to really assess what to improve onto some of these matches of Miramar. But very healthy record so far, with some high numbers to book out for most of these teams. So as we take a look into the standings, Ozio remains on top of the table with a beautiful number of 1, 2, 3. Although it doesn't seem as simple as 1, 2, 3 to be specific. Great Esports honestly have shown strength for the entire course of this evening, together with massive wins coming from Strangers Esports. They are currently the 3 teams at the top, but following closely, Harame Bros after the chicken dinner now finds themselves back on track at number 4, and KE also will be following suit with 83. And anything in particular that interests you throughout what we are seeing from the leaderboards here?
It is going to be the one that plays in Group C, Kill Enemy. This is their day before the rest day, so I think they played really well Contra before they go for rest. Also interesting with Sin, as they're also within the group of Kill Enemy, so they really needed the rest now. Looks like they're very much exhausted with all the PUBG Mobile that they have played all throughout day number 1 and day number 2. I hope that they come back on day number 4 really strong for Sin Esports. Same goes to Team Max X Victoria 9 and Good Game Esports. And the ones I'm talking about is for tomorrow. There's no Group C, and the ones that did not play for today, Group B, will be back as well.
Yep, and it will be great to be having Yangon Galacticos to continuously chase up against all these squads out there. So with that being said, of course, thank you guys for joining us throughout the evening, as we do appreciate all of you guys showing you love and support to all the teams out there. So Cuckoo, I believe that we'll be joining in this broadcast once again, same time, same place. Thank you for watching. So make sure you guys tune in, hit that sub, like, as well as follow, as we'll be back for tomorrow. Take care, everybody, and have a good night.